Yu Ling was deceived and awakened the Yu Emperor system. Chun-Li. Let's break up. Su Balian looked at the unkempt, messy-haired man in front of her, her face full of disgust and contempt. Why? Bai Lian. Didn't we agree to be together forever? Why are you doing this to me? Chun-Li looked flustered, and there was even a hint of crying in his tone. Su Balian was the goddess she fell in love with at first sight. Ever since he traveled to this world and started junior high school, he fell in love with her at first sight. Although this is a world where everyone draws cards and controls spirits, he has never been interested in these things and has only the other person in his heart. Over the years, in order to win the heart of the goddess, he did everything a dog could do. Delivering breakfast, being a driver, giving gifts during holidays, ordering takeout, running errands, being an emotional trash can, keeping track of menstrual periods, queuing for seats, always liking posts on WeChat moments, and commenting carefully on every one of them. He is very caring and considerate. I don't know if it was my efforts that moved the other person, or if the Buddha I prayed to worked. A few months ago, she finally agreed to be with him. I thought I could be with him forever, but today, I was suddenly betrayed. Chun-Li. I know you touched me, but being touched is not love. I don't really love you. I have already transferred your imperial spirit to Huang Mingyuan. Don't worry, he will definitely not treat your imperial spirit unfairly. Yes, the reason why she was with herself was not complicated. She had always wanted to transfer her imperial spirit to her ex-boyfriend Huang Mingyuan. A few months ago, he successfully awakened an S-level imperial spirit at the school's awakening ceremony, which immediately caused a sensation in the entire school. If nothing unexpected happens, he only needs to work hard to cultivate this S-level imperial spirit, and he will be able to rise to great heights. Although there is no 100% chance of getting into the top Longbang Yuling University, it is easy to get into other universities. At that time, everyone around him was persuading him that Su Balian had ulterior motives for agreeing and asked him not to agree. He didn't believe that Su Balian would be such a person. For several months, while he was leveling up Yu Ling, he did not forget to be on standby for him 24 hours a day. As long as the other party has any news, he will withdraw immediately even if he is in the secret trial realm. But even so, Su Balian was not really attracted to him. A few days ago, she deceived Chun-Li and asked him to transfer his S-level imperial spirit to her temporarily on the grounds that her family needed it. Chun-Li believed it again. Later, she transferred the Yu Ling to Huang Mingyuan for the second time. Then today's scene happened. Su Balian sat in Huang Mingyuan's luxury car, looking very happy and intimate with him. He left with his S-level imperial spirit. Su Balian. You. Chun-Li felt heartbroken. He didn't expect that after all his efforts, he would end up with nothing. That's exactly what I said. He laughed bitterly and stood up awkwardly. The crowd around him looked at him and laughed at him. A dog licks a dog until he ends up with nothing. His wonderful life is ruined just like that. I remember that Su Balian wasn't very famous in school, right? Her looks were just average to begin with, but Chun-Li alone elevated her fame to a new level. She's now on par with the school belle. Who says it's not? I wonder if the king of dog licking will finally understand these women after this time. Brother, with this money, you can enjoy true love 200 times a day, why do this? At the school gate, a group of students were pointing and talking at Chun-Li. No matter who they were, they all looked at Chun-Li with the same contempt as Su Balian. Chun-Li didn't care about these gazes because he had seen enough. It was a good start to my journey through time, and I thought it would be a long journey, but I was blinded by this woman. If only I could have another chance. Ding! The host has been betrayed. The royal spirit has been deceived. System? Chun-Li has been wearing it until now and has no hope in the system. But I didn't expect that I would awaken unexpectedly at this point. The next moment, the system voice came to his ears again. The host meets the awakening conditions. Do you want to continue the installation regardless of the risk? Install. Chen Liqiang took a deep breath and answered. The UD system is being installed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive Empress card pool, and automatically receive one card draw opportunity. Do you want to open the Empress card pool immediately? System? Exclusive access to the Empress card pool? Chun-Li was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. In this world where everyone draws cards to control spirits, everyone's spirits need to be drawn from the card pool. There are 4 types of cards in the card pool: beasts, spiritual plants, spirit tools, and subhumans. No matter who you are, you can only randomly draw the royal spirit from these 4 card pools. The S-level imperial spirit he had drawn before was the 1000-star crane from the myriad beasts card pool. There are very few chances to draw from the card pool, and there is no guarantee, it all depends on luck. And he actually has his own exclusive Empress card pool, which is independent of the 4 major card pools. In that case, why is he still hesitating? Open. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness seemed to have entered another space. Here, he saw various magnificent scenes and various empresses in the card pool. Before he could see the details clearly, the number of card draws was consumed, the space rotated, and countless scenes appeared and disappeared before his eyes. Some empresses stood among the sea of clouds holding their zither, and as the music flowed, spring came to the grass and trees. Some empresses sit on top of an iceberg, and the ice that has frozen for thousands of years passes in the blink of an eye. Some empresses spread their wings and looked down at all the spirits submitting to them. As the wheel slowly stopped, a red light flashed for a moment, and the sound of a sword rang out across the sky. In the scene that finally stopped, there was an area full of flowing lava and a starfield filled with high temperature. The Burning Sky Empress held the Burning Sky sword in her hand, raised her hand and cut the lava into an imperial throne, sitting upright with a majestic look on her face. Red light. This is SSS-level imperial spirit? Chen Liduan was shocked and his eyes lit up. Even the depression and pain just now dissipated at this moment. The first draw was a red light SSS grade. Could it be that everyone in this pool is SSS grade? Detected that the host has drawn the SSS killing type Imperial Spirit, Burning Sky Empress. Do you want to make a contract? Contract. The next moment, light flashed before his eyes, and a mysterious magic circle was opened in the void. Immediately afterwards, a stunning figure with a devilish figure walked out and came in front of Chen Li. Long fiery red hair. A tall and plump figure without looking bloated. A majestic and intimidating imperial appearance. If you compare Subalian with her, it's like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The moment the Burning Sky Queen appeared, Chen Li felt his body heating up. It's not because of excitement, but because of the fiery temperature emanating from the other person. Are you my master? The Burning Sky Empress voice was calm, but if one listened carefully one could hear a timbre that resembled the burning of flames. The next moment, her data was displayed by the system. Imperial Spirit Fantian Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS level. Spirit Type, Killing Type. Spirit Level, Level 0. Materials required for advancement, Red Flame Crystal 3. Spirit Control Skills, Crimson Flame to be unlocked, Burning Heaven Prison to be unlocked, 9 Heaven Sword Technique to be unlocked, Sword Sweeping Mountains and Rivers to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Burning Heaven Sword unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 1 Untouchable. So cool. Chapter 002 SSS Level Imperial Spirit, Burning Sky Empress. What a cool Empress. Looking at the figure of the Burning Sky Empress, Chen Li couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of an SSS level Imperial Spirit. Just by standing there, one could tell the difference between it and the other Imperial Spirits. Even he, the master, couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a surge of power in his body. Is it the attribute increase gained from the contracted spirit? Feeling the huge boost brought by this power, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. It seems that I have gained the capital to counterattack again. Chen Li looked at the Burning Sky Empress in front of him and regained his former confidence. He exited the Yuling space and found that most of the students around him had already left. He didn't care about these things. The most important thing at the moment was to upgrade the Empress. The awakening ceremony was a few months ago. During these few months, he, like everyone else, trained his spirit to many levels. He even upgraded the S-level Imperial Spirit to level 3, level 9, just one step away from level 4. Unfortunately, all this is now a thing of the past. Now he has just signed the contract. Although the potential rating of the Burning Sky Queen is SSS level, the level gap is too large. Thinking of this, he began to think about leveling up and earning advanced materials. But soon, he became a little confused. I have given everything I have to Subalian a long time ago. I only have 200 yuan and a cell phone left. What can I do? The novice copy had already ended 2 months ago, and he didn't have the capital to open the primary copy. After some thought, he suddenly thought of a place. Underground Bounty Arena. It is a very common place in the black market. On the stage, contestants from both sides summoned their spirits to fight, and the spectators placed bets. The winner will receive a portion of the commission. Although this might expose the Empress he possesses, it seems this is the only solution now. If it's the Burning Sky Empress, then it must be possible. As soon as Chenli had this thought, a shadow of the Burning Sky Empress appeared beside him. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +1. Note, the Burning Sky Empress is never to be questioned. As a killing-oriented imperial spirit, leading her in killing will increase her intimacy. Okay. You can definitely do it, I believe in you. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +1. Chenli smiled. The first empress he had contracted with turned out to have such a hot temper. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. Without thinking too much, he immediately took a step and ran towards the nearest black market. After some time, he arrived at the entrance of the black market. He only had a vague understanding of the black market, and it took him a long time to finally find the location of the underground bounty arena. In order to avoid being recognized, he bought a black mask and put it on before going in. 500 yuan deposit. 500 yuan deposit? When Chenli arrived at the registration point, he was shocked by what the receptionist said. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose to mortgage his mobile phone and the only 200 cash he had left. He believed that the Burning Sky Queen could win back the deposit with interest. Chenli took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and walked to the passage waiting to go on stage. Here, he found that all the registered players were veterans who had fought for a long time. It seems that he is the only one who signed up for the first time. Hey, why is this little brother still wearing a mask? You're here to compete in the arena too? What's your level of spirit control? A middle-aged man with a stubble on his face suddenly spoke to him. Level 1, Level 1. He lied about the rank of the Burning Sky Empress. Because Zero Order sounds so fake. Are you also coming to participate in the competition at Level 1? The other party was obviously unconvinced, but then he said, then you can choose me later. I'm also a first-level player. We're evenly matched. Chenli looked the other person up and down. He knew that in this underground bounty arena, players could choose their own opponents, which was to increase uncertainty. That's what the audience likes. Therefore, it is common to see a first-level spirit controlling a second-level spirit controlling. No. Chenli refused the other party. He didn't believe that there were any good people in this black market. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt bored and had to return to his seat. Soon, half an hour passed, and Chenli finally saw the underground arena outside the passage. On the high platform above the ring, hundreds of spectators kept cheering. Every time a fight ended, some people would become rich, while others would fall to the bottom. He ignored it and soon it was his turn. He followed a few strangers to the two sides of the ring, and the host selected people to choose his opponents. Unfortunately, he didn't choose his opportunity. In other words, he was the chosen one. Given my student looks, I'm afraid someone will choose me soon. Chenli was not worried about this, after all, the Burning Sky Queen was SSS level. I choose that student. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, someone chose him as his opponent. When he looked over, he saw that it was the middle-aged man who had spoken to him before. After hearing these words, many spectators in the stands finally noticed Chenli. Why are there students here? Are they fighting in a competition? That's interesting. Isn't this a one-way bet? I feel like the odds are going to be very high. Looking at the clothes, I'm afraid she's a student from Nanyun No. 1 High School. Many spectators became interested and placed bets. Among them, 80% of people voted for the middle-aged man to win. Half of the remaining 20% are still small bets made by people who are just looking for fun. Funtian Empress. The odds are so high, if we win, we can turn the tables. This sentence immediately piqued the interest of the murderous Empress Burning Sky. Next match. Chenli vs. Wang Lang. In the first game, Chenli played. The other contestants left the ring and returned to the corridor, leaving only him and the middle-aged man named Wang Lang on the stage. Little brother, I'm sorry, but my imperial spirit is actually at the second level. Wang Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand and released a summoning circle, from which a black armored bear was summoned. It's actually a level 2, B-rank black armored bear? Black armored bears are good at defense, which gives them a huge advantage in the ring. I wonder what kind of imperial spirit this little classmate will summon. The host on the stage spoke passionately. Little brother, summon your imperial spirit. If you don't even dare to summon me, I allow you to surrender early. Wang Lang had a confident look on his face. Relying on this black armored bear, he has won several consecutive games in this underground bounty arena and earned tens of thousands of dollars. Judging from the look on Chen Li's face, he probably felt scared. Little brother, unless the potential level gap is huge, it is impossible for a level 1 to fight a level 2. Give up. Seeing that Chen Li did not move, Wang Lang spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Li suddenly moved. A smile appeared on Chen Li's face, and his tone was full of confidence in the Empress. Funtian Empress. It's your turn. Chapter 003, killed instantly in the first match. What a cool Empress. Chen Li's voice exploded like thunder. A dazzling red light suddenly appeared around his body, and that light was like flowing lava, outlining a complex contract formation under his feet. For a moment, the temperature of the entire arena, including the stands, suddenly rose. Buzz! A scarlet crack appeared in the center of the magic circle, and the next second, a graceful figure stepped on the flames and slowly walked out of the crack. The fiery red hair, the majestic face, and the dashing figure stunned everyone present. This. What level of imperial spirit is this? Is it a level? No. And a level can't possibly have such a powerful entrance. Could it be S-level? I didn't expect this contestant, who looks so young, to be able to contract an S-level imperial spirit. The host on the podium was so shocked that he almost bit off the microphone in front of him, and his voice was trembling when he spoke. The confident smile on Wang Lang's face froze instantly, and his pupils contracted rapidly. His black armored bear was originally roaring at Chen Li, but after the appearance of the burning Sky Queen, it seemed as if it had seen its natural enemy and shrank in place, trembling. Its front legs were restlessly digging at the ground, and its throat was making sounds of fear. The second level B-grade black armored bear didn't even have the courage to resist in front of the burning Sky Empress. Black armored bear. What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. Wang Lang anxiously commanded the black armored bear, but found that it was still curled up in the same place without moving. The burning Sky Empress. Get rid of him. Clear. The burning Sky Empress opened her red lips slightly, and her calm answer revealed supreme majesty. She slowly raised her hand, and in an instant, the entire arena was covered in dazzling red light. The diffused fire elements gathered together madly, and the next moment they rushed towards the black armored bear. Wang Lang was so frightened that he screamed, "Black armored bear! Use the hardened shell!" The black armored bear seemed not to have heard and continued to shrink in the same place. I give up. I give up. Seeing that his black armored bear was about to be killed in an instant, Wang Lang quickly begged for mercy. However, it was too late. The huge wave of fire with strong pressure instantly engulfed the huge body of the black armored bear. Everyone only heard a scream, and then saw its proud black shell melt like a piece of paper in the flames. From summoning to instant kill, the entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. The burning Sky Empress stood in the air, and the next second her figure slowly faded away, leaving only a faint burning breath to the spectators. It all happened so fast that if it weren't for this aura, everyone would have thought they were dreaming. At this moment, all the audience on the stage opened their mouths wide, unable to say a word. They originally thought that the low-level arena didn't have anything exciting to watch, but now it seems that they were wrong. The reason why there was no exciting highlight was simply because Chen Li did not appear. The burning Sky Empress returned to the Imperial Spirit Space, and Chen Li bowed to Wang Lang. Thank you. Afterwards, he stepped down from the stage and returned to the corridor, ready to participate in the next round of competition. Seeing him return to the passage, many contestants looked at him sideways with an expression of disbelief on their faces. That was an S rank he just summoned, right? Can an S-level Imperial Spirit actually appear in the underground arena? Isn't this guy here to enjoy the joy of frying fish? No wonder he wears a mask, he's afraid people will recognize him as a fish fryer. If I were chosen by him, I would be unlucky for the rest of my life. It was not until Chen Li's figure disappeared at the entrance of the passage that the host reacted belatedly and announced the result of the competition. Chen Li Sheng. Next game. Although half an hour had passed and more than a dozen arena matches had been completed during this period, everyone's thoughts were still stuck on the few seconds half an hour ago when Chen Li summoned the Imperial Spirit. What kind of spirit did that student summon? A demi-human? Why don't I seem to have seen it in the Pokédex? Human form, definitely a subhuman, probably a new species. Looking at his aura, he's definitely not going anywhere. He seems to be still in the passage. Is he preparing for the next round? I almost went all in on Wan Lang before, but now I'm putting all my money on this little brother. After more than 10 rounds of competition, Chenli stood on both sides of the ring again. Last time, others chose him, this time he chose others. Little brother. I just want to make a living. Please don't choose me. Little brother. Don't choose me. I'll treat you to a barbecue when we get out. Order my little sister. Little brother. Chenli did not change his mind because of what others said. After all, he had experienced this kind of life for many years. He randomly picked someone who had just arrived and had no idea what happened in the previous game. However, when he heard what others said, he sensed something was wrong. Next match. Chenli vs Zhang Bai. Soon, Chenli and the opponent were arranged to play. Chenli. Chenli. In the stands, many spectators cheered. They were all looking forward to the scene where the terrifying imperial spirit was summoned again. Please enlighten me. Chenli bowed and spoke. Please enlighten me. The other party looked at Chenli and waved his hand to summon a second level B-grade green mantis. Another level 2 B-grade imperial spirit. Today's competition is really interesting. But unfortunately, this contestant met the dark horse contestant who just became famous. Chenli. Let's wait and see. Will the green mantis win, or will Chenli's mysterious spirit win? As the battle began, Zhang Bai skillfully commanded the green mantis to come in front of him. Seeing that Chenli hadn't summoned the imperial spirit yet, he smiled faintly. Since I've given you the chance, I won't be polite. The next second, the green mantis disappeared from its original position, leaving only a shadow, and instantly moved towards Chenli's location. Empress Burning Heaven. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire arena, including the stands, rose by several degrees. The spectators present did not feel hot at all, but instead everyone was very excited. Finally, I can see it clearly. Holy crap! What a cool royal spirit! This is definitely S rank. Such terrifying pressure. All in, just wait for the harvest. In an instant, the opponent Zhang Bai was stunned. Even the green mantis that had already rushed to Chenli was frightened by the pressure and stood there in a daze. However, compared to Wang Lang in the previous round, Zhang Bai's reaction this time was obviously much faster. Before the Burning Sky Queen could take action, he had already taken the green mantis back to the Yuling space and decisively admit defeat. In an instant, the whole audience cheered, and the host excitedly said, "Congratulations! Dark Horse contestant Chenli winning the second round. Chapter 004, bonus received, ready to advance." Next, Chenli won several games in a row. There were several times when the opponent surrendered before the game even started. After all, no one wants to use his or her own spirit to withstand the terrifying red flame. Such a bizarre scene even attracted the attention of the ring organizers. When he returned to the backstage, the receptionist's attitude towards him had also subtly changed. "Little brother, please wait a few minutes. It will take some time to calculate the data." "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Chenli was not in a hurry, but looked at the system interface beside him thoughtfully. Intimacy, 5. The intimacy has indeed increased, but it's a pity that the opponent is not strong. The Burning Sky Queen seems a little unhappy. Just as he was thinking about it, a card came into his hand. After leaving the black market, he went to the bank to check the amount of money and stood there in disbelief. Current balance of number ending in 9178, 12,931.54 yuan. Earn 10,000 yuan in half a day? Is this underground fighting arena so profitable? However, it's normal if you think about it carefully. After all, he went to a low-level arena, and the overall strength of his opponents was not that strong. Adding to the terrifying odds of the first game, I'm afraid a large part of the money was earned in that game. With this money, we can consider advancing the Burning Sky Empress. With the previous experience of training S-level 1000 star cranes, Chenli is very familiar with the training process of Yuling. There are 10 levels of Imperial Spirits, from 0 to 9. Each stage has 9 levels. After reaching the level cap of each stage, special advancement materials are required to advance. When breaking through from level 0 to level 1, the materials needed are not expensive and can generally be purchased at major spirit control centers. The red flame crystals needed for advancement should be available at the Imperial Spirit Center. But the Empress level is not high enough yet, I need to level up first. There are not many ways to level up, and there are only two main ways. One is to conquer those special secret realms that only appear outside the city. The second is to go to the Yuling Center and buy artificial secret realms of various levels. The special secret realm outside the city was not a place he could go to at the moment, so he had only one choice. That is the Yuling Center. Thinking of this, he went directly to the Yuling Center. I want to book a half-day trip to the primary secret realm and buy 3 red flame crystals. Chenli walked to the counter and directly stated his needs. The staff member operated the terminal machine. The fee for half a day in the primary secret realm is 2,000 yuan, and the price of a red flame crystal is 800 yuan each, for a total of 4,400 yuan. Do you want to settle it now? Yeah. After Chenli swiped the card, he soon had a silver secret realm card and a sealed bag in his hand. The red flame crystal in the bag glowed with a warm red light, and one could vaguely feel the flame energy flowing within it. Your room is on the 3rd floor, 307. Once you enter, insert the secret realm card to teleport. The staff guided Chenli in the right direction. Chenli went upstairs with ease and soon arrived at room 307. After inserting the secret realm card into the instrument in the middle of the room, he was instantly enveloped by white light. The next moment, the teleportation light dissipated, and Chenli was already standing in a canyon covered with red rocks. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the air, and the roars of monsters could be heard in the distance. He called up the system panel and found that the level of the Burning Sky Queen was still at level 1, step 0, and even the experience bar was empty. I originally wanted to take the college entrance examination, and I had nearly half a year to cultivate my imperial spirit, but now there are only a few days left, and time is running out. Chenli clenched his fists, and then the figure of the Burning Sky Queen gradually solidified beside him. The next moment, 3 young lizard monsters appeared in front of him. After sensing the presence of a stranger, they immediately bared their fangs and roared threateningly at Chenli. A first-level juvenile lava lizard, perfect for training. I leave it to you, Empress Burning Heaven. The Burning Sky Empress understood what he meant and rushed out in a flash. She didn't even make any extra movements, she just casually swung out a flame, and instantly burned the 3 young lava lizards into charcoal. The fire-attributed lava lizard was actually burned to charcoal in front of the Burning Sky Empress. Chenli Duan felt incredible. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 0, level 2. Intimacy +1. The system voice sounded, and Chenli looked at the experience bar that was filled and then quickly consumed, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. When he first started training Qiangxing, because he had no spirit control skills and had problems with command, it took him half a day just to kill a first-level monster. In contrast, nowadays, it's as easy as cutting vegetables. Keep going inside and kill any monsters you see. Understood, Master. Chenli followed the Burning Sky Queen into the lava valley. The further they went, the more monsters there were. Most of these monsters are the same young lava lizards as before, and occasionally some different monsters appear. But in front of the Burning Sky Empress, they were all vulnerable. Although her skills have not been unlocked yet, she is able to crush these first-level monsters with just basic fire attacks. After several hours, he had almost cleared out all the monsters around the valley. Chenli checked the interface and saw that the level of the Burning Sky Queen had soared to level 0, level 9, and she was only a little away from level 1. Almost there, let's find 2 more. Just as Chenli finished speaking, a sharp roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Unlike the childish roar of the young lava lizard before, this roar clearly carried a sense of oppression. The next second, a huge adult lava lizard slowly crawled out from behind the red rock wall in front. It was covered with a dark red shell and had 2 curved bone spurs on its tail. Adult lava lizard? Level 2? As soon as the lava lizard appeared, it locked onto Chenli, made a startling sound from its throat, and immediately pounced towards him. Chenli's previous experience made him alert immediately, and almost instantly, he instinctively fell to the side. Just as he was about to fly into the air, a ball of fire suddenly spurted out of the lava lizard's mouth, carrying a pungent smell, and rushed towards him. Bang! The next moment, an amazing scene happened. The flames that were powerful enough to melt rocks were instantly absorbed the moment they came into contact with the Burning Sky Empress. A trace of confusion flashed in the lava lizard's eyes, as if it didn't understand why the fire it had planned for so long had failed. Before the lava lizard could react, the Burning Sky Queen had already arrived in front of it, and a more terrifying ball of fire instantly blasted out. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 0, max level. Level has reached the maximum, the spirit can be advanced. As the lava lizard slowly dissipated, the half-day secret realm time ended and Chenli was teleported out. I reached the maximum level in half a day. This leveling speed is simply terrifying. He murmured, looking at the burning sky empress beside him. Time waits for no one. This place is quite safe. Let's advance here. Chenli handed the 3 red flame crystals to the burning sky empress and retreated to a corner to leave enough space for her. Yes, master. As the burning sky empress obtained the red flame crystal, patterns of a magic circle gradually appeared under her feet. Advance, start. Chapter 005, Advancement. First level Burning Sky Empress. As soon as the red flame crystal touched the burning sky empress, it instantly transformed into 3 balls of flame that hovered in front of her. She opened her red lips slightly and chanted some incomprehensible formula, and the air around her suddenly became scorching hot. Soon, a complex magic circle appeared on the floor of the room, and every line seemed to be flowing with lava. Buzz! The first ball of flame merged into her body, her long fiery red hair moved without wind, and a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The second flame followed closely behind, and her blood vessels suddenly flashed with red light. As the third ball of flame merged into her body, the aura of the burning sky empress suddenly soared, and red gold flames gushed out of her body, condensing into a huge phoenix shadow behind her. In the corner of the room, Chenli was stunned. As a spirit control master who had a contract with the burning sky empress, he could clearly feel the burning sky empress's aura rising wildly. The pressure that was unique to an SSS-level spirit control spread out in an instant, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Although he had witnessed the advancement of an S-level spirit controller before, the advancement of the burning sky queen was 100 times more shocking than the S-level. The terrifying flames emanating from it alone are enough to amaze many people. Luckily, the room is sturdy enough. The burning sky empress successfully advanced. Current level, level 1, stage 1. Spirit control skill, red flame has been unlocked. Intimacy +5. Materials required for the next stage, flame demon core 3, red spirit black iron 5. After successfully advancing, the burning sky queen stretched her body and felt the strength gradually recovering in her body. Thank you, master. Although her words were words of thanks, her voice still held the cool dignity of an emperor. It was as if she was not a royal spirit. Chenli couldn't help but feel worried when he saw her behavior. If other imperial spirits had the same personality in the future, it would be very troublesome. But that's all in the past. He called out the system and checked the new skills unlocked after the advancement. Red Flame Domain Skill. Core Effect: the Burning Sky Empress expands an absolute domain with a diameter of 100 meters, increases with levels centered on herself. The space within the domain is filled with red flames, lasting 60 seconds. Feature 1, Eternal Fire. While the domain exists, the Burning Sky Empress herself becomes immune to fire, while constantly recovering. When other flame energy is present, it is automatically absorbed and converted into the Empress's own flame. Feature 2, Warlike Emperor Flame. Each flame within the domain carries the Empress's coercion, causing soul shock to enemies below her level, rendering them unable to resist. Each time the Burning Heaven Empress kills an enemy, the duration of the domain is reset. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Chenli stared at the densely packed instructions on the skill panel, his fingers trembling slightly. This is just the first skill unlocked at the first level. Is it so excessive? He swallowed. This domain of crimson flames spreads out across the sky. As long as the Burning Sky Queen keeps killing enemies within the domain can be extended indefinitely and the status can be restored indefinitely. This is not the first skill you can have. He could already imagine the scene of the Empress unleashing a massacre after she expanded her domain. Is anyone inside? We've detected strong energy fluctuations. Is there something unexpected happening in the secret realm? If there's no response, we'll force our way in. Suddenly, a rough voice came along with violent knocks on the door. Chenli frowned slightly, and quickly realized that it must be the noise of the previous advancement that attracted the attention of the staff. If the staff finds out, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. We should quickly take the Empress back. The next second, the door was slammed open, and 3 men in work clothes rushed in with a beast. What's going on? The alarm just now clearly came from here. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced around and suddenly saw the figure of the Burning Sky Empress, who had not yet completely disappeared. Is this a demi-human spirit? The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. He had worked at the Imperial Spirit Center for more than 10 years and had seen at least 8,000 Imperial spirits from E-level to S-level, but he had never seen such a shocking Imperial spirit form. Is it the S-rank Imperial spirit from the demi-human card pool? No, this is definitely not the aura that an S-class person can possess. The middle-aged man stood there in a daze. The sense of pressure from the shadow made him feel as if he was not facing a royal spirit, but a god. The other two staff members on the side did not notice the figure of the Burning Sky Empress and walked straight into the room to check. A few minutes later, the two returned to the door and said to the middle-aged man, "There's nothing abnormal. There must be something wrong with the test bench." They obviously didn't notice the middle-aged man's expression before. At this time, Shenli also stepped forward to explain, "Sorry, my Imperial spirit suddenly advanced just now, so it might have made a little noise." The middle-aged man gradually came to his senses. He quickly walked up to Shenli, his attitude inexplicably becoming respectful. "I'm glad you're okay. The advancement of the Imperial spirit does easily cause abnormalities. We overreacted. Since everything is fine, we'll leave first." The middle-aged man turned and left, and the two staff members behind him looked at each other. Although I felt that the team leader was a little strange today, I still followed him out of the room, and before leaving, I did not forget to close the door. It was not until the footsteps completely disappeared that Shenli finally took action. He doesn't have the mind to worry too much now. He is now in his third year of high school, and in a few days he will take part in the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Spirit College entrance examination. According to previous college entrance examination results, there is a hard condition for being admitted to a good Yuling university, which is to practice your own Yuling to the second level within a few months. If he had possessed the 1,000-star crane before, he wouldn't have to worry about this. But now, there are only 7 days left before the college entrance examination, and he must find a way to help the Burning Sky Queen break through to the second level in these 7 days. He called up the system panel and his eyes fell on the materials needed for the next level of breakthrough. He had seen the two advanced materials, the Flame Demon Core and the Red Spirit Black Iron, at the Yuling Center. They were not very rare materials. However, the most important thing is that the prices of these two materials are very expensive, unlike the previous Red Flame Crystal, which only costs 800 yuan each. He estimated that it would cost at least 80,000 yuan to collect these two materials. If he had enough time, he could actually go to the special secret realm by himself, where the monsters would have a chance of dropping these materials. But time is running out now. Shenli rubbed his temples and thought quickly. Soon, he made a decision. Looks like I have to go to the black market again. Chapter 006, Fighting in the Arena Again. Red flames filled the sky. Because it was getting late, Shenli returned to his residence and took a nap. The next morning, as soon as the door of the black market opened, his figure appeared at the entrance. Despite wearing a mask, the receptionist recognized him immediately. His originally lazy sitting posture immediately straightened up, and a smile spread across his face. "Little brother is here to join the ring again." Shenli didn't say much. After paying the registration fee, he walked straight to the competition channel. After waiting in line for a few minutes, he suddenly heard a discussion coming from the stands above, and it seemed that they were discussing him. "I heard that the dark horse from yesterday is competing again today." "That young-looking student? The S-rank Imperial Spirit? He won so easily yesterday, and I think it will be similar today. I think it's uncertain. Don't forget that the long-time defending champion, Xinlan, is also participating today. His spirit has already reached the second level, level 9. And he's a Shadow Main Lion with a level potential. Not much different from S-level. Brother Qin is a seasoned veteran. He's defeated hundreds of people in the ring alone. That dark horse named Shenli looks so young, he's definitely not as good as Brother Qin." Shenli listened calmly. If he wants to make more money, he must raise the odds. In other words, he must choose an opponent who appears to be stronger than himself. This is the only way to make more money from it. This young spirit master named Xinlan is obviously his best choice. Looking up at the competition passage on the other side, a man in black tights was looking at him with undisguised contempt in his eyes. As the previous battle came to an end, Shenli quickly stood on both sides of the ring. Next up is the opponent selection phase. On one side is the ring champion who has defended his title for 50 matches. On the other side is the dark horse rookie who emerged yesterday. I wonder if they will choose each other. Let's wait and see. Seeing the atmosphere was so lively, the host immediately started the introductions excitedly, instantly bringing the atmosphere of the ring to a new level. This time, Chenli was not the chosen one. Xinlan on the opposite side got the first chance to choose his opponent. He looked up at the stands above and smiled faintly, as if he knew very well what the spectators wanted to see. "I choose Chenli." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the stands surged again, and countless cheers mixed with excited whistles spread to both sides of the ring. Brother Qin really chose him. Today's trip was worth it. I'm betting my wife's money on this today. I'm betting on Brother Qin to win. Chenli won yesterday and is so arrogant. He really needs a lesson from Brother Qin. As Chenli and Xinlan made their decisions, the betting numbers for the two of them on the betting screen were jumping wildly. For a time, Xinlan's support rate exceeded 90%, and almost the vast majority of people were more optimistic about this ring champion who had defended his title for 50 games. Soon, the other contestants returned to the competition channel, and Xinlan and Chenli slowly walked onto the stage. Xinlan stood in the center of the ring, enjoying the cheers from the stage. Then, he raised his hand slightly and shouted confidently, "Come out! Shadow Mane Lion." A pale purple summoning circle suddenly formed, and then a nearly 2-meter-long purple lion appeared, stepping on light and shadow. Its entire body was black and purple, and its golden vertical pupils scanned the entire room, finally fixing its gaze on Chenli. A powerful aura swept over like a tide, causing the spectators on the stage to exclaim in surprise. "It's indeed an A-rank Shadow Mane Lion. This momentum is even stronger than last time. Chenli probably has no chance." The two have similar potential and quality, but the difference in level is a whole stage. The discussion in the stands continued. Xinlan showed a hint of pride on his face. He patted the Shadow Mane Lion on the back. "Boy, it's not too late to admit defeat now." Chenli stood on the other side of the ring and looked at Xinlan calmly. "Stop talking nonsense and start. You don't know what's good for you." Xinlan's face darkened, and he pointed at Chenli immediately. "Shadow Mane Lion. Use Shadow Strike, and one strike will decide the outcome." The Shadow Mane Lion roared, and its body suddenly turned into a purple lightning, rushing straight towards him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Everyone in the stands held their breath when they saw this scene, and many gamblers who had placed bets had already started celebrating in advance. A gleam of light flashed in Chenli's eyes. The opponent's imperial spirit was indeed well trained, and was comparable to his own 1,000-star crane. If it were him back then, he might not be able to cope with such a situation. But now it's different. Chenli raised his hand and shouted, "Empress Burning Heaven!" Immediately, the crimson flames burned fiercely, and that extremely familiar temperature once again swept across the entire venue in an instant. The figure of the Burning Sky Empress gradually solidified in the flames. Hiss. Suddenly I feel that Chenli's strength is not much inferior, but isn't his spirit control only at the first level? Is there a reversal? Roar! The Shadow Mane Lion roared angrily. When the black shadow rushed in front of the Burning Sky Empress, it suddenly stopped, and a trace of fear flashed in its golden vertical pupils. "Empress Burning Heaven, time is precious. A quick victory." Chenli issued an order. The next moment, the Empress nodded slightly, her voice clear. Red flames filled the sky. In an instant, a red-gold flame field with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly unfolded. Its range was so large that it even affected the Bounty Arena next door. The terrifying high temperature instantly distorted the air. When the dark purple energy of the Shadow Mane Lion encountered this high temperature, it suddenly sizzled and turned into white smoke and dissipated. The flames in the area danced wildly. The eyes of the Burning Sky Queen were fierce. She raised her hand with terrifying pressure, trapping the Shadow Mane Lion firmly in place. This. How is this possible? Xinlan's pupils suddenly shrank. He had never seen anyone suppress the flames of his Shadow Mane Lion so easily. Shadow Mane. Break free. The Shadow Mane Lion exerted all its strength, trying to break free from the pressure of the Burning Sky Empress. But it seemed as if it was being pressed down by something weighing 10,000 pounds, and it was completely unable to move. Break it with Lion's Roar. Xinlan roared in anxiety. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose. 50-game defending champion. We can't let it end in the hands of a student. After receiving the order, the Shadow Mane Lion raised its head and let out a deafening roar. A terrifying sound wave exploded in the flame field. It thought it could break free from the suppression, but it only caused a faint ripple and disappeared without a trace. Keep trying to break free. Yu Ling's domain has a time limit. We will counterattack after the domain disappears. Xin Lan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that he was completely unprepared for the situation in front of him. When the audience on the stage saw this scene, they were also surprised and looked incredulous. This student possesses an S-rank Imperial spirit. Why have I never heard of it before? I guess he's been banned by the school. But why would he come to the underground bounty arena? Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the Empress raised her hand and waved it gently. The flames in the area suddenly surged, instantly engulfing the Shadow Mane Lion. Ouch! The Shadow Mane Lion let out a painful howl and instantly lost its previous ferocity. Seeing this, Xin Lan collapsed and knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands and shouting. Stop it! I give up. Chapter 007, $1 million commission? I'll take it. Xin Lan's voice of surrender echoed in the ring, and for a moment there was dead silence in the stands. A few seconds later, a deafening uproar broke out. The gamblers who had bet heavily on Xin Lan were pale in the face, and some were even so excited that they were ready to go to the rooftop. The lucky few who had bet on Chenli cheered excitedly on the spot. Judging from the current outrageous odds, Chenli will definitely get a lot of profit after this fight. A level 2, level 9 Imperial Spirit was killed instantly just like that? What kind of skill is that flame domain? How could it suppress the Shadow Mane Lion's roar? This Dark Horse's Imperial Spirit is definitely more than S rank. If it's not S class, what else could it be? Could it be the SS class that hasn't appeared in our Fog City in over a decade? That's impossible. If he really possessed an SS-level Imperial Spirit, he would have been secretly protected by all the major schools long ago. Chenli ignored the commotion around him. After asking the Burning Sky Empress to stop, he said calmly, "Thank you." Then, he turned around and walked down the stage, returning to the competition channel. Now that he's here, he naturally can't just fight one match. As soon as he returned to the passage, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of contestants. Some handed him water, some handed him towels, and these people looked at him with awe. He knew that these people were worried that he would choose them. Brother Chen, you are so amazing. What's your level of controlling spirit? Brother Chen, can you tell me which school you are from? Chenli did not answer them. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the passage. A middle-aged man walked quickly, followed by two bodyguards in black. Brother Chen. I'm Zhao Cohen, the arena manager. Chenli raised his eyebrows and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" Great. Huge news. Zhao Cohen smiled. Our boss said that as long as you're willing to compete here long-term and take Xin Lan's place, all future commissions will be waived, and you'll even get an extra 100,000 yuan in base salary each month. As long as you're willing to sign, any terms are negotiable. This offer was undoubtedly extremely tempting, but Chenli was completely unmoved. I'll only play for a short period of time and leave when I have enough money. The smile on Zhao Cohen's face froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. How about this? I'll arrange a special match for you. Your opponents will be 3 level 9 Spirit Control Masters, also at the second order. The odds are 10 times higher than this one. If you win, the prize money starts at 1 million. $1 million bonus? Chenli was a little moved. The $1 million prize was enough to save him the trouble of looking for materials, and it was always good to have some money on hand. He was silent for a moment. Okay, but I have to use an alias when I go on stage. The arena is still quite small now, and Chenli used his real name to participate in the competition due to his lack of experience. But if he really went to other arenas to compete with 3 second order, 9th level Spirit Masters, it would definitely attract huge attention. He doesn't want any accidents to happen. No problem. You have the final say. Zhao Cohen quickly agreed, and then naturally led the way. I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Brother Chen, please wait in the lounge for a moment. Zhao Cohen led Chenli to the door of a room marked VIP lounge and made a gesture of invitation with a smile. Chenli pushed open the door and walked into the lounge. There were already 3 people sitting inside, each of them a spirit master wearing exquisite combat uniforms. They were talking around the coffee table when they heard the door open. The 3 of them looked up at the same time. When they saw Chenli clearly, contempt appeared on their faces. Who is this? Can anyone enter the VIP lounge? A young man with dyed green hair and slightly exaggerated clothing sneered. Beside him, there was a thunder leopard lying, which had obviously reached the 9th level of the second stage. The burly man next to him echoed, maybe a contestant from a smaller field went the wrong way. This is the VIP room, and the minimum requirement is a second-level spirit control master. Looking at his age, he's probably still in school. Little boy, this isn't the place for you to be. If you bump into someone, you won't be able to complain. A woman in a red dress covered her mouth and chuckled, obviously not taking Chenli seriously. Chenli ignored them and walked straight to the sofa in the corner and sat down. With his previous experience in training Qianxinga, he knew that although these people were arrogant, their strength was probably not as good as Qin Lan before, so there was no need for him to waste his breath on this. Seeing that he ignored them, the three of them thought that Chenli was a coward, and continued to talk, their voices getting louder and louder. He's probably one of the contestants' henchmen, right? It's normal for him to have walked into the wrong door since he's new to the world. When Manager Zhao comes, he will have a lot to worry about. Chenli turned a deaf ear to this and took advantage of the rare free time to call up the panel to check his own status. Host, Chenli. Age, 18. Spirit Master level, not yet started. Spirit Master skills, none. Current card pool mission, successfully upgrade a female emperor to level 3. Reward, +1 card draw chance. Contracted Imperial Spirit cannot be transferred, belongs to the host alone. Imperial Spirit Fantian Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS level. Spirit Type, Killing Type. Spirit Level, Level 1, Stage 1. Materials required for advancement, Flame Demon Core 3, Red Spirit Black Iron 5. Spirit Control Skills, Crimson Flame, Burning Heaven Prison to be unlocked, 9 Heaven Sword Technique to be unlocked, Sword Sweeping Mountains and Rivers to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Burning Heaven Sword unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 19 Untouchable. Originally, he just wanted to check on the Empress's situation, but suddenly he noticed that there was a card pool task under his Spirit Master skill. Successfully raising the Empress's level to level 3 will give me an additional chance to draw a card? Chenli's pupils shrank and his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Based on his previous preview of the Empress card pool, he was very sure that the Empress potential in the card pool was definitely above S level, and it was even possible that they were all SSS level. Now, with one SSS level, he can challenge opponents of higher levels. What if he wants to have 2 SSS level? Or even 3 or 4? Level 3. Chenli calculated again. With his previous experience in training Qianxing, he was quite familiar with how to train Yuling to the 3rd level. In this process, what is most needed is advanced materials and experience. Materials cost money, experience costs time. If you want to fight for it, you must first win this $1 million prize. As he was thinking, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open and Zhao Kuan appeared outside the door. The 3 people who were resting on the side saw Zhao Kuan appear and immediately put on flattering smiles and greeted him. Manager Zhao, you're finally here. I don't know how this guy got into the lounge. Do you want us to kick him out? The woman in the red dress also smiled sweetly and said, Manager Zhao, where's that S-rank spirit master you just mentioned we were going to fight? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhao Kuan didn't look at them, but walked straight to Chenli and handed him a silver ID card. Brother Chen, everything is arranged. Your alias is Qi Yan, and the special match is scheduled for half an hour later. As for your opponents? Zhao Kuan paused and looked back at the 3 people. It's them. Chapter 008, the whole audience was shocked. 1 on 3 easily suppressed. When Zhao Kuan's voice fell, the air in the lounge froze instantly. The green-haired young man's fawning smile suddenly froze. He pointed at Chenli in disbelief. Manager Zhao, what did you say? Our opponent is him? Isn't he just an 18-year-old high school student? The thunder-striped leopard beside him seemed to sense his master's surprise and swung its tail in disdain. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Zhao, aren't you worried that the 3 of us might kill him and Yuling together? Let me tell you, we signed a contract. I'm not responsible for this kind of situation. As the last of the 3, the woman in the red dress didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Chenli changed slightly. Chenli was not surprised when he saw this scene. Manager Zhao, if possible, let's start now. Zhao Kuan nodded. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. He turned to the 3 green-haired men and continued, you all go to the other side and take your places. Wait for the host to liven up the atmosphere before you go out on stage. Also, I chose you because of your personalities. Zhao Kuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. No matter how much you look down on Shenli before, what will you do when you get on stage? In our line of work, we need atmosphere and twists and turns. Zhao Cohen gave the three of them a look, then turned and left. Hearing what he said, Shenli frowned slightly. There were actually such unspoken rules in this industry. But think about it, for the sake of the show effect, it is not surprising that such a thing happened. Tisk, reversal? Him? Green Hair never took Shenli seriously. He felt that Shenli was just a student, and even if he had awakened an S-level spirit for the first time, he could only compete with a spirit master of a higher level at most. And there were three of them, possessing 3 level 2, level 9 imperial spirits. And one of them had a level potential, not much worse than Qin Lan. The green-haired young man sneered and glanced at Shenli before leaving. Boy, don't cry and call for your mother later. We won't show mercy just because you're a student. The strong man also laughed. The woman in the red dress, on the other hand, said nothing, but only gave Shenli a deep look. She felt that things were more complicated than that. Butler Zhao's attitude was too abnormal. How could a high school student be treated so respectfully by the butler? Shenli's eyes grew colder as he listened to Green Hair's words. A few minutes later, the special arena was already packed with people. The stands were packed with spectators, and even the aisles were filled with people. The host was holding the microphone and shouting passionately. Dear audience, welcome to our monthly competition. Today's match is absolutely exciting. It's absolutely beyond imagination. One side is a 3-wolf team consisting of 3 spirit masters with 2nd order, 9th level spirit control. And on the other side is our mysterious dark horse, Shi Yan. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Because the black market arena holds such a competition every month, the audience who have watched previous competitions have already been looking forward to it. The host waited for the cheers to subside and continued with his passionate introduction. The 3 members of the 3 wolves are all familiar faces. The Thunder Leopard, the Black Armored Turtle, the Poisonous Mist Snake. These 3 imperial spirits have been undefeated since their debut. Amid the host's passionate voice, the 3 green-haired guys walked onto the stage under the spotlight, and the 3 imperial spirits behind them roared as if declaring their sovereignty. These 3 look like tough guys. I'll put the lids of my parents' coffins down today. I'm betting on them winning. Brother, you're new here, right? The arena competition has been going on for so many years, and the more aggressive the host is, the lower the winning rate is. Don't be in a hurry. It's not too late to take a look at their opponents before placing your bets. After the 3 green-haired players came on the court, the atmosphere in the stands was unprecedentedly high. At this time, the host changed the subject and pointed to the other side of the passage. And our dark horse player, Shi Yan. He just defeated the former defending champion. He dared to accept this 3-on-1 challenge today. Is he a hidden mastermind? Or is he just a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers? Let's welcome him with applause. Shi Yan. Shenli appeared at the entrance of the passage. Simple outfit, black mask, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. There is still a hint of childishness on his face, which is out of tune with the surrounding environment. For a moment, there was a burst of laughter in the stands, and questioning voices came one after another. That's it? He's the dark horse? He looks younger than my brother. If it was someone older, I would definitely vote for him, but looking at his age, it seems that his imperial spirit has only just awakened. Looks like I have enough money to go to the bath center today. Hearing the questioning voices from the stands, Greenhair proudly gave Shenli a middle finger. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, boy, and I'll let you suffer less. The sturdy man also laughed wildly at this moment. You look so naive, you must not understand the imperial spirit, right? Let me tell you, the imperial spirit and the imperial spirit master are connected by heart. If your imperial spirit is injured, you will also be injured, so I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Shenli's expression was calm, and there were only 4 words in his mind. It's too lazy to listen. He walked onto the stage and said calmly, let's begin. How arrogant. The green-haired young man's face darkened and he fiercely commanded, Thunder Leopard. Destroy him for me. Black Armored Turtle. Follow the Thunder Leopard. Poisonous Mist Snake. The 3 of them had originally agreed to attack at the same time, but the woman in the red dress suddenly froze. What are you doing? Command the imperial spirit to come up, the green-haired young man said anxiously. The red-dressed woman finally came to her senses and quickly ordered the poisonous mist snake, "Release the poison quickly." The three imperial spirits attacked at the same time, leaving Chenli no chance to relax. The thunder leopard turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight towards Chenli's face, followed closely by the black-armored turtle, while the poison mist snake sprayed out a large amount of poisonous mist to restrict its movement route. The three attacks were coordinated seamlessly, and it was obvious that they had been discussed in advance. When the audience in the stand saw the scene, they exclaimed that it was a sure thing. This month's competition is so worthless? Is it possible that the organizers are out of work? Why hasn't this kid made a move yet? Where's his spirit? Is he scared silly? Just as the attack was about to hit, Chenli finally moved. He raised his hand and shouted softly, his voice not loud but clear enough to carry throughout the room. "Empress Burning Heaven!" The red magic circle condensed in an instant, and a terrifying light suddenly burst out. The next moment, the temperature in the stands rose again, and the figure of the burning Sky Queen gradually solidified in the flames. The moment she appeared, the lightning transformed by the thunder leopard was abruptly stopped, the black-armored turtle's shell sizzled under the high temperature, and the poisonous mist that the poisonous mist snake was proud of was even directly detonated by the Empress's red flame. Seeing this scene, someone in the stands cried out in surprise. What kind of imperial spirit is this? What a powerful aura! A first-level imperial spirit can actually overpower these 3 second-level, 9th-grade imperial spirits. I knew there would be a reversal. I bet on the right one. Chapter 009, Intimacy Improved. All attributes increased. What a joke! How could I be defeated by a student? Fight back! The green-haired young man's face turned pale. He refused to believe what he saw and immediately ordered the thunder leopard to fight back. Chenli's eyes were cold as he gave the order to the burning sky empress. Empress Burning Heaven, cast the crimson flame. Finish them off. In an instant, red flames exploded. The terrifying high temperature erupted with the burning Sky Queen as the center, instantly covering the entire arena. The metal railings on the stands glowed red, and the spectators couldn't help but lean back to avoid the heat wave. The thunder leopard's fur was burned black, the cracks on the black-shelled turtle's shell continued to spread, and even the poisonous mist sprayed by the mist snake turned into white smoke in an instant. How is that possible? My thunder leopard has a level potential. Could it be that his imperial spirit is S-level? The green-haired young man stared at the burning sky empress, his face pale. Like Qin Lan, he could never accept that he was defeated by a student using a first-level spirit control. Thunder leopard. Use thunder flash. The burning sky empress looked at him coldly, and the flames in her palm condensed into a sword. The sword flashed, and before the thunder leopard could even obey the command, it was engulfed by the flames and fell to the ground. No! The green-haired young man spat out a mouthful of blood. The severe pain transmitted from Yu Ling's serious injury made his eyes go black. He staggered a few steps and suddenly fell to the ground, unable to get up again. For a moment, the stands were in an uproar, and the previous doubts instantly turned into exclamations. What S-class? Can an S-class possess this ability to easily cross levels and defeat 3 at once? This is clearly SS class. Didn't you see that the potential A-class Imperial Spirit was killed in 1 second? No wonder the organizers wanted 3 people to attack at the same time. If only one of them could withstand a single blow from the other. I'm afraid this humanoid spirit is already invincible below the 3rd level. Who exactly is this Qi Yan? Does anyone know him? Please tell me something. Not long ago, in the black market material area not far away, Su Balian and Huang Mingyuan were looking for materials with worried looks on their faces. What a lousy place. There's not even a single decent 4th level breakthrough material. Hearing Huang Mingyuan's words, Su Balian stretched out her arm and rubbed his arm with the waves of her chest, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Mingyuan, don't worry. There are still a few days before the college entrance examination. There is still time. Why don't we take advantage of this time to go to the hotel?" As soon as Su Balian finished speaking, the heat wave formed by the burning sky empress's red flame domain suddenly swept towards them from the direction of the arena. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Huang Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. He pulled Su Balian and ran towards the ring. The two squeezed to the edge of the stands and just saw the last moment when Chenli dealt with the thunder leopard. What kind of spirit is this? A humanoid one? Could it be the spirit of the demi-human Kachi? Su Balian covered her mouth, her face full of shock. Huang Mingyuan, who was standing by, had a look of greedy surprise in his eyes, and an idea came to his mind. He looked at the red flame below and said in a voice that energy fluctuation has at least SS-level potential. Brother Mingyuan, are you serious? An SS-level Imperial Spirit actually appeared here? Why didn't we hear about it before? I'm afraid it's a card-drawing opportunity obtained through some channel. Few people would know about the Imperial Spirit drawn in this situation. Huang Mingyuan said, turning to look at Su Balian, with a calculating look in his eyes. Bai Lian, look at how young he is, and his figure is similar to that of Chen Li before. Why don't you find a chance to give it a try, just like you did to Chen Li before? Brother Mingyuan, you are so bad. You pushed me towards another man again. Su Balian pretended to be angry and hit Huang Mingyuan. Although she said that, there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. She looked at Qi Yan and rubbed her fingers intentionally or unintentionally, having already made a plan in her mind. After the Thunder Leopard was dealt with, the Burning Sky Queen looked at the black armored turtle and the poisonous mist snake beside her. At this time, the black-shelled turtle was still trying to resist the flames, but its hard shell had already cracked into several pieces. The poisonous fog snake was even worse off, as it was affected by the explosion of its own poisonous fog and half of its body was unable to move. I give up. The woman in the red dress suddenly spoke and wanted to take back her Imperial Spirit on the spot. Seeing this, the strong man next to him immediately admitted defeat. But Chen Li didn't seem to intend to give them this opportunity. You guys said before that you wouldn't hold back. Blame yourselves if you want to blame someone. Chen Li spoke calmly and commanded the Empress to instantly deal with the two people's spirits. Almost instantly, cheers and curses erupted from the stands. The lucky winner fainted on the spot due to excitement, while the gambler who lost money overturned the tables and chairs in frustration, and the noise from the entire arena almost blew the roof off. Chen Li didn't say a word. After taking back the Burning Sky Empress, he turned around and walked off the stage. Zhao Kuan came from the other end of the competition channel, jogging with a black and gold card in his hand. Brother Chen, the 1 million prize is all here. Our arena isn't just here, we also have branches in other cities. The boss said if there's a chance to work together in the future, please be sure to contact us. Thank you. Chen Li nodded, took the black card and was about to leave when a system prompt sounded in his mind. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +1, current intimacy 20. When intimacy reaches the initial acceptance stage, attribute sharing is unlocked 20%. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, and he clearly felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. His originally thin arms suddenly had smooth muscle lines, his steps were like walking on the wind, and even his vision became much clearer. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Is this the intimacy bonus of an SSS-level Imperial Spirit? Intimacy, as the name suggests, is the intimacy between the Spirit Master and the Spirit. After the intimacy increases, the Spirit can give various feedback to the Spirit Master. Some are certain attribute points, and some are some equipment. However, this was the first time Chen Li had heard of attribute sharing like that of the Empress. He stopped, looked at Zhao Kuan and asked, do you sell flame demon cores and scarlet spirit black iron here? I need some. Zhao Kuan's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Yes, brother, yes. Our boss just received a batch of advanced materials some time ago. He leaned closer to Chen Li and lowered his voice, you're one of us, so I'll give you the purchase price. The flame demon core is 12,000 each, and the Scarlet Spirit Mysterious Iron is 9,000 apiece. This price is at least 20% cheaper than the Yuling Center. Chen Li was a little tempted. The price was indeed good. Give me 3 flame demon cores and 5 pieces of Scarlet Spirit Black Iron. Zhao Kuan patted his chest and said, no problem, I'll take you there right away. Chapter 010 Pre-Exam Rating, Taboo Level Trial. After getting the materials from the black market warehouse, Chen Li paid 81,000 yuan with a credit card, put away the bag containing the Flame Demon Core and Red Spirit Black Iron, and left the black market. Just as he walked out of the door, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw a message notification from the class group popped up on the screen. It was a notification from the head teacher to all members. Urgent notice to all members, the rules for this year's Gaokao have changed. A pre-exam assessment is required. All students must be on campus today and tomorrow. Take the final pre-exam assessment test. Your test results will directly impact your Gaokao. Absentees will be deemed to have forfeited their qualification. The trials are divided into 4 levels. Choose the level that best suits your situation. After completing the trials, you will receive a corresponding rating. It's important to remember that your rating will affect your college entrance exam. Chenli opened the group chat, and dozens of messages appeared instantly. Fatty Wang, there are new rules for this year's college entrance exam? So I spent so much time preparing for last year's rules, and now I'm just a clown? Wang Shanshan, I heard that this assessment will affect the geographical factors of the subsequent college entrance examination, but I don't know what the specific factors are. Zhang Hao, come to think of it, if this is the case, shouldn't Chenli also come to participate? He doesn't even have his imperial spirit anymore, so he probably wouldn't dare to come, right? Luyu, I haven't seen Chenli for over a day. I guess he's been hiding in his basement crying all day. After all, he just got dumped. Huang Mingyuan, stop spamming me, you bunch of losers. Wait till tomorrow to see me speedrun the forbidden trial. I'll get an S-rank rating then. Su Balian, brother Mingyuan is amazing. Unlike some people, they're probably still crying right now. Chenli's fingertips slid across the screen, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This woman is really disgusting. Such a blatant mockery of oneself. He put away his phone and looked towards the school in the distance. Since the rating will affect the college entrance examination, he naturally has to go. Moreover, this trial seems to be of the same type as the secret realm, which means that you can level up within the trial. This kind of official secret realm has monsters of appropriate levels and rich experience points, which is just right for upgrading the Burning Sky Queen. I'll save the money I have now and try to break through to the third level later. If you want to gain more advantages in the college entrance examination, the higher the level of your spirit control, the better. He hailed a taxi, told the school address, and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. It was Huang Mingyuan's message tagging himself. I have to thank you, Chenli, for your S-level spirit master. Without your months of hard work and training, I really wouldn't be able to be certified as an intermediate spirit master so quickly. Thank you for taking such good care of Yuling. You have worked so hard. Remember to claim the red envelope I sent you. Su Balian received a message from the back. Brother Mingyuan, this is called strong ability. Unlike some people who work hard to cultivate the imperial spirit, but in the end, they are not doing wedding clothes for others. The group was unusually silent. Many students saw the message, but no one dared to say anything. Not long after, Chenli suddenly saw the class teacher Qin Mo withdraw the information about Huang Mingyuan and Su Balian. Qin Mo, your actions are skirting the law. There are strict legal regulations for transferring imperial spirits. If Chenli makes a big deal out of this, not only will your grading test be cancelled, but your college entrance exam qualification will also be revoked. Chenli looked at the message from teacher Qin Mo and smiled faintly. The head teacher has provided himself with a way to fight back. However, it seems that it is no longer useful to him now. So what if he falls behind by a few months? He can still catch up and surpass others. He put away his phone and the taxi just happened to stop at the school gate. After paying and getting off the bus, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Quite a few students had gathered in front of the teaching building, discussing the trial rules in groups of 3 or 4. When they saw him, many people paused for a moment, their eyes filled with curiosity and contempt. He really came? How can he participate in the trial without a spirit? Is it up to the spirit master to fight in hand-to-hand combat? I guess he came to thank Teacher Qin. After all, everyone in Teacher Qin's group spoke so strongly for him. Huang Mingyuan just scolded him like that. I guess there's going to be some fun to watch. Chenli walked straight through the crowd without looking around. As soon as I reached the stairs, I ran into Qin Mo coming towards me. Qin Mo was holding a stack of trial registration forms in his hand, and was obviously stunned when he saw him appear. Chenli, why are you here? Wasn't your imperial spirit tricked away by classmate Su Balian? Chenli nodded and said, Teacher Qin, I actually drew 2 cards, and the S-level 1000-star crane was just one of them. He didn't want to expose his system, so he made up a lie. Dual cards? You mean the one with a 1 in 100,000 chance of having a double card? Qin Mo pushed his glasses, as if he remembered something. This kind of incident has indeed occurred, and the specific reason is not clear. We only know that when drawing cards, there is an extremely small probability of 2 cards or even 3 cards appearing at the same time. So, this means that you actually have another imperial spirit? Yeah. Chenli nodded. Qin Mo looked at Chenli and saw that he looked calm and didn't seem to be lying. Good boy, you hit it well enough? Good. As long as you have the imperial spirit. This rating is a perfect opportunity for you. Shin Mo handed the trial registration form to Chenli. Choose a suitable level, don't force yourself. Watching Chenli take the registration form, Shin Mo suddenly remembered something and asked again. What's the potential level of your other imperial spirit? Chenli took the form, which listed the 4 levels of the pre-exam rating test. Basic, Elite, Difficult, Taboo. Without hesitation, he wrote his name on the taboo level immediately. Wait a minute. That's the forbidden level. It's prepared for students above S level. Shin Mo almost dropped the water cup in his hand when he saw the space filled in by Chenli. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized something. Could your other imperial spirit also be S rank? Chenli nodded again. Since the other party thought so, he naturally didn't need to explain. Alright. You kid. You have 2 cards, and they're both S rank. If it weren't for this trial, you were planning to wait until the college entrance exam to let me know. Forget it. Shin Mo wanted to ask something else, but seeing so many students waiting downstairs, he didn't ask anymore. It just so happens that the 4 secret trial realms have been opened. They are just upstairs. You can go up first. Shin Mo waved his hand, then turned and left. Chenli did not hesitate at all. At this moment he had to race against time. He immediately took a step forward, went upstairs and headed straight for the entrance to the forbidden secret realm. Chapter 011, the field is infinitely refreshed, and the 3rd level monsters are vulnerable. Shin Mo went downstairs with the registration form, and the students who were gathered downstairs immediately rushed up. Teacher, I want to sign up for the elite level trial. Teacher, I want to sign up for the ordinary level. Shin Mo saw the scene and shouted on the spot, come one by one. In an instant, the students lined up in an orderly manner and filled in their names on the registration form one by one. At first, no one paid attention to the names on other registration forms and just filled in their own names. Suddenly, someone noticed that the words Chenli were clearly written on a registration form for a forbidden level trial. Chenli? He signed up for the forbidden class? Isn't his imperial spirit gone? He's going to die if he reports to the forbidden level. Is he desperate about life? The discussion grew louder and louder, even attracting students from other classes. Chenli's reputation as the king of dog lickers had already been known to other classes, and for a while the entire senior class was talking about him. At this time, a burst of arrogant laughter was heard. Huang Mingyuan hugged Su Balian and walked through the crowd, followed by several followers. What are you arguing about? Why do I hear there's something going on about Chenli? Did this kid get into trouble again? Tell me and make me laugh. Huang Mingyuan walked into the crowd and saw the name on the taboo level registration form clearly. Chenli? He actually dared to sign up for the forbidden level trial? Does he think he's still the Chenli who possesses an S-level imperial spirit? Bai Lian, I'm afraid his heart has been broken by you, and he's ready to go in and die. Su Balian leaned over to take a look, then covered her mouth and giggled. The followers behind him laughed. Brother Huang is right. He'll probably be crying and begging Teacher Qin to save him soon. Huang Mingyuan puffed out his chest proudly and summoned the 1,000-star crane. The moment the 1,000-star crane spread its starlight wings, it attracted a burst of exclamations from the surrounding students. He touched the 1,000-star crane and boasted, see? The S-class 1,000-star crane is in my hands now. Never mind if it's a forbidden class. Even if there's an extra purgatory, I'll still go through it. Brother Mingyuan is amazing. I'll cheer you on. I wish Brother Mingyuan a speedy clearance of the trial realm. Huang Mingyuan became more and more proud of himself and immediately wrote his name on the taboo level registration form. Then he hugged Su Balian and went upstairs. At this time, in the forbidden level trial secret realm, Chenli was standing in a dark forest. As soon as I stepped into the secret realm, an interface appeared in front of me. Taboo trial begins. Current area, outskirts of the demonic wolf lair. Please reach the core area within 5 hours and kill the rank 3 elite demonic wolf king. Elite level? Chenli frowned slightly. The so-called elite level is the division of combat power between monsters of the same level. Starting from the elite, then the general level, then the king level, and finally the emperor level. Among monsters of the same level, the elite is weaker than the general is weaker than the king, and the emperor is the strongest. As expected of an S-rank trial, the final boss is actually a rank 3 elite monster. Shenli moved his feet and scanned the area. The surrounding trees were twisted like ghost claws, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, with a faint special smell that made people feel physically uncomfortable. Shenli had just taken 2 steps forward when a low roar suddenly came from the grass beside him, and 3 very strong second-level magic wolves rushed out. "You've come just in time." Shenli's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand and shouted softly, "Fentian Empress." The red flames suddenly erupted, and the figure of the burning Sky Queen instantly solidified in the flames. The 3 demon wolves stopped in unison the moment she appeared, with instinctive fear flashing in their eyes. The next moment, a heat wave surged around the Empress's body, and a red flame shot out like a living thing, accurately hitting the 3 demon wolves. Ouch! The demon wolves howled miserably and struggled to put out the flames, but the flames seemed like sacred fire and could not be extinguished at all. Soon, they were completely engulfed by flames. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Level 1, Level 2. Intimacy +1 currently 21. Shenli looked at the level up reminder on the panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As expected, a lot of experience can be gained by killing enemies above your level. In this way, while he is conquering the secret realm of trial, he will be able to raise the Empress's level to the maximum and try to advance. Thinking of this, he immediately continued to go deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, he finally encountered the monster again. But this time, the number of monsters was surprisingly large. 3, 6, 10, there are so many? They broke into the nest so quickly? Perhaps influenced by the Burning Sky Empress, he became unconsciously excited when he saw the pairs of eyes in the darkness. Fentian Empress, a quick and decisive battle. As you command, Master. The Burning Sky Empress opened her red lips slightly, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the red flame formed a long sword in her hand and swung out with her arm. The long sword turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the wolves, instantly exploding into flames all over the sky. Within a few minutes, more than a dozen demon wolves were wiped out. It's a pity that these demon wolves seem to be young, only at the first level, and don't have much experience. The Burning Sky Empress gains experience. Shenli looked towards where the wolves were gathering and caught a glimpse of the scene deeper inside. There seemed to be stronger energy fluctuations there, obviously in the direction of the final boss, the Demon Wolf King. It seems this is just an appetizer, the real tough battle is yet to come. Shenli quickened his pace and walked quickly towards the deeper part with the Burning Sky Queen. It took quite a while, during which time several first and second level monsters were dealt with, raising the Burning Sky Queen's level to Level 1, Level 3. As we went deeper into the forest, the light became dimmer and the smell of blood in the air became extremely strong. Shenli had just walked around a big tree when he suddenly heard a cracking sound. The next moment, several even larger demon wolves suddenly jumped out from the bushes in front. A third-level monster. Just in time. Shenli's eyes flashed, and the next moment the Burning Sky Empress was already in front of him. Red flames filled the sky. The Empress immediately received the order, and a fire field with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly expanded, instantly illuminating the dark forest into daytime. The high temperatures caused the surrounding trees to continue burning, creating more areas that fueled the flames. The third-level magic wolves that had just pounced were affected by the field, and their eyes changed slightly. But it seemed that because the level difference was too big, they were not as afraid of the red fire as before. Ah! The leading demon wolf roared, and the other demon wolves roared in unison. All of a sudden, all the demon wolves attacked again and rushed towards Shenli. You actually knew to attack the Spirit Master first? Shenli was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted and ordered the Empress to come back to him. Seeing them rushing towards him, Shenli slowly gave the order. Deal with them. Yes. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the Empress's eyes. Only an enemy of this level could make her feel a little excited. The Empress's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and the long sword transformed from the red flame kept slashing out, and each swing accurately hit the vital point of the demon wolf. Screams rang out one after another. As the red flame sky domain was about to end, the first demon wolf was killed. In an instant, the domain time was reset, and the power of the Empress returned to its peak again. Chapter 012, Raise your hand and instantly kill the elite. Advance. Second level Empress. At the moment the domain was reset, the red flame surged, completely enveloping the remaining third-level magic wolves. The figure of the Burning Sky Empress shuttled back and forth in the sea of fire, and every time she swung a sword, it was accompanied by a tragic wail. Ouch! As the last third-level demon wolf was eliminated by the Empress, the battle finally came to an end. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Stage 1, Level 7. Intimacy +2 currently 23. Chenli looked at the level up reminder panel with a smile on his face. The terrifying range of this red flame, coupled with the feature of resetting upon kill, is definitely a bug-like existence among all the Imperial spirits. Let's go, we should be here soon. He touched the corpses of the demon wolves and found no rare materials, so he left and continued to move deeper into the core area. After some time passed, he finally felt the strong energy fluctuation getting closer. It's almost there. The demon wolf King Zora is just ahead. Chenli quickened his pace and passed through the last forest, and the view in front of him suddenly opened up. In an open space filled with bones, a third-level elite demon wolf king was crawling above. Its entire body was covered in silver-gray fur, and a sharp horn on its forehead exuded terrifying power. Its black vertical pupils flashed with murderous intent, and just by crawling motionlessly, it emitted a suffocating pressure. It is indeed an elite monster. Feeling the pressure, Chenli's eyes flashed, and he immediately called the Burning Sky Queen. The demon wolf king also noticed his presence and slowly stood up from the bones. His huge body was several times stronger than that of a third-level demon wolf, and one of his claws alone could cover the sky and the sun. A light press of his right claw on the bones could crush a large amount of bones. Ouch! With a roar, the surrounding demon wolf minions gathered together instantly, and Chenli was instantly surrounded. However, this is a bad thing for other spirit masters, but for him, it is a good thing that can infinitely refresh the domain. The Burning Sky Empress. Red flames fill the sky. After the level is increased, the skill range of the Burning Sky Queen has also been improved to a certain extent. Even more terrifying high temperatures spread out from her, instantly burning all the demon wolves below level 2 in the distance to ashes. The characteristics of the war-loving Emperor Flame are constantly triggered, and the Empress always remains in the best condition. When the demon wolf king saw his little brother being killed, he roared in anger and pounced towards Chenli with his huge body. The right claw slapped towards him with a wind strong enough to tear the air, and a terrifying energy condensed. Don't hurt the master. The Burning Sky Queen flashed and immediately used the giant sword transformed from red flames to block Chenli. At the same time, the surrounding flames suddenly formed several walls of fire, trapping the demon wolf king like a cage. Realizing he was trapped, the demon wolf king violently rammed the wall of fire. His terrifying body endured the severe burning pain and actually managed to knock a hole in the musket. However, all this seemed to have been expected by Chenli. Now! The Burning Sky Empress understood what she meant, and the red flames once again condensed into a sharp giant flaming sword, which instantly stabbed towards the demon wolf king. Sizzle! The flaming giant's sword instantly sank into the throat of the demon wolf king. He couldn't even let out a final howl before his breath weakened significantly. Time is precious. Kill it immediately. Chenli gave the order, and the Burning Sky Empress nodded slightly. Cut down with one sword. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Level 1, Max Level. Level has reached the maximum, the spirit can be advanced. Intimacy +4 currently 27. The demon wolf king's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and his black vertical pupils completely dispersed. However, there were still some unsolved fish around who were trying to counterattack. Seeing this, Chenli immediately ordered the Burning Sky Queen. Solve it cleanly and don't leave any hidden dangers. Yes, master. The figure of the Burning Sky Empress kept shuttling back and forth in the sea of fire until the cooling of the crimson flames ended, but its duration had not yet ended. The current level is full and no experience can be gained. Current. While the Burning Sky Queen was cleaning up the remaining demon wolves, Chenli walked forward and bent down to pick up the items dropped by the demon wolf king. A third-level shadow magic core. There is also a pair of Wolf King's claws that were never used during his lifetime. And a small tuft of the Wolf King's mane shining with silver light. The drops from elite monsters are indeed rich. These are worth tens of thousands of Disha coins. He put the materials into his backpack, thinking that these things might come in handy later. At this time, the domain of the Burning Sky Empress dissipated, and the surroundings became quiet. Master, everything has been resolved. Chenli nodded, then pointed to the open space in front of him. Let's advance here. There was no one else to interfere in the secret trial realm, and the monsters had been cleared out, so it was obviously the best place to advance. He took out the Flame Demon Core and Scarlet Spirit Black Iron bought on the black market from his backpack and handed them to the Burning Sky Queen. Let's start advancing. He took the initiative to step back, leaving enough space for the Burning Sky Empress. The Burning Sky Empress took the advanced materials and nodded slightly, and a strong red light instantly burst out from her body. The next moment, 3 fire demon cores floated up and transformed into 3 balls of bright red flames that merged into her body. The 5 pieces of red spirit iron turned into balls of light and attached to her skin. As time passed, they gradually merged and penetrated into her skin. Buzz. As time went by, Shenli could clearly feel that the power of the Burning Sky Queen was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Behind her, the huge phoenix shadow appeared again. As countless abilities merged into her body, the light surrounding the Burning Sky Empress suddenly dimmed. She slowly opened her eyes, and flames seemed to be dancing in her red pupils. Her aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. The Burning Sky Empress successfully advanced. Current level, Level 2, Level 1. Spirit Control Skill, Burning Heaven Prison has been unlocked. Intimacy +5 currently 32. Materials required for the next level, Purgatory Fire Wings 4, Burning Heaven Spirit Fire 3, Hell Demon Bone 3. Advanced conditions, Intimacy reaches 40. Shenli looked at the material requirements on the panel and felt a little worried. He boasted that he had a pretty good understanding of the Imperial Spirit and could use these 3 materials, but he only knew one of them. And just this kind of thing is so difficult to obtain that it is hellish. Take your time, and you'll eventually collect them all. Without a sigh, he immediately opened the system interface and said, check out the new skills. Chapter 013 Hidden Trial. 3 General Level Monsters. Burning Heaven Prison Restricted Skills. Core effect, the Burning Sky Empress condenses a crimson flame chain, locking onto the target to form a prison of flames, enveloping both the target and herself. The target cannot leave the area, and external enemies cannot enter. Feature 1, Prison Spirit, all skill effects of the target within the cage are greatly suppressed, making it impossible to summon companions or use displacement skills, and its movement speed becomes slowed. Feature 2, Burning Heaven Sacred Body, the Burning Heaven Empress in the cage gains a huge damage reduction effect. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Restricted skills? Looking at the skill introduction, Shenli's eyes lit up. He took a quick look and immediately understood the power of this skill. Although this skill does not have much offensive power, its important point is that after it is released, it can forcibly create a one-on-one space. If you are surrounded or in crisis, this skill will work wonders. After killing the Demon Wolf King, this should be the end, right? The skill panel disappeared in front of Shenli's eyes, and suddenly the entire open space began to shake violently. Countless bones rolled down, and the loud sound of trees breaking came from the distant forest. A power fluctuation that was several times more terrifying than the Demon Wolf King appeared from 3 directions at the same time. In an instant, an angle was formed, surrounding him. The trialist easily killed the Demon Wolf King in seconds. The trialist's ability was not fully assessed. The hidden trial begins. Please kill 3 general-level monsters within 20 minutes. The voice from the sky carried a rapid warning, and Shenli's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard it. What does that mean? Did the secret realm feel it hadn't yet unleashed its full power? So it forcibly summoned 3 more powerful monsters? A 3rd-level general-level monster? Or 3 of them? Shenli's heart suddenly sank. If the Burning Sky Queen had not just advanced to the 2nd level, she would have been exhausted after the battle and would not be able to deal with these 3 monsters. But fortunately, the Empress successfully advanced and unlocked new skills. It's a good time to try out the effects of the new skills. Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow rushed out from the forest on the right. The monster stretched out countless thick vines, and its roots moved underground at a terrifying speed. On the other side, the rock wall collapsed with a loud bang, and a rock giant several meters tall stepped out. Finally, there was a flicker of fire, and an elemental monster made purely of flames flew over quickly. Deal with that rotten ivy tree demon first. Shenli wasn't frightened by the oppressive aura. Instead, he made a quick decision, Empress, lock it up with the Burning Heaven Prison. The Burning Sky Empress nodded, and with a flick of her fingertips, 2 red flame chains suddenly shot out, accurately entangling the 3rd-level general-level rotten ivy tree demon. The next moment, the tree demon's body was suddenly pulled closer, and in an instant the fire prison cage took shape, trapping it, the Empress, and Shenli inside. The giant rock statue outside suddenly rushed towards the cage, but was bounced back by a terrifying force. It immediately let out a deafening roar, and its huge fists repeatedly smashed against the cage wall with a sound of breaking wind. The red flame chain trembled violently after being hit, but it still locked the space tightly without even a crack. At this time, inside the cage, the skill characteristics of the Burning Sky Empress triggered the Rotten Ivy Tree Demon, and just as it was about to resist, the energy fluctuations on its body suddenly became disordered. The extension speed of the vines, which were originally able to spread for hundreds of meters, suddenly slowed down, and the newly grown branches turned into charred ashes the moment they touched the flame chain. Empress, attack his core. Otherwise he will grow infinitely. The Burning Sky Empress's red eyes condensed, and flames suddenly condensed in her palm. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, and her figure flashed by like a stream of red light, avoiding the poisonous vines thrown by the rotten vine tree demon, and accurately blasted the flames at the slightly trembling green core on its trunk. The rotten vine tree demon made a strange, shrill sound, its huge body trembled violently, and countless vines attacked the cage frantically, as if it was struggling in its death throes. Time is limited, give it a final blow. Shenli issued an order, and the Empress turned her wrist, and several more balls of flame emerged. Boom! This time, the red flame instantly ignited the trunk of the rotten vine tree monster and immediately spread along the trunk to its entire body. The green light of the tree demon quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Empress dodged the last attack, and its last bit of life also dissipated. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang and turned into charred charcoal and countless red flames, leaving only a walnut-sized tree demon core. Shenli reached out and grabbed it, putting it away. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Level 2, Stage 2. Intimacy +1 currently 33. Upgraded again? Shenli was a little surprised when he saw the upgrade reminder. Level 0 and Level 1 belong to the novice stage, so it is normal to upgrade quickly. But after reaching the second level, the upgrade speed will drop sharply. Some spirit masters can advance to the first level in 3 days, but when they reach the second level, they may not be able to advance to the next level even in 30 days. It seems that the experience of these general level monsters is very terrifying. Shenli became interested. He originally thought that it would be difficult for him to train the Empress to the third level before the college entrance examination, but now it seems that it is not impossible. 17 minutes left. The Empress will immediately start dealing with the other two monsters. Shenli ordered the Empress to leave the cage and attack the other two monsters, while he himself stayed in the cage and waited for good news. When these monsters reach a certain level, they will develop intelligence. If they find that the Spirit Master is in the front position, they will attack the Spirit Master without hesitation. Therefore, being in the cage is Shenli's best choice at the moment. Outside the cage, the Burning Sky Empress dodged the stone fist of the rock giant, and the red flame condensed into a long sword in her palm again. The Colossus's stone fist smashed into the ground, instantly stirring up countless pieces of rubble. It turned and roared, trying to punch the Empress again. The next moment, the Empress tapped her toes and flew into the air, avoiding the punch while gathering momentum with her sword, pointing directly at the core of the Colossus. Bang! With a loud bang, the sword only left a small wound on the giant. Inside the cage, Shenli sensed this and was surprised. As expected, it is a rock colossus known for its defense. Attack his weak joints. As long as he can't attack, we can quickly eliminate him. Shenli reminded her, and the Empress understood and immediately launched another attack. Soon, the long sword accurately pierced the neck of the giant, and the terrifying flames flowed into it along the blade, and countless cracks appeared in an instant. The Colossus roared in pain and twisted its body wildly in an attempt to attack the Empress. However, due to excessive movement, the cracks became larger and larger. The Empress took the opportunity to draw her sword again and cut off his head with one stroke. Afterwards, she cut off the Colossus's limbs in the same way. Ultimately, an immovable boulder is left behind. The Empress controlled the red flames and continuously attacked the core of the boulder, and soon completely eliminated it. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Level 2, Level 3. Intimacy +2 currently 35. After dealing with the stone statue, the time limit of the Burning Sky prison was reached. Shenli walked out of the prison and looked at the fire element in the distance. This fire element has been hesitant to approach, seemingly suppressed by your flames, Empress. It's just right, let's try out Qi Yen Mi Tian's absorption ability. The Burning Sky Empress. Red flames fill the sky. Chapter 014. The trial is over, Subalian wants to use the same trick again? The red flame field suddenly unfolded, and the energy around the Burning Sky Empress surged. The fire element in the distance sensed the surge of fire energy, but instinctively showed fear and turned around to escape. Want to run? Chen Li's eyes were stern. Empress, lead it into your territory. The burning sky empress flashed, and instantly extended her domain to encompass the fire element. The next moment, the fire element let out a terrified scream. The characteristic of eternal fire was triggered, and the flame energy in its body was stripped away and swallowed by the empress at a terrifying speed. Soon, the flame of the fire element dimmed and eventually turned into a ball of flame, dissipating between heaven and earth. The burning sky empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Stage 2, Level 4. Intimacy +1 currently 36. As the last monster was dealt with, the tremors in the entire open space were completely calmed. Then, a reminder from the secret realm came from the sky. Hidden trial completed perfectly. Comprehensive rating generated. I didn't expect to trigger the hiding, but luckily I got through it. Shenli put away the fire element core. The burning sky queen walked over to him, her red eyes filled with a hint of fighting spirit. Master, you command well. Shenli was stunned when he heard this. It was really strange that the other party would thank him. You are strong enough. Okay, we should go out. Before Shenli finished speaking, a white light flashed before his eyes. The next moment, there was a noise in my ears. The entrance to the trial was crowded with students, most of whom were waiting for their companions to finish their tests. When Chen Li's figure emerged from the white light, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and then a discussion about him broke out. He actually made it out alive? Isn't it said that taboo level items can cause death? I'm afraid he quit before even reaching the core area? I told him he couldn't make it without a spirit control, right? You definitely can't pass the level without a spirit. Do you think this is a fantasy novel where your body becomes a saint? He doesn't have any injuries on his body. He must have gotten scared and ran away early. I guess he lost face with Su Balian a few days ago and wanted to show off in the trial to save his reputation? Unfortunately, we are not fools. The laughter continued, but Shenli walked straight through the crowd without looking around. After taking a few steps, he suddenly bumped into Su Balian, who was walking towards him. Su Balian was looking at him, as if waiting for Huang Mingyuan to complete the trial. She had a smile on her face, but after seeing Chen Li, it instantly turned into contempt. Chen Li, why did you come out? Su Balian looked Chen Li up and down, her tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. I thought you were going to stay in there until dark, so that at least you wouldn't be laughed at when you came out. As a result, you don't even have the courage to stay in there for half a day. Several girls around her also laughed at her. Sister Bai Lian, you still expect him to be so powerful? He doesn't even have his imperial spirit anymore. He's lucky to have made it out alive. That's right. Huang is a man who wants to get an S rating. Unlike some people who just sit there and do nothing. Shenli didn't stop, didn't even glance at Su Balian, and walked straight past her. He simply didn't bother to pay attention to such clownish ridicule. Su Balian looked at him treating her like this, and suddenly a nameless anger arose in her heart. This bootlicker who used to obey me in everything actually ignored me like this? Shenli. Just keep pretending. Trash will always be trash for the rest of your life. Shenli had just walked down the teaching building when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Cohen. Brother Chen, a beautiful woman just asked for your contact information. She looks pretty. Would you like me to pass her on to you? Shenli raised his eyebrows and was slightly stunned, then replied. Who? Zhao Cohen replied almost immediately. She said her name was Su Balian, she was about your age, and she wanted to get to know you. Su Balian? Shenli was stunned. This woman actually wants to use the same trick again. She cheated my S-level imperial spirit and she is not satisfied yet. She wants to cheat again? Need not. If possible, don't let her go to the ring area in the future. After reading it, Zhao Kuan immediately replied, I understand. I was just being nosy. This won't happen again. If you need anything, please contact me. I can arrange the materials and the competition. Shenli put away his phone. The sunlight shone on his body, and he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Then he looked up at the school gate and saw Qin Mo seemed to have taken something and was about to come back. Shenli. You actually came out? What happened? Passed, but I didn't look at the rating. Shenli replied directly. Didn't you see it? Just wait a while at the trial entrance and the rating will come out naturally. Didn't you wait? Shin Mo was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled Chenli back. Let's go. Don't worry too much. The difficulty of the taboo level is there. As long as you pass it, your rating will definitely not be lower than A. This time, the college entrance exam, the ratings are very important. How can we not take a look at them? When they returned to the entrance of the trial, the classmates couldn't help but sigh when they saw Chenli coming back. Shin Mo brought Chenli directly to the rating screen nearby. I'll look for it, Chenli. Shin Mo looked for Chenli among the students' names on the screen. Soon, I saw Chenli's name. He just took a look and his eyes suddenly showed excitement. Clearance time, 2 hours and 17 minutes. Overall rating. SSS level. SSS level? How is that possible? Isn't the Forbidden Trial's highest rating S level? It seems like Chenli has been in there for quite some time. How can he be rated SSS even after such a long time? The crowd exploded when they heard this. The students who had mocked Chenli before turned pale and opened their mouths but could not speak. Some people didn't believe it, rubbed their eyes and personally confirmed the name and rating on the screen, and immediately gasped. How is this possible? Does he have other imperial spirits? At this moment, the white light of the secret realm lit up again. Huang Mingyuan was injured, but had a smug smile on his face. A forbidden secret realm is just like this. It's easy to control. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the commotion nearby. At this time, Su Balian walked up to him and greeted him with a smile. Brother Mingyuan. Congratulations on passing the trial. You have obtained the S-level rating. Huang Mingyuan smiled and put his arm around Su Balian's waist, with a smug look on his face. What happened over there? Huang Mingyuan suddenly saw the commotion on Chenli's side. It seems that Chenli's rating has come out. Chenli? Didn't he enter the forbidden secret realm? How could he, a spirit master without a spirit, pass through it? Huang Mingyuan's face was full of disbelief. After all, the spirit in his hand was the 1,000-star crane that Chenli had painstakingly cultivated for several months, right? Immediately, he hugged Su Balian and walked up to her with a smile. I didn't expect a loser like you could even clear the level? But it must be a fluke, right? What rating? It's really good to have an A rank, even though it's a little worse than mine. Talking and laughing, Huang Mingyuan quickly came to Shin Mo and Chenli. The next moment, he saw the eye-catching words SSS level on the screen, and the smile on his face froze instantly. This is impossible. Chapter 015 Su Balian falls into doubt. Absolutely impossible. Huang Mingyuan's face suddenly turned ashen. There must be something wrong with the system. He doesn't even have a spirit control, how could he possibly pass the forbidden level trial? Even if he has a royal spirit. Why can he get an SSS level rating? My S rank 1,000-star crane. I cleared every monster in the trial and even cleared the level 2 minutes faster than him. Why am I only rated S rank? Shin Mo. Are you biased towards Chenli? Shin Mo's face darkened when he saw the student calling him by name. Huang Mingyuan. Watch your words. The trial system is directly supervised by the Dragon Kingdom Yuling headquarters, and the entire process is monitored without blind spots. How could there be any problem? He pointed to the detailed assessment report on the screen and said in a resounding voice. Look carefully. Not only did Chenli kill the Tier 3 elite demon Wolf King within an hour and a half of the trial, he also triggered a hidden trial. He slew 3 Tier 3 general level monsters in 20 minutes. On the other hand, you only narrowly defeated the Tier 3 elite demon Wolf King in the final minutes. Upon hearing this, the students around came over and gasped when they saw that the evaluation report on the screen was exactly what the teacher said. Reaching the core area in an hour and a half? And taking out 3 general level monsters in 20 minutes? No wonder it's SSS rated. I was wondering how the gap could be so huge. So there's a hidden trial? Huang Mingyuan was so arrogant, I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out there's such a huge gap between him and Chenli. I originally thought that Chenli, the king of licking dogs, was seeking his own death. I didn't expect that he actually had this ability. Where did his imperial spirit come from? Could it also be S rank? That's impossible. Huang Mingyuan's eyes were filled with jealousy. He must have stolen someone else's imperial spirit. Otherwise, how could he possibly? Teacher Chin, I have something I want to ask you. Can we talk in my office? Shenli finally spoke, but the person he was talking to was not Huang Mingyuan. Chin Mo nodded immediately after hearing this. Of course, no problem, let's go to the office and talk. The two quickly left the trial entrance, leaving Huang Mingyuan and Su Balian frozen in place. Su Balian looked at Chen Li's disappearing back, feeling mixed emotions. She subconsciously wanted to reach out to keep him, but ultimately she was unable to do so. She suddenly thought of Chen Li, who stayed up late to queue up to buy resources for him, stayed up late to clear dungeons, and was always available at his beck and call. Thinking of her behavior towards Huang Mingyuan and Chen Li, an unshakable thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Could it be that what she missed was not a young man's heart, but an opportunity that would allow her to stand at the top? She murmured to herself, her eyes a little dazed, and for the first time she began to doubt whether her original choice was wrong. In the office, Shin Mo poured a glass of water for Chen Li, his face showing unconcealed admiration. Chen Li, you really gave me a huge surprise this time. SSS-level rating. It is said that there are only a handful of such people in the entire Dragon Country. Because you lost your S-rank Imperial Spirit, the school transferred you back to the regular class. I have just contacted the principal and applied for you to apply for the opportunity to return to the elite class. Thank you, Teacher Chin. Shenli took the cup of water but shook his head. I'm not here for the elite class this time. I want to ask you for some advice on how to obtain some materials. Shin Mo was stunned and immediately realized that the spirit control possessed by the young man in front of him was probably about to be advanced. What materials do you want to ask about? They should be prepared for the Imperial Spirit, right? Shenli nodded, and then reported the name of the material he had already memorized. I'd like to ask how to obtain the three materials: Purgatory Fire Wings, Burning Heaven Spirit Fire, and Hell Demon Bone. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Mo's hand, which had just picked up the water cup, trembled suddenly. He stared at Chen Li with wide eyes, the smile on his face suddenly turning into shock. What did you say? Purgatory Fire Wings? Burning Heaven Spirit Fire? Hell Demon Bones? Seeing Chen Li nod affirmatively, Shin Mo's expression became very complicated. It's extremely difficult to collect these three materials. Generally speaking, when advancing to the Imperial Spirit level, only one material will be very difficult to collect, but you. Shin Mo paused, and seeing that Chen Li didn't seem to be lying, he had no choice but to tell what he knew. Purgatory Fire Wings come from the third-tier elite monster, the Hell Moth, and only appear in certain volcanic secret realms. Burning Heaven Spirit Fire is only dropped by certain special fire elementals. And the Hell Demon Bone can only be dropped by killing the third-tier general-level monster, the Hell Demon, which is close to the king level. He looked at Chen Li's childish face and couldn't help but ask, I remember you trained the 1,000-star crane to the third level? Could it be that your other Imperial Spirit will also be at the third level soon? Chen Li nodded in agreement. Although Shin Mo was surprised, he did not ask any more questions. After all, a lot of information about the Spirit Master was private. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, these materials are difficult to obtain. The school's warehouse doesn't have them. Currently, the most likely place to find them is Wanling Pavilion in our city. As a large chain of chambers of commerce, they definitely have more resources and materials than schools. But it's just more, not necessarily everything. You can try your luck. By the way, a special fire-attributed secret realm has recently appeared outside the city. It seems to contain some special fire elements. You can keep an eye on it. However, there are some dangers outside the city. Monsters are rampant, so you must be careful. Thank you for your help, Teacher Chin. Shenli stood up and thanked him. With this information, he had a clue. Shin Mo waved his hand, it's my duty. By the way, do you have enough money? I have some business in the black market and can make a little money. Black market? Shin Mo was stunned. This kid looked so serious, but he was actually connected to the black market. Other teachers can't control you. But don't do anything illegal. I understand, Teacher Chin. Shenli walked out of the office and clenched his fist silently. If he wants to help the Burning Sky Empress break through to the third level, his current capital is definitely not enough. Not to mention the rare third-level materials, even ordinary materials cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each. It seems that the remaining bonus of more than 900,000 yuan is still a long way off. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and contacted Zhao Kuan, the manager of the black market arena. Is there a way to get third-tier rare materials? Or a high-reward arena? Chapter 016, Fight Again in the Arena, Prepare Advanced Materials. Chen Li sent the 3 advanced materials he needed to the other party, and Zhao Kuan replied immediately. These 3 materials are too rare. We don't have them yet. However, a brand just contacted us and wants us to play an exhibition match. The compensation is very high, and if the performance is good, the compensation can be doubled. Exhibition match? Chen Li hesitated for a moment, then quickly agreed, I accept. 20 minutes later, behind the black market arena, Zhao Kuan was pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands. When he saw Chen Li appear, he immediately went to meet him. Brother Chen is finally here. Zhao Kuan enthusiastically pulled Chen Li towards the lounge and said in a low voice. This brand is in the business of spirit materials, and they have a lot of scarce materials on hand. Maybe after this exhibition match, they can directly provide you with the materials you need. As he spoke, he looked Chen Li up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Others may not know, but as the general manager, he knew very well that when Chen Li first came to the arena, the humanoid spirit was only level 0 and even the skills had not been unlocked. But how long had it been? 1 day? And they were already starting to gather materials for the 3rd stage. This upgrade speed is simply unheard of. What does exhibition match mean? Chen Li asked. It's a performance-style arena. No real fighting is required, and no hard hitting is required. It's somewhat similar to the special arena we saw earlier. All you have to do is show off your imperial spirit. The only thing you have to remember is that you have to wear custom-made clothing from the brand. Zhao Kuan was talking when he suddenly thought of something and added, of course, you will still participate under the pseudonym Qiyan. I understand. Chen Li nodded. He and Zhao Kuan chatted in the lounge about some things to pay attention to in the exhibition match. Zhao Kuan then handed over a form. The opponent is a Tier 3, Grade A armored rhino assigned by the brand. A defensive imperial spirit, perfect for highlighting the firepower of your imperial spirit. Remember not to go for the kill, the important thing is to convey the imperial spirit's oppressive power. You know, these brands love this. Yeah, I understand. Then you should rest first. I will let you know when the time comes later. Zhao Kuan smiled and quickly left the lounge. Chen Li originally thought that he could take a break for a while, but he didn't expect that Zhao Kuan would push the door in again after just 10 minutes. Brother Chen, are you ready? The brand's people are already in the VIP seats. They're just waiting for you to make your debut. Zhao Kuan was holding a bright red combat uniform with a somewhat childish vibe, embroidered with flame patterns and the brand's logo. This is custom-made clothing from the brand. Once you put it on, you're ready to go on stage. Chen Li took the clothes with a strange expression. If it were in the past, he would never wear it no matter what. This pattern and this bright red color are simply an explosion of shame. But now, he has become a slave to money. Never mind. He quickly changed his clothes, but the fabric was surprisingly light, and he could even vaguely feel a hint of the affinity of the fire element in it. It's quite appropriate. He moved a little and looked at Zhao Kuan. I can play now. No problem. Follow me. Everything is ready over there. At this time, the host's excited voice came from the radio outside. Tianyantang Spirit Materials. A century-old brand. Helping you to advance your spirit control skills with even greater power. Now, let's give you the warmest applause. Please welcome tonight's special guest. A dark horse powerhouse who surpassed his level and instantly killed 3 spirit control masters. Shi Yan. In the stands, deafening cheers instantly erupted, and many people waved their arms and shouted, Shi Yan. Shi Yan. Chen Li put on a mask and followed Zhao Kuan out of the passage. The bright red combat uniform gleams under the spotlight. Although the pattern is a bit childish, it is indeed in line with the brand's preferences. He came to the center of the ring, slowly stopped, and moved his fingertips slightly. Buzz. A red magic circle instantly lit up under his feet. Those spectators who had seen Chen Li's boxing matches were now looking forward to it. The figure of the burning sky empress slowly solidified in the red flames. The fiery red hair fell like a waterfall, and the red flames around the body surged and swept over. The mere presence of his presence caused the temperature of the arena to soar, and even the air around him became slightly distorted. Hiss. What? What kind of imperial spirit is this? From the subhuman card pool? Such a terrifying aura. What a sense of oppression. This ad was spot on. In the VIP seats, Tianyantang boss Lin Ye's eyes flashed and he nodded to the assistant beside him. This strength is indeed worthy of our brand. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the heavy figure of a third-level A-grade armored rhinoceros slowly walked out from the secret passage on the other side. The body, which is over 2 meters tall, is covered with a silver shell, and faint energy patterns appear all over the body. It shook its head, and its spirit master walked out beside it. This is the host shouting excitedly. Sponsored by Tianyan Hall, the exhibition match has officially begun. Let's see just how much suppressive power Chian's flame spirit can display. After the armored rhinoceros and its spirit master walked onto the stage, they immediately took the initiative to attack Chenli. Chenli had already communicated with the Empress before, and the other party knew that this was just a show match. Although she was somewhat reluctant to restrict herself, she agreed for the sake of her master. Red flames filled the sky. The burning sky Empress opened her red lips slightly, and a red flame field suddenly unfolded. After reaching the second level, the territory of red flame expanded by double, and its power was also different from before. In an instant, the heat wave swept across the entire stands. The spectators in the front row subconsciously leaned back to avoid it, and many people even sweated all over from the heat. Holy crap! What's the scope of this area? Can a second-level Imperial Spirit have this level of energy? This Imperial Spirit is terrifying. Look at the armored rhinoceros shell. It's actually smoking. Oh my god. Tianyantang is making a killing. I feel like this ad is really going to make them famous. There were discussions in the stands, and the audience who were originally holding 2 Yao all stood up and looked at the center of the ring in surprise. Red flames surrounded the Empress, and every flame revealed a terrifying pressure. Ironclad Rhino. Use your horn to charge. The armored rhinoceros received the command, and the patterns on its silver shell suddenly lit up, and it rushed out in an instant with its 4 limbs pushing off the ground. With the sound of breaking wind, he rushed straight towards the burning sky Empress. As expected of a level 3A class Imperial Spirit. Such a terrifying speed for such a size. How will Qi Yan's Imperial Spirit respond next? Snort! A trace of disdain appeared on the face of the burning sky Empress. She slowly raised one hand, and the flames in the domain seemed to come alive at that moment, jumping wildly. Boom! The jade hand pressed down lightly, triggering the war-loving Emperor Flame's characteristics, and the suppression from the depths of the soul instantly erupted. The armored rhinoceros body moved violently, but suddenly stopped when it was about to touch the Empress. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall, and its limbs drew deep grooves on the ground. The silver shell above it trembled violently, and countless dense cracks appeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Tianyantang boss Lin Yi looked extremely excited. This is the spokesperson we are looking for. Double the reward. After it's over. Contact him backstage, add his contact information, and continue to work with him later. Chapter 017, Double the Reward. The Undefeated Legend of the Arena. The armor of the armored rhinoceros sizzled under the burning red flames, and cracks spread at a terrifying speed. It kept digging the ground with its limbs to try to break free, but the burning Sky Queen once again used her might to pin it to the spot. Okay. Chenli spoke lightly. The burning sky Empress raised her fingertips slightly, and the red flame domain suddenly retracted. The armored rhinoceros fainted from exhaustion, and its outer armor was almost completely shattered. Seeing this, the spirit master quickly took it back into the space and bowed to Chenli in surrender. Thank you. Chenli responded politely. In an instant, thunderous applause broke out in the stands, and the Tianyan Hall's brand logo was particularly eye-catching on the screen. In the VIP seats, Lin Yi, who saw this scene, tapped the ground with his hands, his eyes showing more excitement than ever. It's oppressive enough, and gorgeous enough, but not satisfying enough. He suddenly turned his head to look at the secretary, who was wearing a professional suit and black stockings with a voluptuous 36D figure, and said in a tone that was unquestionable and commanding. Quick! Go notify the organizers and add another match. It just so happens that your Imperial Spirit, Xiaolin, is also a level 3A grade. Go fight him. Secretary Lin heard this, and the documents in her hand fell to the ground. She pointed at herself with wide eyes and said, Boss, me? Although her spirit was a third-level A-grade wind-whispering fox, which could easily suppress most spirits of the same level, she knew she had no chance of winning against Chenli. Boss, this show should have been outstanding, right? It's definitely good enough for brand promotion. Outstanding? Lin Yi said displeasedly, didn't you see he only used one skill just now? I haven't seen his other skills yet. Come on, come on. But if the master knew you were in the ring. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi waved his hands impatiently. It's rare to meet an interesting peer. Can't I enjoy myself? I'll talk to my dad myself. Hurry up. Don't let this Qi Yan get away. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth, picked up the documents and walked quickly to the backstage of the arena. After communicating with Zhao Kuan showed a happy expression. He immediately came to the middle of the ring, handed a black card to Chenli, and told Chenli the whole story. Boss Lin said the results far exceeded expectations, and this 500,000 is an extra bonus. Chenli had just taken the black card when Zhao Kuan continued. Boss Lin wants you to fight a few more matches. The opponents are similar to the previous ones. Okay. Chenli nodded. It just so happened that the Burning Sky Empress was not having a good time, and he also needed money, so why not? Soon, Secretary Lin walked out of the passage with his own wind-whispering fox. Wow! Who is this beautiful lady in uniform? Is she going to fight Qi Yan too? Qi Yan is very ruthless, be careful, beautiful lady. You're even going to beat up women just to become an undefeated legend? Haji Yan, you bastard. Let's start. Chenli glanced at Secretary Lin and quickly looked away. Go ahead. Wind-whispering fox. Secretary Lin's wind-whispering fox leaped onto the stage with a gust of breeze. Its fluffy fox tail swept across the ground, leaving a shadow. Its pair of vertical pupils stared at the Burning Sky Empress vigilantly. The next moment, it suddenly turned into a green light and rushed straight towards the Empress's face. Just as the spectators in the stands were about to exclaim, they saw the Burning Sky Queen lightly tap her toes, and her body drew an extremely perfect arc in the air. While easily avoiding the attack, she directly grabbed the fox's tail. The next moment, the flames spread along the tail and instantly swept across the entire body of the wind-whispering fox. The wind-whispering fox howled in pain. I give up. Secretary Lin shouted when he saw this. Immediately, the Burning Sky Queen took back the red flame and returned to Chenli. Secretary Lin pouted, his face turned pale as he retracted the Imperial Spirit and walked off the stage. In the VIP seats, Ling Yi clapped his hands and laughed, great, great. I didn't even force you to use your skills. Seeing the secretary come back, he spoke again. Go tell the organizers. Arrange a few opponents for Qi Yan. I'll raise the money and let him fight with all his might tonight. You can use any means you can think of. But boss, the master's budget. Alright, let's do it. In the next 2 hours, Chenli encountered several opponents in succession. A level 3, level 8, the Great Rock Beast. A level 3, level 5, a Great Poisonous Lizard Beast. A 3rd order, 9th level Ice Toad. During the battle, Chenli seemed to have suddenly realized something, which made the Burning Sky Queen always control her strength. Every time, she would hold back after suppressing her opponent, which not only made her crushing momentum strong enough, but also did not hurt her opponent's foundation. This kid must be hiding something. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and dialed the number marked Old Man. After the other end answered the call, he took the initiative to speak. Dad. I remember Wang Meng from our company is in Fog City right now, right? Ask him to come and see me. A somewhat impatient voice suddenly rang out from the other end of the line. What are you looking for him for? Are you causing trouble outside again? I told you long ago. Your physical condition is flawed and you can't control spirits. What if you get hurt while causing trouble outside? Besides, can you transfer Wang Meng at will? Dad. Things are really hot here right now. Lin Yi said hurriedly, this kid is really something. I have to test his bottom line today. Not in tune. Dad. You don't understand this feeling. Lin Yi suddenly changed the subject, you'll understand when you reach my age. You little bastard. Forget it, forget it. I, your father, don't even know what I owed you in my past life. The voice on the other end of the line grew increasingly helpless. Wang Meng is definitely near you. I've already sent him over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi threw the phone aside casually, leaned forward and looked at the center of the ring. Qi Yan. Don't leave yet. There's another match later. If you win, the reward is 2 million. Chenli heard the voice and looked up at Lin Yi. Is he the sponsor this time? Chenli was a little surprised because the other person looked about the same age as him. It seems that he is a young man from a good family? Can. He accepted the challenge and then followed the Empress and waited patiently. Lin Yi was a little anxious, and his fingers kept tapping on the table. As time went by, the tapping speed became faster and faster. It's about time. Lin Yi looked up and saw a middle-aged man in black clothes appear at the entrance of the ring. The man was tall and well-built, with a faint energy fluctuation lingering around him. Just standing there made the people around him subconsciously take a few steps back. As expected of a man with 2/3 level imperial spirits, his aura is truly different. The excitement on Lin Yi's face did not diminish, and he quickly asked his secretary to arrange the last game. When Zhao Kuan learned that the visitor was a spirit master with a 4th level low-level spirit control, he looked a little worried. He couldn't make a decision for Chenli, so he quickly went up to Chenli and asked. This opponent possesses 2/3 level imperial spirits at the same time. Are you confident? To level 3? Chenli's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly replied. No problem, I took it. Chapter 018, Infinite Cross-Level Challenge. The terrifying Burning Sky Empress. The middle-aged man in black stepped onto the ring, and the energy fluctuations around him caused ripples in the air. He took off his hat, revealing a cold and hard face. Oh my god. It's Wang Mang. I remember he also participated in the bounty tournament in the ring back then? He seemed to be a tough guy with 100 consecutive wins. Rumor has it that his imperial spirit could have been promoted to the 4th level long ago, and all he needs is the last ingredient. His 2 tier 3A grade imperial spirits work together perfectly. I'm afraid Qi Yan is in danger this time. Is this boss desperate to lose? He actually sent out someone of this caliber? The discussion in the stand suddenly became louder, and even Zhao Kuan, who was standing in the aisle, was somewhat pessimistic about Chenli. With a thunderstorm tiger as the main attacker and a green ivy monster as the auxiliary controller, I'm afraid Brother Chen is going to lose. Chenli looked at the 2 imperial spirits that gradually appeared behind the other party, his face calm. The thunderstorm tiger on Wang Meng's left was covered with blue and purple markings all over its body, and every breath it took carried terrifying energy fluctuations. The green vine monster on the right stretched out its vines, and the leaves were glowing with a dark green and extremely poisonous luster. 1 control type and 1 main attacker? A hint of envy flashed across Chenli's face. After the Burning Sky Queen advances to the 3rd level, he will have a new chance to draw cards, and then he will have a 2nd imperial spirit. Qi Yan, right? Wang Mang flexed his wrist, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. Young Master Lin gave you the opportunity to make money, but you're so greedy that you even dare to challenge me. If you know what's good for you, admitting defeat now will save you, a humanoid spirit, some suffering. Chenli didn't respond, but just looked at the Burning Sky Empress. After fighting side by side so many times, the 2 of them have already developed a mutual understanding. Understood, Master. The next moment, the red flames erupted again, and the aura of the Burning Sky Queen gradually returned to its peak. Interesting, then come. Wang Mang raised an eyebrow and ordered the 2 imperial spirits, Green Ivy Monster, deploy control. Thunderstorm Tiger, break armor and strike with lightning. Immediately, the Green Ivy Demon threw out dozens of vines, which quickly crossed the arena and rushed towards the Burning Sky Empress. The Thunder Tiger roared, arched its body, and immediately turned into a shadow of lightning. This teamwork is terrifying. Blocking their movement and then forcing an attack, there's simply no solution. Level 3 versus level 2, and with 2 imperial spirits starting? How can Qi Yan win? Everyone in the stands was optimistic about Wang Mang. On the other hand, Lin Yi leaned forward. He did not see any panic in the Burning Sky Empress, but rather confidence and a calmness that was almost indifferent. He knew that Chenli still had a trick up his sleeve. Just when the Thunder Tiger was about to pounce on the Empress, the Burning Sky Empress suddenly moved. She tapped her toes lightly, and her body turned into a stream of light. She ignored the main attacking Thunder Tiger and rushed straight towards the Green Ivy monster behind her. You actually want to attack the auxiliary Imperial Spirit first? Unfortunately, you are dreaming. Wang Mang laughed loudly, with confidence on his face. The next moment, the Green Vine Demon retracted its spines and turned back with the Thunderstorm Tiger in an instant. It's over. Chianki is just one move away. It's still too difficult to fight 2 at once. Alas, the undefeated myth will eventually be defeated. In an instant, everyone thought Chenli was going to lose. At this moment, red flames flashed around the burning Sky Empress, and the next moment several red flame chains suddenly surged out. In just a moment, the flame prison cage took shape, trapping the green vine demon and the burning Sky Empress inside. What? What kind of skill is this? After so many battles? Qi Yan actually still holds back? Is this a control skill? Can it actually force a one-on-one duel? Oh my god, such a buggy skill? In an instant, the audience went wild. Even Lin Yi stood up suddenly, with an almost fanatical excitement on his face. He had seen countless spirit masters fight, but he had never seen anyone like Chen Li. Inside the cage, the green vine monster tried to struggle and break free. But just as it moved, it found that its body had become extremely slow, and the vines that stretched out turned into charred ashes in an instant. Green vine monster. Use the power of 10,000 vines to break free. Wang Meng shouted urgently. But the burning Sky Queen did not intend to give her a chance. The next moment, the flaming sword swept across and accurately slashed at the core of the green ivy monster's torso. The red flames rushed into its wound frantically, and the green ivy monster's life force quickly dissipated. You! Realizing this, Wang Meng became a little flustered. He didn't expect that the other party would have such a trick. But I still forced myself to calm down. Thunderstorm Tiger. Unleash the thunderbolt. Break open this bastard's shell. Roar. The Thunder Tiger received the order and instantly used its skills to attack the flame prison cage. It's a pity that the cage is so strong that no matter how it attacks, it can only leave pale white marks and cannot hurt the root at all. This move is too terrifying. A forced one-on-one fight. It's going to throw Wang Meng completely off balance. Yeah. The cooperation between the two imperial spirits is completely ruined. I didn't expect Qi Yan to be so good at hiding. Lin Yi watched the scene and applauded with laughter. 2 million is worth it to watch this big show. I will never give up so easily. A fierce look flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. Seeing that he could not break the Empress's cage, he suddenly turned his gaze to Chen Li. Since the cage cannot be broken, attack the Spirit Master directly. Force the Spirit Master to return to defense. Thunderstorm Tiger. Attack Qi Yan directly. Roar. When the Thunder Tiger received the order, it immediately turned around and pounced towards Chen Li. At this moment, the spectators in the stands were stunned. No. This is just an exhibition match, right? Are you taking it so seriously? Directly attacking the Spirit Master? That's too much. This is such a dishonorable way to win. Since Qi Yan has forced Wang Meng to this point, Qi Yan has already won. Stop talking nonsense. Thunder Tiger. Attack now. The Thunder Tiger came in front of Chen Li and suddenly attacked with one claw. Chen Li seemed to be prepared. He jumped into the air and retreated backward, putting his hands in front of him to minimize the attack of the claw. Bang! This claw blasted Chen Li to the edge of the ring, causing a thick fog. When Zhao Kuan in the corridor saw this scene, he panicked instantly, rushed to the stage and called medical staff. In the VIP seats, Lin Yi was also panicked when he saw this scene. I'm watching it carefully, is this how you play it? He immediately asked his secretary to take him down to the ring. It's over. After so much effort, such a talented player finally appeared, but I'm afraid he will perish here. A slap from a third-level Spirit Master, I'm afraid no Spirit Master can withstand it, right? Alas, what a pity. I feel like the organizer of this competition should take responsibility. I wonder if Qi Yan bought accident insurance. Everyone sighed and accepted Chen Li's death. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. The cage of the humanoid beast is still there. The beast's spirit is still there, which means the beast's master is not dead. Qi Yan is not dead yet. Chapter 019, is Chen Li still a spirit master? So tough? The thick smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the edge of the ring. Chen Li half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his right hand and covering his chest with his left hand. A trace of blood was seeping out from his black mask. But despite this, his eyes were still sharp, without any fear or timidity, but instead revealed a cold murderous intent. Qi Yan is not dead? How is this possible? The Thunder Tiger is known for its brutal attacks. How could I survive a blow from it? He doesn't even have any defensive equipment, right? Is he just going to resist with pure physical strength? The audience in the stands were completely in an uproar at this time, and even Zhao Cohen, who was used to big scenes, was stunned. A full-strength attack from a Tier 3 Thunderstorm Tiger would have knocked some Tier 2 Imperial Spirits unconscious, yet Chenli was still able to maintain his composure? Furthermore, it looked like he was only slightly injured? Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and then a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Mang. Wang Mang! You're so damn lucky. You want to go to jail, right? Who told you to attack the Spirit Master? Damn it! I'll have my dad fire you when I get back. Keeping someone like you around will only bring disaster upon us sooner or later. When Wang Mang heard what Lin Yi said, he immediately realized what he had just done. He hurried to explain, his expression full of regret. At this moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately covered his chest and knelt on the ground in pain. What's wrong with Wang Mang? Why did he resort to fraud after his dirty tricks failed? Look over there. The cage is open. Oh my god. The green ivy monster is gone? No wonder Wang Mang collapsed suddenly. It turned out that Yu Ling was seriously injured and caused him to be injured as well. Great. It makes everyone happy. The audience in the stands cheered when they saw this, and everyone was supporting Chenli at this moment. Chenli refused Zhao Cohen's help and stood up on his own. It turned out to be a good bet. He muttered to himself and looked at the burning sky empress. Before, when the intimacy was improved, he synchronized some of the attributes of the burning sky queen. Afterwards he discovered that his body seemed to have become much stronger. However, he had never tried it on a third-level spirit control, so this time he was actually taking a gamble. Fortunately, due to the double weakening of the attack power caused by the force unloading and the attack-receiving posture, he did not suffer too much damage. After adjusting his breathing, Chenli came to Wang Mang, who was lying on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "You lose." Wang Mang struggled to get up, but was looked at coldly by Chenli. "Give up, or you will die." Chenli's voice was emotionless. Wang Mang trembled all over. He felt that if he didn't admit defeat, the other party would really kill him at all costs. "I give up." As soon as he finished speaking, he was dragged away by the staff. Although Chenli did not encounter any major problems, the incident had already happened. A showmatch is just a showmatch. He attacked the Spirit Master in this way, so he naturally could not escape the punishment of tears behind bars. After Wang Mang left, Lin Yi quickly walked onto the ring, approached Chenli, and tried to see Chenli's true appearance through the mask. "Brother Qi Yan is truly capable. You truly deserve this bonus." He personally handed all the rewards and bonuses to Chenli, then lowered his voice. "I'm so sorry about what happened just now. I didn't expect that bastard Wang Mang would do such a thing. If possible, please leave your contact information. I will definitely come to apologize again when the time comes." Chenli took the black card and said, "No need for contact information, but I do need your help with something." "What favor?" "Qi Yan, just ask. As long as I can do it, I'll do it. Let's talk in the lounge." He waved his hand, turned and walked towards the passage. Zhao Cohen came up at this time. "Qi Yan, why don't you go see a doctor first? In case of any internal injuries, the consequences will be serious." "No need." Chenli shook his head. Ever since he and the Empress had a telepathic connection, he could clearly feel the condition of his body. Apart from a few minor problems caused by excessive indulgence, he is in perfect health. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly followed Chenli. The two came to the lounge. Chenli took off his mask and cleaned the blood around his mouth. Lin Yi looked at Chun-Li's true appearance and always felt a little familiar. "Hiss, contestant Qi Yan, you can't be the notorious dog-licking King Chun-Li, right?" Lin Yi was shocked. If he hadn't seen his true appearance, he would never have combined Chenli and Qi Yan together. Why, is it strange? Chenli didn't care about what the other party said. No. Ha ha. On the contrary, I admire you. I didn't expect that classmate Chenli had this hidden secret. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the incident in which Chenli Yuling was deceived. He wanted to ask something, but when he thought of Chun-Li's current appearance, he didn't know how to open his mouth. "By the way, Chun-Li, what can I do for you?" "Nothing, just checking to see if your Tianyan Hall has the materials I need." Chun-Li spoke directly. "What materials?" "Don't worry. Although our Tianyan Hall cannot compare with those giants, we have a very complete range of materials. Lin Yi patted his chest with a confident look. Seeing this, Chen Li spoke calmly, not holding much hope in his heart: purgatory fire wings, burning heaven spirit fire, and hell demon bones. Ah! The moment he heard these three materials, Lin Yi's confidence disappeared instantly. Chen Li? Are these for your spirit control upgrade? The material requirements are too terrifying. I'd like to ask, how many do you need? 4, 3, 3. Lin Yi sighed. If it was just one, maybe it would be okay, but Chen Li wanted this quantity. At this moment, he already had a guess that Chen Li's potential level in controlling spirits might not just be the S level as rumored. At the very least, it starts at SS level. After hesitating for a while, he walked to the corner of the room alone and called the old man again. You little brat. Why are you disturbing your dad again? Dad. This time it's serious business. I met a tough guy. He beat Wang Meng to a pulp. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then an unbelieving voice came. Did you kill Wang Meng? You kid lied to your father, didn't you? It's true, Dad. Wang Meng was so anxious that he used the Thunder Tiger to attack him, but he took it with his own body. Originally, the person on the other end of the phone still had at least 30% trust in his beloved son. After hearing this, he hung up the phone directly. Beep. Beep. Lin Yi heard the beep and hung up the phone, and looked at Chen Li with an awkward smile. Wait a minute. He called his father again. Dad. You really have to believe your son. If you don't believe me, ask Secretary Lin to give you a video call. She should be at the police station with Wang Meng to give a statement right now. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. Holy crap. You really found a tough guy. Great. Don't let your father down. Tell me, what do you want your father for? He. Lin Yi chuckled. Dad, I don't ask for much, just 4 infernal fire wings, 3 burning heaven spirit fires, and 3 infernal demon bones. Chapter 020, want to repeat the same trick? Get lost, you don't deserve it. Seeing that there was no response from the other end of the phone, Lin Yi raised his phone and almost shouted at it. Dad. I really didn't lie to you. This material is really for tough guys. He is now advertising for our Tianyan Hall. When he becomes famous in the future, we will definitely benefit. You are a businessman, you have to focus on long-term interests. He needs these materials to advance now. I remember we have the infernal fire wings we collected from the volcano secret realm last year in our warehouse. Although I seem to be planning to keep them for appreciation, I think it's time, Dad. And the last time we wiped out the hell demon. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long moment, and finally a helpless sigh rang out. You kid really knows how to cause trouble for your father. There are indeed 2 complete purgatory fire wings and a piece of hell demon bone in the warehouse. But there really are no more. I'll have someone transfer you to the Fog City branch. You can go pick it up tomorrow. Okay, Dad. You're the best, Dad. I'll give you a hot bath and wash your feet when I get back. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Chen Li and said with a smile, done. My father has some materials. Although it can't completely meet your needs, it can at least fill a small part of it. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Tianyantang branch to pick it up. Leave me your contact information. Seeing him say this, Chen Li had no choice but to leave his contact information. It's so late, how about I treat you to a midnight snack? I'm curious about how you got that title of King of Dog Lickers. After a whole day of continuous consumption, Chen Li really felt very tired and hungry. After thinking about it, he agreed. As soon as the two walked out of the lounge and left the black market arena area, they saw a familiar figure at the exit. Su Balian? Chen Li frowned slightly. The other person was wearing a white dress and holding a small bouquet of roses in her hand. When she saw Qi Yan appear, her eyes lit up instantly. She immediately pretended to walk towards them casually, just blocking the two of them. Chen Li was wearing a mask and Su Balian could not see the expression on his face. The next moment, Su Balian deliberately twisted her foot and threw herself into Chen Li's arms, and the rose in her hand just fell out of her hand. She had tried this trick on Chen Li before, and it always worked. Just as he was about to throw himself into the arms of Qi Yan, he found that the other party suddenly turned slightly sideways, took a half step back, and dodged him very cleanly and neatly. Bang! Su Balian fell heavily to the ground, her knees hitting the hard concrete floor, and several of her teeth were knocked out. The pain was so severe that tears came to her eyes. The bouquet of roses also fell to the ground. Everyone around suddenly quieted down after hearing the noise. Su Balian felt both pain and shame. She forced herself to stand up and glared at Chenli, saying aggrievedly, "Why didn't you help me up? I fell down." Chenli looked down at her, his eyes calm and collected. "The road is under your feet. If you fall down, what does it have to do with me?" At this moment, a faint exclamation came from the edge of the crowd. Chenli saw out of the corner of his eye that a girl with a ponytail was standing not far away, holding a bottle of water in her hand, looking at him with red cheeks. When Su Balian heard Chenli's expression, she thought that he was a cold-hearted person and was naturally like that towards women. She immediately thought of another way. There was always a way to conquer the other party. "I know you might be wary of girls, but can you please tell me? I really want to get to know you. You look tired from playing the game, right? How about I go get you some water?" Chenli ignored her, picked up the flowers on the ground, and walked up to the nameless girl with ponytail. "Flowers for you." The girl was stunned by his sudden movement, and her face immediately heated up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a ripe red apple. She subconsciously shrank her body and almost dropped the water bottle in her hand. Chenli stopped in front of her and looked at the water in her hand. "Can you give me a bottle of water?" The girl was stunned, but, it was originally given to you." The other person hurriedly handed him the water in his hand, and his hands were shaking as he took the rose. When Su Balian saw this scene, her expression froze instantly, and countless emotions surged into her heart in an instant. Only then did she understand that Qi Yan didn't dislike women, he just didn't like her. A feeling of humiliation came over me. I didn't even know him, so why wouldn't he like me? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Impossible. She immediately denied this idea, but as she looked at Qi Yan's back, she felt more and more like the dog she was familiar with. Absolutely impossible. One is the handsome Qi Yan who possesses a powerful spirit. The other is the loser Chenli. There's no comparison between the two. Suddenly, Su Balian thought of the scene at the entrance of the trial that day. No. Absolutely impossible, he can't possibly be Chenli. Yes, I just need to go up and ask him and I'll know. She looked up while thinking, and suddenly found that Chenli, the girl, and Lingyi had disappeared. Ah! Qi Yan! I won't give up. On the other side, Chenli followed Lingyi into a night snack stall. As soon as he sat down, Lingyi couldn't help laughing. "Brother, you're great." That move just now was quite impressive. That girl's face turned green. Could she be the Su Balian who dumped you before? Chenli took off his mask, picked up the water from the nameless girl, unscrewed it, took a sip, and then nodded lightly. "Oh my god. Bro. This wave is really invincible. Damn. I envy you so much. You have this kind of face-slapping plot that only appears in novels. Unlike me, I have been diagnosed with the inability to summon imperial spirits since I was a child. Sigh, even though my family has tens of millions, I am still suffering. Do you know this feeling?" Chenli looked at him with disdain. "I don't know. She looks like she doesn't know your true identity yet? You're not doing this on purpose, are you?" After hearing what Lingyi said, Chenli shook his head. "I just don't like being paid too much attention." After all, he had lost face before because of too much attention. "Is that so? Then when are you planning to really? Let's eat." Chenli looked at the skewers and said calmly. Okay. Lingyi knew that it would be bad if he asked any more questions, so he had to shut up. The two ate in silence for a while, and Lingyi suddenly put his cell phone in front of Chenli. "What?" Lingyi's expression was serious for once. A volcanic secret realm just appeared outside the city. It can produce the purgatory fire wings you need, but it's quite dangerous. You have to be careful. Secret realm? Chenli raised his head and re-examined the seemingly unserious boss in front of him. "Well, I have a rough idea. You're lucky because you just appeared and are still in the attack phase. The city gates are closed now. Come with me to the branch hall tomorrow to get the materials, and then you can go out of the city and try again." After hearing what Lingyi said, Chenli nodded and took the initiative to pick up a bottle of wine. "Come on, show off." Chapter 021. Want to bid for my empress? My empress is priceless. The next morning, just as the Tianyan Hall branch in Fog City opened its doors, Chenli appeared outside the door. This three-story loft-style building exudes the simplicity of its age, but because it is well maintained, it has a unique beauty. Shanli. Here. Lin Yi had already been waiting at the door. I've prepared all the materials for you. My dad sent them over last night. Following him into the inner hall, the secretary with the extremely tight and voluptuous 36D black stockings was waiting with 2 jade boxes in her hands. When the first box was opened, 2 huge fiery red wings lay quietly inside, surrounded by strong flame energy. They were the purgatory fire wings. Another box contained a dark gray skeleton with special patterns on its surface. It was the Hell Demon's bone. These are the best materials that the master has accumulated over the years. Secretary Lin took the initiative to speak. Shenli reached out and gently touched the fire wing, feeling the pure power of fire within it. It's definitely the purgatory fire wings. How much? Shenli took out his black card to pay. Although these things would definitely be expensive, a certain prodigal son transferred at least several million in compensation to him last night, so he didn't lack this little money now. Talking about money is awkward. Lin Yi held Shenli's hand, smiled and waved. This is my Tianyantang's venture capital. When you become a top-level spirit master in the future, just don't forget me, a small businessman. Shenli was slightly stunned when he saw this. Obviously he had not expected this. Okay, thank you. He immediately took the 2 jade boxes. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was stunned. Is this the reaction? He approached Shenli and took the initiative to speak. Shouldn't you cry bitterly and then say that we are good brothers for life? Why are you doing this? We've only known each other for less than half a day, right? Shenli looked confused. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll remember the favor. I'll be leaving now. Before leaving, Lin Yi handed Shenli a map. This is more like it. Be careful on the road. Shenli put the map away and walked straight towards the city gate. The city gate was heavily guarded, and many spirit masters were registering to leave the city. Most of them were 2nd and 3rd level spirit masters, and almost every one of them carried a lot of life-saving items. After being forced to read the precautions for 5 minutes, he was released smoothly. Walking out of the city gate, the scenery outside the city is completely different from that inside. Withered yellow weeds grew sporadically, and the roar of monsters could be heard faintly from the distant mountains and forests. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and a strange odor that made people feel physically uncomfortable. Since the arrival of monsters, the whole world has changed. Half of the areas are no longer suitable for living, and almost everyone can only live in cities with protective measures. Shenli opened the map and used his mobile phone to confirm the direction. The figure of the burning Sky Queen was looming beside him. Less than half an hour after walking out, Shenli suddenly stopped when he entered a sparse forest. The wind stopped, the chirping of insects disappeared, and the surroundings became eerily quiet for a moment. A faint murderous aura came from all around. Come out. Shenli's voice was flat, but he had already been thinking about countermeasures. 5 dark shadows flashed out from behind the tree, wearing the same black clothes, with their faces covered with cloth, revealing only a pair of greedy eyes. Qi Yan? Or should I call you Chen Li? The leading black-clad figure spoke in a hoarse voice, with a hint of teasing. I didn't expect that the Fog City would actually hide such a spirit. An SSS-level subhuman card pool spirit is truly rare. Shenli raised his brows slightly. From the other party's words, he roughly understood their identity and purpose. My boss is very interested in your imperial spirit. The man in black said, holding up 5 fingers. 50 million Disha coins, transfer your imperial spirit to us. She is priceless. Shenli answered directly without hesitation in a cold tone, and then the temperature around him began to rise. The shadow of the burning sky empress appeared, and she looked at him with a strange look in her eyes, as if she was a little surprised that Shenli spoke so decisively. If you don't accept my offer, you'll be punished. As a spirit master, you should know that the spirit master can force the contract to be transferred. After the forced transfer of the contract, the former spirit master will be seriously ill for several months at best, or even lose consciousness and go insane at worst. You don't want things to get to that point, do you? The man in black's face darkened and he spoke in a threatening tone. Stop talking nonsense and summon your imperial spirits. Shenli's expression did not change at all, and he did not even take a step back. We know that you have extraordinary strength in controlling spirits, so we have been prepared for this. The man in black sneered, and the power around him surged instantly. In an instant, 5 halos of light exploded on the ground, and 5 imperial spirits of different shapes walked out of the magic circle. Among them, the 2 leading 4th-level primary imperial spirits are the most conspicuous. A giant crocodile covered with green scales. It has a huge body and its mouth opens and closes in a way that is heart-pounding. The other one is the rare weapon spirit Kachi Yuling, a pitch-black knife-shaped weapon spirit. The hilt of the knife was wrapped in red cloth, and as the spirit master held it, his aura surged. The remaining 3 third-level max-level Imperial spirits are definitely not good guys either. The fire python spit out its tongue, the earth dragon curled up into a stone ball, and the ice wolf caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. 2 beginners of the 4th level, 3 max-level 3rd level, is this lineup sincere enough? The man in black had a smile on his face, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Shenli still had a smile on his face. The Burning Sky Empress could easily kill a 2nd level cultivator when she was at level 0, so why can't she challenge a 4th level cultivator now? What's more, in the previous exhibition matches, he only played to the point and never used his full strength. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Looking for death. The man in black couldn't stand Shenli's calm expression and immediately waved his hand, Xinglin Crocodile. Rock breaking charge. You, take the Black Blade Spirit and follow immediately. The rest. Wait until they restrain the Burning Sky Empress and capture Shenli alive. The other 4 men in black nodded when they heard this, and the next moment they drove their spirits towards Shenli. Shenli saw this scene and looked up at the Empress. The Empress looked at him with a hint of longing, because she had not been able to exert her full strength in yesterday's exhibition match. I understand how it feels like you can't give your full potential. Shenli smiled, turned his gaze back to the men in black, and then spoke calmly. Empress Burning Heaven, release all restrictions. Chapter 022, The Burning Sky Empress. Release all restrictions. Understood, Master. The voice of the Burning Sky Empress suddenly rose, and a fiery fighting spirit instantly ignited in her eyes, and countless red flames burst out around her. The aura that she had deliberately restrained during the exhibition match was released without any concealment, and her long fiery red hair moved without wind. This aura. She's clearly only a 2nd level Imperial spirit. Yet, she possesses such a terrifying pressure. She's truly an SSS-level Imperial spirit. The black-clothed man's expression suddenly changed, and his smile froze for a moment before instantly transforming into greed. He stared at the Empress's figure, as if he saw a moving mountain of gold. The next moment, the Burning Sky Empress's body violently moved. Red flames filled the sky. The red lips opened slightly, and the red field expanded instantly. After the Empress released all restrictions, the temperature in her territory instantly soared to an alarming level. The stones on the ground were burned into transparent glass beads, the air was twisted into a terrifying heat wave, and even the light was somewhat fragmented. The 2 4th-level Imperial spirits in the lead were covered by the domain. The huge body of the Xinglin crocodile trembled suddenly, and its entire body sizzled under the high temperature. The originally green scales began to curl and burn. Another man in black holding a black-bladed knife spirit was covered by the field. In an instant, his exposed skin turned red and stinging, as if he was in lava. Blue-scaled crocodile. Use your scales to hold on. Black blade spirit. Attack that subhuman spirit directly. The man in black gave urgent orders, trying to use the brute force of the 4th-level spirit to directly attack the Empress, forcing her to release the domain. Shenli looked at the man in black at the back without any hesitation. He didn't say anything, nor did he make any movements, but just through telepathic communication, the Empress understood his thoughts. Burning Heaven Prison. Immediately, the eyes of the Burning Sky Empress condensed, and she swung out several flaming chains from her hands. The flame chain was like a living thing, cutting through the air with scorching heat, instantly passing through the Xinglin crocodile and Black Blade spirit in front, bypassing the other 3 Imperial spirits, and accurately entangled the 4 men in black, including the leader. What? The pupils of the man in black who had been giving orders suddenly shrank. Feeling the heat from the flame chain, his expression suddenly became painful. He already knew the opponent's moves and knew that Shenli had a move that could restrict Yu Ling and force a duel. For this reason, he deliberately avoided it from a distance, but he did not expect that the range of the flame chain would be so wide. Moreover, the speed is terrifying. The next moment, the red flame chain was suddenly retracted, and the 4 men in black were instantly dragged in front of the Burning Sky Empress. Immediately afterwards, countless red flames surged and instantly condensed into a flaming prison cage. The characteristic was triggered, and the spiritual power of the man in black in the cage stopped instantly, and even commanding the spirit became extremely difficult. Fine flame patterns appeared on their bodies, and as they were entangled in chains of flame, even calling for help became difficult. For a moment, the four spirits that had lost the command of the spirit master fell into chaos, and kept ramming into the cage by instinct. However, under the field of crimson flames, his energy was constantly weakened, and eventually, due to lack of communication with the spirit master, his aura gradually weakened. At this time, the only man in black who was still outside holding the weapon spirit saw this and showed fear on his face. He could feel that the young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. "I'm afraid I've offended the wrong person this time." Without hesitation, he left his four teammates behind and ran away. Inside the cage, four men in black were struggling. The Burning Sky Empress did not let them go easily, continuously releasing crimson flames. Soon the man in black was dead, unable to utter a single word before dying. After their life breath faded, the spirits they contracted with also became ethereal and eventually dissipated between heaven and earth. After releasing the cage, Chun-Li looked at the escaping man in black. The Burning Sky Empress understood, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her red eyes. The next moment, she and Chun-Li flashed and turned into a stream of light to chase after him. The man in black was so frightened when he heard the sound of breaking air that he desperately swung the black blade to split the trees in front of him and dodged left and right under the cover of the woods. The Burning Sky Empress paused, flicked her fingertips, and the next moment several balls of flames splashed out. With a sound of breaking through the air, it flew straight towards the man in black. Clang! The man in black used the black blade spirit to block the Empress's attack, but the fear on his face deepened. Taking advantage of this gap, the Empress approached again, her figure drew a curve in the air, and the red flame in her palm turned into a giant sword, slashing down with murderous intent. The man in black hurriedly raised his knife to block. The black blade spirit and the scarlet flame giant sword collided, making a sharp collision sound. "Get out of here!" he roared, trying to force the Empress back, but it was of no use. The next moment, the Empress raised her hand again. "Spare my life. We were hired by the Huan Yun group." Under fear and severe pain, the man in black suddenly collapsed, his voice trembling. "The young master of the Huan Yun group heard that you have an SSS-level imperial spirit, so he asked us to capture you." Huan Yun group? Chun-Li walked closer and stared at the other party. He had never heard of the group. Chun-Li's eyes turned cold as he recalled what had happened in the ring over the past few days. "I think it must be because I am too famous that I have attracted some people's attention." He didn't ask any more questions, knowing that this was enough. Moreover, I guess the other party doesn't know anything more. He looked at the Burning Sky Empress, who immediately understood. The flames in her palms surged and instantly engulfed the man in black. As the aura of the man in black dissipated, the spirit of the weapon that fell to the ground gradually became ethereal and eventually dissipated between heaven and earth. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +2, current intimacy 41. When intimacy reaches the gradual response stage, attribute sharing is unlocked 40%. Gain passive effect, Flame Affinity. The spirit master's ability to manipulate flames is enhanced, and the master becomes immune to flames to a certain extent. A warm current surged through his body. Chun-Li felt this familiar feeling and his eyes lit up. He could feel that his perception of firepower became clearer, and he could even sense the faint fire energy left by the Empress along the way. He raised his head and looked around, and suddenly felt that the fire element in one direction was very active. After checking the map, it turned out to be the special secret place that Lin Yi had mentioned before. Let's go and get back to business. Chapter 023, Secret Realm Outside the City, Walking Experience Pack. Chun-Li looked up at the direction where the fire element was active and rushed there with the Empress. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the entrance to the special secret realm marked on Lin Yi's map. It seems this is first-hand information. There are no spirit masters nearby? Chun-Li was a little surprised, but without thinking too much, he immediately set off into the secret realm. The moment you step into the secret realm, the air around you suddenly becomes scorching hot. The land beneath his feet was no longer covered with withered yellow grass, but volcanic rock with a dark red sheen, with faint sparks occasionally emitting from the cracks. Under the gray sky, a volcano is spewing out a large amount of gray smoke. "Master, there is a strong power fluctuation 300 meters ahead." The Burning Sky Empress looked down at him, her voice ringing beside him. After the intimacy level increased, the Empress now obviously speaks more than before. This is a gathering area for fire attribute monsters, ranging in level from 2nd to 3rd. Chun-Li nodded. The concentration of fire elements here is more than 100 times higher than outside, and all the monsters living here are of fire attribute. He took a deep breath, and his passive affinity with flames allowed him to clearly sense all the fluctuations of fire attributes here. Let's go straight to the core area. This time we're mainly here to find advanced materials, and then upgrade. Yes, Master. The two of them set off immediately. Shenli did not let the Burning Sky Queen deal with the low-level monsters around them except for those that could be killed instantly. It took him half an hour to reach the core outskirts of this special secret realm. The monsters here are of sufficient level. Empress, you can take action now. As soon as Shenli finished speaking, the Burning Sky Empress suddenly turned into a beam of red light and rushed out. She waved her hand casually, and several third-level primary monsters were burned to ashes on the spot. After several rounds of attacks, Shenli also received an upgrade reminder. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Stage 2, Level 5. Shenli bent down and picked up a still-hot monster scale on the ground, his eyes fixed. We should be almost at the place Lin Yi mentioned. He did not stop and continued to advance towards the core with the Burning Sky Empress. Thanks to his and the Empress' affinity for fire, they were able to sense the monsters' positions in advance, and by coordinating their skills, they were able to almost crush them all the way. If you encounter groups of monsters, they can be easily dealt with. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Tier 2, Level 6. Intimacy +1 currently 42. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Stage 2, Level 7. Another half an hour passed, and Shenli had already reached the core area. The level of the Burning Sky Queen also soared to the second level, Level 7. Her backpack was filled with various fire attribute materials, but unfortunately, the purgatory fire wings that she needed were not among them. We still need a lot of materials. If they are not available here, we can only go to the Wanling Pavilion that the teacher mentioned. Shenli looked up in one direction and suddenly felt a wave of energy coming from that direction. Different from the breath of monsters, this fluctuation is mixed with the energy fluctuation of human spirit masters, and there seems to be a familiar voice? Is someone fighting? Shenli raised his eyebrows. Since there is no sign of the Hell Moth on this side, it may have appeared over there. Let's go up and take a look. He did not rush too close, but asked the Empress to restrain her breath and move closer along the waves. After passing through a stone forest, a lava lake suddenly appeared in front of us. There is also a small volcanic island in the center of the lake. There stands a half-collapsed altar on the island, surrounded by a large number of third-level or even fourth-level monsters. 3 spirit masters in uniform stood side by side under the altar, their spirits struggling to resist the attacks of these monsters. Behind them, there seemed to be a young girl with a pale face and a crying voice. Did the disciple from a wealthy family lead the team to the secret realm to upgrade? I didn't expect an accident to happen. Shenli took a quick look and narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it! Why are these monsters suddenly going berserk? At this time, the veins on the forehead of the spirit master who was leading the middle bulged out, and the aura of the 4th-level primary ice fox in front of him was already very weak, and it was obvious that it had lost its combat effectiveness. If the people from headquarters don't come soon, the young lady and I will die here. Shenli was standing by the lava lake, watching the scenes before him and didn't seem to be planning to take action. But a 4-winged hellfire moth suddenly flew out from one side, flapping its wings and scattering a large amount of sparks. It's the hellfire moth. Shenli's eyes narrowed. Isn't this exactly the advanced material he needs? At this moment, the monsters that surrounded the 4 people suddenly attacked, and several fire pigs rushed towards the 3 spirit masters. In an instant, the last line of defense was broken. Seeing that she was about to die here, the girl closed her eyes in fear. Everyone around was silent and surprised. Empress burning heaven. Shenli's voice rang out from the silence. The next moment, red flames streaked across the sky like a meteor. The figure of the Burning Sky Empress suddenly appeared above the altar, her red eyes swept across the entire venue, and a terrifying pressure swept across the sky along with red flames. The originally boiling lava heated up again under the terrifying high temperature. The originally violent monsters were frightened by the pressure and crawled on the ground in an instant. Some who were only at level 3 had lost all desire to attack and were trembling in fear. What is this? Someone from headquarters is coming? The leading spirit master stared at the fiery red figure with wide eyes. The Burning Sky Empress ignored the others and flicked her jade fingers lightly, and several chains of fire shot out like living things. Accurately entangle the hellfire moth. The next moment, the cage took shape. Inside the cage, the hellfire moth let out a shrill hissing sound and flapped its wings continuously, but it could not escape the confines of the cage. Solve it. Chen Li's voice came from the stone forest. The burning sky empress condensed a flaming sword in her palm. The sword flashed across, and with a mournful howl, the hell moth died instantly. After putting away the 2 pairs of exploded purgatory fire wings, the empress's rank was also upgraded. The burning sky empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Tier 2, Level 8. Intimacy +1 currently 43. After eliminating the main target, the burning sky queen immediately left the cage. Her eyes turned cold, and the red flames in the domain suddenly surged. The surrounding flames were absorbed by the empress. In a blink of an eye, the life breath of these fire monsters became weak. The next moment, the empress attacked again and killed all the monsters. The volcanic island suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of the flowing lava lake and the burning flames. The 3 spirit masters stared at everything in front of them in amazement, until Chen Li walked out of the stone forest, then they suddenly came to their senses. "Thank you for your help, brother. My name is Lin Zhong. May I know your full name?" Chen Li didn't want to reveal his name, so he immediately signaled the empress to prepare to leave. But the girl behind the 3 of them suddenly looked up, and after seeing his figure clearly, her eyes were full of surprise. "Qi Yan? Why are you here?" Chapter 024, A Hero Saves the Beauty? I just want to focus on leveling up. It's her? Chen Li was stunned. Isn't this the girl with ponytail who gave roses to him at the black market exit yesterday? The girl saw that Chen Li seemed to recognize her, her eyes lit up, her fingers subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she said nervously, "Do you still remember me?" "My name is Lu Yuyu." Chen Li nodded and returned his gaze to the burning sky empress. He signaled the empress to leave and turned around to continue exploring the secret realm. At this time, Lu Yuyu spoke again, "Qi Yan. Are you here to explore the secret realm as well? What materials do you need? Can we explore together?" She lowered her head slightly, and it was obvious that she mustered up the courage to say this. Lin Zhong behind him was slightly stunned when he saw this, but did not say anything. Chen Li didn't stop and waved his hand. "No, I'm used to being alone. Acting alone can maximize efficiency. Now that time is tight, bringing a group of people will only slow down the process." He is now only 1 step away from advancing to the 3rd level, and he will never waste time in such a place. Lu Yuyu's heart stopped for a moment when she heard this. Ever since she unexpectedly met Chen Li in the black market, she felt that she had fallen in love with this young man. "But I am an introvert and have always dared to watch from a distance. Now that she has such a good opportunity to get along with others, she absolutely cannot let it go. Are we too much trouble? I know a special entrance. It might contain the materials you need." Chen Li stopped and turned his head slightly. I've always been willing to help others. Where is it located?" Seeing that he finally responded, Lu Yuyu's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly took out a map from her pocket. "It's inside this altar. There is a special secret passage there that leads to an underground lava cave." During the entire process, Lin Zhong and the other 2 did not speak. Seeing this, the other person behind Lin Zhong couldn't help but whispered, "Captain, if the lady invites a stranger so rashly, will it?" Lin Zhong observed Chen Li calmly and responded in a deep voice, "It's okay. He looks quite capable. The people from headquarters haven't arrived yet, so he'd be a good helper." Chen Li smiled and turned to look at Lu Yuyu. "Lead the way." Okay. Lu Yuyu nodded quickly. Her hands were shaking constantly at this moment. This strange heart palpitations made her face blush again. She walked quickly to the altar and found a secret passage under a stone wall. Crack! The stone slab slowly sank, revealing a narrow, dark passage. A stream of hot air mixed with the smell of sulfur blew towards them. "It's right here." Seeing Chen Li coming over, Lu Yuyu made way and took the initiative to point out the seat for him. Chen Li did not hesitate and entered the passage first. After passing through a narrow passage, the view ahead suddenly opens up. The scorching airwaves hit my face, and looking up, the entire underground lava cave was like a natural furnace. In the center is an endless lava lake, with dark red magma boiling and surging in the lake, gurgling with bubbles. The most shocking thing is the lava waterfall on the top of the cave. Countless lava flows like a river from the sky, pouring down the rock wall tens of meters high, bringing up heat waves several meters high. How spectacular! Lu Yuyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and subconsciously leaned closer to Chen Li. The hot air made her cheeks flush, and she didn't know if it was because of the heat or something else. At this moment, several noises were heard from the edge of the lava lake. Several huge bull-shaped monsters poked their heads out of the lava and instantly locked onto Chenli in the front. Be careful, Lu Yuyu reminded subconsciously, but found that Chenli had already raised his hand. Empress Burning Heaven. The terrifying red field unfolded again, and in an instant these monsters were dealt with by the Empress. Is it solved now? The spirit master who had questioned Chenli before rubbed his eyes full of disbelief. This is a level 3 lava bull with thick skin and tough flesh, and it is extremely difficult to deal with. Even if the three of them work together, they may not be able to deal with it in such a short time. As a result, the young man's spirit killed them instantly? Lin Zhong frowned and looked at Chenli again. This young man looks about the same age as his young lady, but his reaction speed is astonishingly fast, and the suppression power of the spirit control is even more terrifying. It seems to be only at the second level, but it can burst out flames with an intensity that even a fourth level imperial spirit may not be able to achieve. Captain, who is he? Another guard lowered his voice. Lin Zhong shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not simple. With him around, maybe the young lady's upgrade will go much more smoothly this time. Chenli turned a deaf ear to the exclamations behind him. His attention was all on these monsters. The experience bar increased a lot, but he was not happy at all. This one isn't, and this one isn't either. He sighed. These materials were indeed too rare. It was too difficult to collect them all in a short time. It seems that I can only try my luck at Wanling Pavilion after I get out. But before that, he still planned to continue exploring, at least to upgrade the Empress's level to the maximum. Let's go. He took a step forward and walked deeper. Seeing this, Lu Yuyu quickly followed, her face full of admiration. After going 100 meters deep, everyone arrived near the lava waterfall. Chenli was just about to go deeper when he suddenly saw a strange figure. What is that? The Hell Demon? Chenli's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strange sense of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the figure under the lava waterfall. The monster was covered in special armor, and a faint black aura lingered on each piece of armor. There were no facial features on its head, and its limbs were extremely strong. A third-rank general-level monster, the Hell Demon? Lin Zhong's voice trembled slightly. He subconsciously stepped forward to protect Lu Yuyu behind him. How could a monster of this level be here? According to common sense, the moth that had appeared before in this level of Secret Realm was already the highest level. Captain, this Hell Demon is one of the most terrifying general-level monsters. I'm afraid it's already close to the king level. Let's retreat quickly. We can't deal with it at all. Lu Yuyu nervously clutched the corner of her clothes and looked at Chenli with a hint of worry in her eyes. She knew that Chenli was very powerful, but even a fourth-level spirit master would fail against a monster that was so close to the king level. Chenli did not retreat, nor did he even move. He looked at the Hell Demon, his eyes gleaming. I'm just short of 2 Hell Demon bones. Chenli muttered to himself, there's no reason to refuse materials that have been delivered to my doorstep. Shi Yan. Don't be impulsive. Lu Yuyu quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. It's too dangerous to fight head-on. Wait until the others arrive. Then we can join forces and take on him. Chenli looked back at the other party and waved his hand. You guys go out first. This place has been almost cleared. I'll leave after I deal with this Hell Demon. Chapter 025, Battle to General Level again. The second type of materials gathered. Little brother. Lin Zhong stepped forward, his tone solemn. This Hell Demon is no ordinary general level monster. He's almost king level. We can't deal with him now. He saw that Chenli was so young and really didn't want to see such a genius fail here today. The guards from our headquarters are heading here and will be here soon. If we join forces to encircle and destroy it, our chances of victory will be much greater. Chenli shook his head and never left the prison demon. These Hell Demons are rare, and he doesn't want to share a piece with others. What's more, he can't wait any longer. Humph. How ungrateful. The guard who had been questioning Chenli couldn't help but snorted coldly, Captain. Let's just ignore him. This kid wants to die, there's no need for us to accompany him. Miss, let's go. Lu Yuyu clutched the corner of her clothes, looked at Chenli's back, and then looked at the prison demon in the distance. She knew in her heart that Shi Yan was not an impulsive person, but the pressure from this Hell Demon was so terrifying that she was worried that something might happen to him. Shi Yan. She hesitated and spoke with a weak voice, "Are you really sure?" Chenli turned his head, with confidence on his face, "Don't worry." Just two simple words, yet they carry an inexplicable persuasive power. Lu Yuyu looked at the confidence in his eyes, and the worries in her heart suddenly faded a lot. She recalled the scene when she was in the stands of the ring and saw Chenli sweeping his opponents. No matter how incredible the situation was, Chenli could always turn it around. Finally, she nodded. "Then, I'll wait for you outside." She glanced at Chenli reluctantly, then left with Lin Zhong and the other two. Before leaving, Lin Zhong wanted to say something, but the impatient guard had already walked away quickly, muttering the words, "You don't know how to live or die." After the figure completely disappeared, Chenli turned around and locked his gaze on the hell demon under the lava waterfall again. "No one's disturbing me." He flexed his wrist and looked at the burning sky empress beside him. "Let's get started." "As you command, master." The figure of the burning sky empress disappeared in an instant, leaving behind an unreserved aura of terror. Roar! The hell demon sensed the threat, and a burst of green flames suddenly emerged from his empty eye sockets, followed by a roar. The next moment, it actually rushed directly towards Chenli, who was farther away from it. Chenli was a little surprised, but he was prepared. Burning Heaven Prison. Immediately, the Empress cast a fire chain and trapped him in a cage. Immediately afterwards, several flames burst out. The next moment, a scene that surprised Chenli appeared. When the Hell Demon, who was close to the king level, came into contact with the Empress's flame, he was not burned at the first time. This Hell Demon's resistance to fire is higher than he expected. Ordinary general level monsters would have been wailing under the Empress's flames, but this Hell Demon, which was close to the king level, was able to withstand the suppression of the flames. Roar! The Hell Demon seized the opportunity, swung his arms violently and slammed into the wall of the cage. The hard cage trembled violently, and it actually smashed a fine crack into it. How terrifying! Is this a monster close to the king level? Chenli re-evaluated the strength of the Hell Demon in front of him. Although it poses some threat to myself, it is generally within controllable range. However, this also gave him some reminders. Find his weak spot and try to attack. The Burning Sky Empress received the order and launched multiple attacks to find the Hell Demon's weakness. The Hell Demon's entire body is covered in armor, with almost no weaknesses except for the weak area at the neck. The throat is the weak point. Find an opportunity to attack. Chenli quickly found the key and gave the order immediately. Her red eyes locked onto the neck of the prison demon, and she tapped her toes lightly, her body transforming into a stream of light as she moved within the cage. While avoiding the attacks, keep hitting the Hell Demon's weaknesses. Roar! The Hell Demon realized that his weakness had been discovered, and he immediately roared angrily, and his resistance became faster and faster. Every time it attacks, it exposes a flaw in its throat. Chenli continued. The Empress understood what he meant and found the right moment to condense a flaming spear in her palm. Laugh! The flaming spear pierced into the neck of the Hell Demon in an instant with a sound of breaking through the air. The Hell Demon let out a shrill roar, his huge body trembled violently, and his breath suddenly weakened. Pursue victory! Chenli growled. Fenshin attacked again, the flaming spear transformed into a flaming sword, and he slashed accurately at the same wound. Puff! This sword directly tore through the Hell Demon's defense, and endless flames poured into its body like a tide, madly burning its core energy. The roar of the Hell Demon became weaker and weaker, and the power of its attack gradually weakened. It's almost over. Chenli looked at this scene and knew that the winner had been decided. The Burning Sky Empress leaped up, grasped the flaming sword with both hands, and poured all her energy into it. Boom! With one sword, the head fell off. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Current level, Stage 2, Level 9. Intimacy +5, currently 48. The Hell of Fire cage slowly dissipated. Chenli walked forward, picked up the 2 Hell Demon bones that had fallen on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. The Infernal Wings are complete, and the Infernal Devil's bones are complete too. All that's missing is the final Burning Heaven Spirit Fire. Chenli looked around. The monsters around were very rare, and it didn't look like there were any special fire attribute monsters. There is only one level left to reach the maximum level 2, and Chenli plans to kill all the remaining monsters here. It would be best if I could find the Burning Heaven Spirit Fire, but if not, I can just consider it as leveling up. Half an hour later, at the altar above, 2 fierce figures suddenly appeared from a distance. The strong wind brought by their landing blew up the gravel, and an aura of a strong man swept across in an instant. Behind the two men were their own powerful imperial spirits, one of which was an A-level imperial spirit thunder eagle covered with golden scales. The other type is an A-level giant bear covered entirely in black ice armor. Captain Wang, Captain Li. You are finally here. Lin Zhong's eyes lit up and he hurried to greet them. The man named Wang, who possessed the Thunder Eagle spirit mastery, stepped forward and said in a calm tone, Captain Lin, you just said that the young lady encountered a high-risk monster? Why are you sitting here now? Where's the young lady? Lu Yuyu, who had been guarding the exit of the passage, heard the sound and ran over quickly with an anxious look on his face. Uncle Wan, Uncle Li, I'm fine, but Qi Yan is still down there. She pointed to the entrance of the secret passage and said anxiously. There's a level 3 hell demon down there, almost king level. Go and save him. The man surnamed Wang was stunned when he heard what Lu Yuyu said. Who is Qi Yan? Is there such a person in our team? At this time, Lin Zhong stepped forward and told the two of them what had happened before. After understanding the whole story, the two looked at each other and quickly shook their heads. After all, I'm just too young and impetuous. Half an hour, I'm afraid it's already completely cold. Chapter 026, Save him. Wait. Are you okay? That's right, Captain Lin. Why bother saving him? He must have been dead by now. Isn't the fact that he hasn't come out for half an hour enough to prove it? The team member from before spoke again. Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of light footsteps at the entrance of the secret passage. Tick tick. The voice was neither hurried nor slow, and was particularly clear to their ears. Is the monster coming out? Everyone held their breath instantly. Captain Wang and Captain Li immediately stepped to the front, and Yu Ling also took a fighting stance. The next moment, Chen Li's figure slowly walked out of the passage. His clothes were stained with blood, but his expression was calm, and there was even a hint of ease in his eyes. Qi Yan. You are not dead after all. Lu Yuyu widened her eyes, and immediately stepped forward and hugged Chen Li in excitement. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously and even suspected that she was hallucinating. She had personally experienced how terrifying the pressure of the hell demon was half an hour ago, and she didn't expect that Chen Li could come out unscathed. Lin Zhong opened his mouth wide and managed to utter a sentence after a long while. Are you okay? The team member who had been questioning Chen Li stayed where he was. The disdain on his face had long since disappeared, and what remained was a look of horror and disbelief. A second-level Imperial Spirit destroyed a nearly king-level third-level monster in just half an hour? And it's still completely unharmed? You really got rid of that hell demon? The teammate's voice trembled, and even the way he addressed him changed unconsciously. Otherwise? Chen Li's tone was nonchalant, as if what he just faced was not a monster close to the king level, but an ordinary little monster. Captain Wang and Captain Li looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Captain Wang stepped forward and looked at Chen Li sharply. Little brother, have you ever considered joining us? Not interested. Chen Li refused immediately, then raised his hand and patted Lu Yuyu on the back. The girl hugged him too tightly, making him feel uncomfortable. At this time, Lu Yuyu finally realized that she had lost her composure. She suddenly let go of her hand, her cheeks instantly reddened to her ears, and she took 2 steps back in confusion. I'm sorry, Qi Yan, I was too excited. Chen Li shook his head to indicate that he was fine, then waved his hand. If you're alright, I'll be leaving first. Oh, okay. Several people stood there in a daze, watching Chen Li leave. It was not until Chen Li's figure completely disappeared that Lin Zhong finally reacted. He looks like he's only just come of age. Is he a senior in high school? He's taking the college entrance exam in a few days, right? Yeah. His question was answered by several people at the same time. Lin Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, it seems like our Fog City is going to produce an incredible student this year. The spirit master who had previously questioned Chen Li's expression changed completely at this moment. He originally thought that this young man was just young and frivolous, but now it seems that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Captain Wang and Captain Li, who had just arrived, exchanged glances. A level 2 Imperial Spirit has such potential, so it must be at least S rank, right? No, at least SS level? I don't know what card pool it is from. After chatting for a few minutes, they suddenly looked at Lu Yuyu. Miss, it seems that the materials you need this time are unlikely to be found. Let's go back to Wanling Pavilion first and report to the master that you are safe. Lu Yuyu looked at the place where Chenli left and nodded blankly, okay. When Chenli left the volcanic secret realm, the scenery outside the city suddenly returned to a wasteland. He looked at the two advanced materials in his pocket, and only the last goal remained in his mind, the burning sky spirit fire. Wanling Pavilion, as one of the largest wholesalers of advanced materials in Fog City, should have some in stock, right? He hailed a taxi, gave the address, and then started checking the system. Host, Chenli. Age, 18. Spirit Master level, not yet started. Spirit Master skill, Fire Affinity passive. Current card pool mission, successfully upgrade a female emperor to level 3. Reward, +1 card draw chance. Contracted Imperial Spirit cannot be transferred, belongs to the host alone. Imperial Spirit Fantion Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS level. Spirit Type, Killing Type. Spirit Level, Level 2 Maximum. Materials required for advancement, Purgatory Fire Wings 4, Burning Heaven Spirit Fire 3, Hell Demon Bone 3. Spirit Control Skills, Crimson Flame, Burning Heaven Prison, 9 Heaven Sword Technique to be unlocked, Sword Sweeping Mountains and Rivers to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Burning Heaven Sword unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 51 Gradual Response. His eyes were always fixed on the card drawing task. Generally speaking, ordinary people will be given one chance to draw a card when they turn 18, and the rest of the opportunities can only be obtained through some special channels. For example, there is a chance to obtain it by clearing some special secret realms. Like Wang Meng before, it is very likely that he got his second chance to draw a card through special channels. Of course, you can also transfer the deed, which is basically exclusive to the rich. For most ordinary people, it is difficult to contract a second Imperial Spirit in their lifetime. For someone like Chenli, who can complete the mission and get the chance to draw cards, it is already a very good situation. I don't know if there will be new missions after this one is completed. Although the more spirit controls the better, as your level increases, the number of spirit controls required to become a higher level spirit control master will also increase. The level of the spirit master represents the level of welfare, so he would naturally want to do his best to get it. Just as I was thinking about it, the taxi arrived at its destination and came to the door of Wanling Pavilion. Chenli paid and got off the car. For the first time, he saw the Wanling Pavilion that occupied half of the street. Special runes flow on the silver-gray exterior wall, as if the entire building is wrapped in an invisible energy barrier. On the top of the core building, 3 large gilded characters Wanling Pavilion are hung. At the entrance below, several security guards with a few second-level Imperial Spirits were examining the crowd around them with sharp eyes. Is this the financial power of a large chain of chambers of commerce? Chenli sighed and was about to leave. He had just taken a few steps when a car suddenly stopped beside him. He didn't pay attention and was about to leave when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Then, there was a voice calling out to him, Shi Yan. Chapter 027 Wanling Pavilion. The Pavilion Master's daughter is my fangirl? Chenli turned around when he heard the sound, only to see Lu Yuyu standing behind him, panting. Lin Zhong and the several spirit masters who had been with him got off the car shortly after. The loose hair on Lu Yuyu's forehead was blown by the wind, and there was a faint blush on her fair face, which was obviously caused by being too nervous. Shi Yan, why are you here? She calmed her breath and continued, Are you here to buy advanced materials? Chenli nodded, yeah. Without thinking much, he turned around and wanted to continue walking inside, but was quickly stopped by Lu Yuyu. The girl was not tall, and when she stood in front of Chenli she could only look up at him. Tell me what materials you want to buy, and I'll take you to ask my father. Chenli paused and frowned slightly. Your father? Just as doubts arose in his mind, Lin Zhong beside him reminded him in time. Miss, the master has told you to go back as soon as possible. He is a little worried about you. I understand. It's a good opportunity for Qi Yan to come with me. Lu Yuyu waved her hand. She wanted to pull Chenli but was too embarrassed to do so. She had to take 2 steps to see if Chenli was following her. Chenli was a little surprised, but since he needed advanced materials at the moment, he had to follow. As soon as I stepped into Wanling Pavilion, a scent mixed with various materials hit me in the face. The hall inside is magnificent, the stone tiles on the floor are so clean and tidy that you can even see people's shadows. There are all kinds of materials on the counters around. This Wanling Pavilion is much more upscale than Linya's Tianyan Hall. Chenli, who was originally somewhat confident in his own capital, suddenly lost his confidence when he got here. But in order to advance, he gritted his teeth and continued to follow Lu Yuyu. Several shop assistants in uniform were greeting customers. When they saw Lu Yuyu come in, they hurriedly greeted her respectfully, "Hello, miss." But after the greetings, many people noticed Chenli next to Lu Yuyu. For a moment, the curiosity of many people was aroused, and they began to discuss the relationship between this young man and the daughter of Wanling Pavilion. "Xian, come on, follow me upstairs to meet my dad." Chenli followed Lu Yuyu up the jade stairs, taking every step carefully. "My father is rarely in the branch pavilion, so he happened to come over today," Lu Yuyu said as they walked, looking very happy. "He knows a lot of high-level spirit masters, so he must know the materials you need." After going up a few floors and arriving at a hall at the end of the corridor, I could hear a majestic male voice shouting in the distance. "A bunch of trash." Lu Yuyu's father, Lu Tianquan, the head of Wanling Pavilion, was wearing a black brocade robe. He stood in the middle of the hall, looking at the group of subordinates in front of him with a grim face. "Who gave you the guts to arrange for Yuyu to go to a place like that without your permission? Don't you know that there have been frequent monster movements recently? What if you encounter a demon?" The people who were scolded lowered their heads, and one of the white-haired old men said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master, we misjudged it. We originally thought it was just an ordinary secret realm, but we didn't expect." "Misjudgment?" Lu Tianquan suddenly kicked over the tea table beside him, and the sound of tea sets breaking suddenly came. "If anything goes wrong with Yuyu, 10 of your lives won't be enough to compensate you. Captain of the branch guard. And the branch master. Leader of the secret realm exploration team. Dismiss immediately. Everyone involved in this decision making. All of you. Stand down and wait for your turn." Everyone's faces turned pale, but no one dared to refute a word. Everyone knows that the master of Wanling Pavilion appears gentle and easygoing most of the time, but once his daughter is involved, his other side will be triggered on the spot. "Dad. I'm back." Lu Yuyu's voice came from outside. Lu Tianquan, who was originally glaring with anger, softened his expression visibly when he heard the voice. He even straightened his slightly messy clothes with his hands, and the violent aura he had before instantly disappeared without a trace. He looked towards the door, a smile on his face. "Yuyu is back? Are you hurt?" The expression changed so quickly that everyone present was stunned. Lu Yuyu came to his father with a smile. "I'm fine, I just encountered a little trouble but it was quickly resolved." Seeing Lu Yuyu come in, Lu Tianquan noticed Lin Zhong, Chenli and others following behind. His expression immediately darkened again. "What the hell are you doing? I told you to protect the young lady? And you let her get into danger in this secret realm?" Lin Zhong and others lowered their heads and dared not breathe. After scolding his men, Lu Tianquan's gaze fell on Chenli, who followed Lu Yuyu in. Seeing Chenli dressed in ordinary clothes, he thought he was a newly recruited member of the guard team. "Who are you? New here? How did you protect yourself in the secret realm just now?" "Dad." Lu Yuyu blushed and quickly interrupted him, leaning close to his ear to explain in a low voice. "He's not a guard. His name is Qi Yan, and he's my savior. He was the one who saved us in the secret realm just now. He even killed a nearly king-level hell demon all by himself." "Oh?" Lu Tianquan was stunned and immediately looked at Chenli again. The young man looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features and a bit of handsomeness. He didn't have any ostentatious air about him and didn't look like a powerful character at all. But he always believed his daughter's words, and his expression immediately changed into a polite smile. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "So it was you, little brother, who saved Yuyu." "I am Lu Tianquan. Thank you, little brother, for your kind help." Chenli didn't expect the other person's expression to change so quickly. He was stunned for a moment before extending his hand. "It's just a small favor." "Thank you." Looking at the young man in front of him, Lu Tianquan suddenly remembered something. "This is the first time my daughter has brought a man of the same age to see me since she grew up. Although he is my savior, I still feel a little strange." He cleared his throat and continued, "You look unfamiliar, little brother. Which school are you from? If there's anything I can help you with, Wanling Pavilion. He's here to buy advanced materials." Lu Yuyu quickly answered, pulling Lu Tianquan and Chenli out. "Dad, he's looking for the burning heaven spirit fire. We should have it in curry, right?" Lu Tianquan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his daughter being so close to Chenli. But since the life-saving favor was there, he couldn't say anything and could only agree. Go get Curry's burning heaven spirit fire. The housekeeper at the door hurried to get the materials. The three of them stood at the door, and Lu Tianquan glanced at Chen Li from time to time, as if he was evaluating something. Chen Li felt a little uncomfortable watching this. Fortunately, the materials were retrieved fairly quickly. I wonder how many portions of the burning heaven spirit fire you want, little brother? Lu Tianquan asked Chen Li. Chen Li stretched out his hand and replied. 3 servings will do. Chapter 028, Level 3 Burning Sky Empress. Second chance to draw a card. Chen Li took the jade box containing the burning heaven spirit fire and couldn't help feeling excited. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Chen Li looked up at Lu Tianquan and took out a black card from his pocket. How much are these materials? I'll pay with the card. Lu Tianquan immediately waved his hand, saying casually, little brother, you saved Yu, so this little bit of materials is nothing. If you need it, Wanling Pavilion can also afford to send more materials. Chen Li was obviously a little surprised. This was material worth millions. The other party was really generous. Seeing this, he did not refuse anymore, bowed to thank her, then turned around and was about to leave. Shi Yan. Seeing him about to leave, Lu Yu suddenly reached out and called him, when will you come to Wanling Pavilion again? I want to treat you to some snacks. Chen Li didn't stop walking. It's hard to say, maybe he will come, maybe he won't. He really didn't know when he would come again. There are only 5 days left until the college entrance examination. Time is tight. If there is no need, I really don't have time to come here. Oh. Looking at Chen Li's figure gradually going away, Lu Yu looked a little unhappy. When Lu Tianquan saw this scene, his brows slightly frowned. Is his precious daughter in love? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Was it something sudden? Love at first sight? Isn't that right? My daughter has seen so many outstanding descendants of spirit masters since she was a child, so her standards should be very high. How could she be attracted to such an ordinary-looking boy? Thinking of this, Lu Tianquan coughed lightly and looked at his daughter. Yu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should avoid contact with these ordinary spirit masters with unknown origins in the future. He's not ordinary. Lu Yu immediately retorted, Shi Yan's imperial spirit is very powerful. A second level one can kill a third level hell demon that's close to the king level. Even Uncle Wang and the others were stunned. A second level being killed by a third level being? Lu Tianquan raised his eyebrows, obviously not taking his daughter's words in. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a second level spirit is, it is still only a second level one. It is most likely that it just happened to find the monster's weakness. But looking at his daughter's appearance, he couldn't just pour cold water on her, so he could only say helplessly. Okay, he's amazing. But judging by his appearance, he must be a senior in high school like you, and he'll be taking the college entrance exam in a few days. If he can really achieve some success in the college entrance exam and prove that he's really capable, I won't stop you from contacting him later. Lu Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously, it's a deal. Outside Wanling Pavilion, Chen Li walked out of the building. He touched his pocket, feeling the temperature of the 3 advanced materials. Finally gathered them all. Without hesitation, he stopped a taxi and immediately started on his way home. The journey of more than half an hour seemed like a year to him. After returning to the rental house, he locked the door and immediately threw himself on the sofa. He took a deep breath, called up the system panel, and summoned the Burning Sky Empress. Current level, level 2 maximum. Level has reached the maximum, the spirit can be advanced. Finally, I can advance. Chen Li took out the 3 materials one by one and handed them to the Burning Sky Queen. The moment these 3 materials came into contact with the Empress, they suddenly underwent some changes. The purgatory fire wings glowed with red light, the hell demon's bones were surrounded by a faint black aura, and the burning sky spirit fire transformed into 3 dancing flames suspended in the air. In an instant, the temperature of the entire room soared, and even scorch marks appeared on the walls. Empress Burning Sky, start advancing. Chen Li ordered in a deep voice, with anticipation glittering in his eyes. As you command, Master. As the Empress's voice fell, her figure gradually became solid. She raised her hand and waved, and 4 pairs of flaming wings flapped like living things, instantly turning into streams of light and merging into her back. Her originally flaming hair moved without wind, and the outline of phoenix wings vaguely emerged, and each wing was flowing with blazing flames. Then, 3 balls of golden burning heaven spirit fire flew out of the box and slowly floated towards her palm. The red flames on her fingertips collided with them, and the golden flames and the red flames continued to rotate and blend, making a slight crackling sound. Finally, 3 pieces of Hell Demon's bones fell at her feet and were instantly decomposed by special energy into black lines. The lines spread along her ankles, forming mysterious flame runes. Buzz! The moment the 3 materials were fused, red flames suddenly erupted and the entire room was engulfed in light. Chenli narrowed his eyes subconsciously and vaguely saw a huge phoenix shadow appearing behind the burning Sky Empress. When the shadow spread its wings, it seemed as if a pressure that could burn the sky and destroy the earth spread out. Compared with the previous phantom, this time the phoenix phantom is more solid, and every feather can be seen clearly. It is obviously one step closer to its actual appearance. The burning Sky Empress successfully advanced. Current level, Level 3, Level 1. Spirit Control Skill, 9 Heaven's Sword Technique has been unlocked. Intimacy +5 currently 56. Materials required for the next stage, Chaos Spark 3, Flame Soul Jade 2, Scarlet Sky True Iron 5. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind. Chenli could clearly feel that after the Empress advanced, a warm current surged through his body again. Flame patterns similar to those of the burning Sky Empress even appeared on the surface of her skin. At this moment, a new system reminder suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the host for completing the card pool mission and successfully upgrading a female emperor to level 3. Reward, card draw times +1. Do you want to open the Empress card pool immediately? Chenli looked at the interface that popped up on the system and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He took a deep breath and said immediately, "Open." The next moment, his consciousness came to the familiar card drawing space. Countless magnificent scenes rotated rapidly, including the cold and chilly frozen throne and the singing and dancing phoenixes in the Wutong fairy forest. As the image will slowly stopped, a soft and rhythmic voice sounded, and a white light flashed, illuminating the entire space like a fairyland. In the picture, in a pavilion on the top of a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, an empress in a moon-white fairy dress is sitting in front of a zither. As her jade fingers gently pluck the strings, the notes flowing through them turn into real objects, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sprout, and spirit birds to fly around the pavilion. The entire mountain range trembles slightly with the rhythm, and even the sound of the wind becomes a chord. The host has been detected to have drawn the SSS Auxiliary Control Type Imperial Spirit, the Fairy Sound Empress. Do you want to make a contract? Chenli looked at the peerless figure, a smile on his face. Contract. Chapter 029 SSS Level, the Empress of Fairy Music. With a gentle pluck of her jade fingers, the mountains and rivers become a song. Imperial Spirit Fairy Sound Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS Level. Spirit Type, Support Amplification. Spirit Level, Level 0. Materials required for advancement, 1000 Sound Jade 3. Spirit Control Skills, Fairy Sound Charm to be unlocked, Spring Comes to Life to be unlocked, Resonance of All Sounds to be unlocked, Breaking Delusion Sound Waves to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Fairy Harp unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 7 Untouchable. Chenli stared at the system panel with shining eyes. I didn't expect that the second Empress would be an auxiliary Empress who could complement the Burning Sky Empress. Although the Burning Sky Empress is unparalleled in killing, she still needs to face various crisis situations during the period when her skills are not available. And the Fairy Sound Queen can make up for this. Judging from the skills of the Fairy Sound Queen are probably status enhancement or something like that, and grass and trees coming back to spring must be a healing skill. Healing Auxiliary Type. Chenli's heart was shocked. The two Empresses complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, which can definitely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Before the light of the contract formation completely dissipated, a clear figure appeared in front of Chenli. The Fairy Sound Empress wore a plain white fairy dress with a faint fluorescent glow flowing from the hem. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall with a few strands of hair hanging down. Master. When her voice rang out, it did not have the majesty of the Burning Sky Empress, but instead was like a mountain breeze blowing through the strings of a zither, with a natural rhythm that made Chenli's nerves relax unconsciously. What a fairy music queen! Chenli couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes became more and more passionate as he looked at the other party. Intimacy with the Fairy Queen +1. Note, the Fairy Queen prefers rhythm and harmony. Calmly planning the battle will increase her intimacy. Chenli was stunned, but quickly nodded. Just as I was about to say something, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a new task reminder appearing on the system panel out of the corner of my eye. Current card pool mission: successfully upgrade both Empresses to level 4 simultaneously. Reward: +1 card draw chance. Upgrade to level 4 at the same time? Shenli raised his eyebrows. Although the rarity of 4th level materials is only higher than that of 3rd level materials, now that he has 2 Empresses, all this will not seem too difficult. What's more, with the assistance of the Fairy Music Queen, the speed of advancement will only get faster and faster. He put his thoughts aside and looked at the advancement materials of the Fairy Sound Queen. 1000 Sound Jade 3. He had some impression of this material. It seemed to be the basic material often used by sonic spirit tools. The Yuling Center should have it in stock. Although he successfully drew the Fairy Sound Queen, her level is only level 0 at the moment, so the most urgent task is to advance her first. With only a few days left until the college entrance exam, he wasn't sure how much he could improve, so he could only try his best. Let's go level up. Shenli acted decisively, summoned the 2 Empresses back to the Yuling space, and quickly left. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Yuling Center. When the staff saw him, they were obviously stunned. The news about the huge energy fluctuation in room 307 a few days ago has spread among them. They also heard that Shenli's spirit aura was extraordinary and might be an S-level spirit. Hello, I want to rent an intermediate secret realm and buy 3000 sound jades. Shenli's voice interrupted the staff who were whispering. Intermediate secret realm? The staff member was stunned for a moment and looked at Shenli carefully. Are you sure it's an intermediate secret realm? It's prepared for 3rd level spirit masters and above. The monsters in it are at least the 2nd level. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Shenli handed over a black card. The staff member looked at the balance on the black card and swallowed. He had only seen this dense network of zeros in a certain city. He didn't ask any more questions and quickly operated the terminal. The intermediate secret realm is on the 5th floor, 501. The price of 1000 sound jade is 700 yuan each, which makes a total of 25,000 yuan. Shenli swiped his card to pay, took the 1000 sound jade and secret realm card, and walked straight to the elevator. The staff member looked at his back and couldn't help but whisper to his colleagues, this student looks only 18 or 19 years old. A 3rd level spirit control master? Are young people these days so powerful? The intermediate secret realm is much different from the previous primary one. The moment he was teleported in, Shenli felt a burst of strong energy coming. Before his eyes was a valley shrouded in clouds and mist, with gurgling streams and towering ancient trees. Overall, it looks inexplicably in line with the temperament of the Empress Fairy Sound. Roar! Before he could come to his senses, 3 3rd-level wind apes jumped down from the ancient tree, and several pairs of eyes immediately locked onto Shenli. Empress Burning Heaven, Empress Fairy Sound. As Shenli finished speaking, the figure of the Burning Sky Empress solidified in the flames. The Fairy Music Queen appeared out of thin air accompanied by a burst of piano music. Don't rush to attack yet, try the auxiliary effect of the Fairy Sound Queen. Shenli looked at the Fairy Sound Queen. The Fairy Music Empress nodded slightly and flicked her jade fingers. There was no earth-shattering scene, just a wisp of piano music, and in an instant it seemed as if the mountains and rivers were accompanying it. In an instant, a special energy fluctuation suddenly appeared around the Burning Sky Empress. The flames on her body clearly did not change, but it exuded a more oppressive aura. Moreover, when releasing the flame, the slightly reduced energy was quickly replenished. To have such a support effect without even using a skill, worthy of being SSS rank. Shenli sighed, then nodded to signal the Burning Sky Queen to take action. The Burning Sky Empress felt the energy surging in her body, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then turned into a strong fighting spirit. She came in front of the 3 wind apes, and several flames instantly burned them to charcoal. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently level 0, level 4. Intimacy with the Fairy Queen +1 currently 8. Shenli looked at the rising experience bar and was slightly surprised. The upgrade speed does not seem to be as fast as expected. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. He learned in school that if the Imperial Spirits are summoned at the same time, they will share experience. Half of the experience was taken away by the Burning Sky Queen, so the upgrade speed will naturally be slower. However slow she is, the Fairy Sound Empress herself lacks combat effectiveness, and the Burning Sky Empress must be the main output. No wonder there are so few auxiliary spirit masters who advance to higher levels. Go deeper. Shenli waved his hand and his eyes swept deeper. The Burning Sky Empress led the way, and the Fairy Sound Empress followed closely behind to assist her. Chenli walked at the back, watching the experience bar continue to grow. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 0th level 5. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 0th level 6. Intimacy +1 currently 9. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 2. Intimacy +1 currently 57. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently level 0, level 7. Chapter 030, Intimacy improves, the Empress takes the initiative to get closer. The fog in the depths of the valley grew thicker, and the intense power of the interweaving of piano music and flames alarmed a more powerful existence. A gigantic elite-level wind ape king jumped out from behind an ancient tree. Its blue-gray fur seemed to flash with ferocity, and there was a lightning pattern on its forehead. It was an existence that Chenli had never seen before. What kind of monster is this? Has it mutated? Chenli was stunned for a moment, but still asked the Empress to take action immediately. The Burning Sky Empress's body was covered in crimson flames, and she instantly locked onto the Wind Ape King. The crimson flames filled the sky. The red domain suddenly expanded, and the originally arrogant Wind Ape King was intimidated by the pressure of the Empress, and his movements obviously stopped. The Fairy Music Empress plucked the piano lightly with her jade fingers, and the sound suddenly became passionate. The next moment, the pressure from the Burning Sky Empress was increased again. The Burning Sky Empress moved violently and instantly appeared in front of the Wind Ape King. Laugh! The flaming sword was swung out, killing instantly. After reaching the 3rd level, my combat effectiveness has increased a lot. It's so easy to deal with the 3rd level elites. Chenli looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +2 currently 59. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 0th level 8. Seeing that the intimacy level with the Burning Sky Queen was about to reach 60, Chenli felt a vague sense of anticipation in his heart. Coming to the body of the Wind Ape King, he looked at the remaining electric light and frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard of monsters undergoing this kind of mutation, but this was the first time he had seen it. The combat effectiveness of monsters will be greatly improved after mutation. If this Wind Ape King is a 4th level monster, it would be very dangerous. He looked around, and the originally fluctuating demonic auras seemed to have all fled in fear because of the battle that had just killed the Wind Ape King. Let's continue going deeper. As the number of monsters decreased, the upgrade speed of the Fairy Sound Queen gradually slowed down. Seeing that it was already evening, she was finally upgraded to the maximum level 0. At this time, the intimacy with the Burning Sky Empress also reached a new level. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +1 currently 60. When intimacy reaches the active closeness stage, attribute sharing is unlocked 60%. A burning force suddenly surged into Chenli's body, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. What's even more amazing is that he can clearly sense the emotional fluctuations of the Burning Sky Empress. At this moment, she seems to be excited? Looking up, he saw the Empress's slightly gentle expression, and he felt that this ruthless and decisive Empress seemed to have an extraordinary side. Master, I admire you even more. The Burning Sky Empress suddenly spoke, her voice filled with a hint of enthusiasm. From the time he first awakened until now, this master of his is indeed very much to his liking. Chenli was slightly moved and was about to say something when several ordinary monsters suddenly jumped out from not far away. This time he didn't even give the order, the Burning Sky Queen took the initiative to solve them all. When she attacked, the Empress seemed to be a little angry, as if she was displeased with the interruption of her conversation with the master. Empress Xianyin, since you have reached the maximum level, you can advance directly here. After realizing that the monsters around him had been cleared out, Chenli did not hesitate and immediately handed the 1,000 Sound Jade to the Fairy Sound Empress, allowing her to advance on the spot in the secret realm. The Fairy Sound Empress took the 1,000 Sound Jade, and with her jade-white fingers lightly touching it, the 3 jade stones immediately turned into streams of light, swirling and merging into her body. She slowly walked to an open space, and jade-white sound wave patterns appeared around her body. Her plain white fairy skirt swayed gently with the sound waves, as if a fairy from heaven had descended to earth. She murmured something to Zhou that he could not understand, and lightly plucked the air with her jade fingers, as if there was an invisible fairy harp in front of her. The clear and pleasant sound of the piano flows slowly, the melody is as gentle as water, carrying the energy that nourishes all things. The energy of Qianyin Jade continued to transform, condensing into a cocoon of light around him, merging her entire body into it. Within the cocoon of light, the aura of the Fairy Sound Empress rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black hair that originally reached her waist was dyed a touch of jade white, and the energy in the air was also stained with a little musical fluctuation. Soon, the light cocoon slowly faded away, turning into light spots all over the sky. The figure of the Fairy Sound Queen appeared again, and her aura was several times stronger than before. The Fairy Queen successfully advanced. Current level, Level 1, Stage 1. Spirit Control Skill, Fairy Sound Charm has been unlocked. Intimacy +5 currently 15. Materials required for the next level, Holy Sound Grass 3, Heavenly Rhythm Stone 4. Master. The Fairy Sound Empress walked up to Chen-Li and bowed respectfully. Chen-Li nodded and smiled again. Then, he opened the system interface and his eyes fell on the newly unlocked skills. Fairy Sound Charm Purification Skill. Core effect: the Fairy Queen plays the fairy music, instantly removing all negative statuses of all allies within a 100-meter radius, increases with level and granting 15 seconds of immunity to control. Feature 1, Rhythmic Resonance. While this skill is active, releasing other skills will extend the duration of this skill to a certain extent. Feature 2, Healing Music. While this skill is active, the healing effect applied by the Fairy Queen to the target is greatly enhanced. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Instant control release plus 15 seconds of control immunity? Chen-Li's pupils shrank, and his heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. This skill has limited effect under normal circumstances, but if you encounter some special situations. For example, if you are facing a monster or spirit master with a large number of control skills, or even if you are surrounded by multiple people, with the Empress Fairy Sound around, you basically don't have to worry about being controlled to death by the control chain. He looked up at the Empress Xianyin, and the Empress was also looking at him. Compared to the initial expression of the Empress Fenshin, the Empress Xianyin's attitude was obviously more friendly. He retracted his gaze, looked at the system interface again, and switched the interface to the panel of the Burning Sky Empress. He was busy leveling up the Fairy Sound Empress before, and he didn't carefully check the new skills that the Burning Sky Empress unlocked after reaching the 3rd level. 9 Heaven's Sword Technique Killing Skills. Core effect: the Burning Sky Empress draws upon the flaming energy of heaven and earth, her sword chant shocking the heavens, condensing into a giant flaming sword phantom that pierces the sky, dealing a devastating blow to a large area of enemies ahead. Feature 1, Flame Sword Remaining Power. The skill's impact area will leave a lingering red flame for 10 minutes, continuously burning enemies within range. Feature 2, Emperor Sword Linkage unlocked at Tier 5. When you obtain the exclusive Burning Heaven Sword, your skill damage is greatly increased, and your damage range is expanded tenfold. Cooling time, 30 minutes. This skill. It's a magical skill for clearing the field. Chen-Li took a breath of cold air. A devastating blow within a 100-meter radius, accompanied by continuous burning, combined with a field of crimson flames, wouldn't it directly become a monster harvester? Moreover, there are special weapon features that can be linked to the 5th level and above. Fenshin noticed that Chen-Li seemed to be happy for him, and his red eyes slightly raised with a smile on his face. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +1 currently 61. After noticing the countdown of the secret realm, Chen-Li looked at the time. It's getting late, let's go back first. Chapter 031 Advancement. 2nd level Fairy Sound Empress. The next day, there were only 4 days left until the college entrance examination. Chen-Li came to the Yuling Center again to level up. After entering the secret realm again, he skillfully commanded the 2 empresses. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 3. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 1st level 2. Chen-Li leaned against an ancient tree and watched the Empress take action, killing the 3rd level monsters one after another, and the experience bar slowly increased. During this period, he took a look at the advanced materials needed for the Fairy Sound Queen to advance to the 2nd level. Materials required for the next level: Holy Sound Grass 3, Heavenly Rhythm Stone 4. These 2 materials are considered relatively rare, just like the ones used by the Burning Sky Empress at that time. He knew that the Yuling Center probably didn't have these 2 materials, so if he wanted them, he could only go to Tianyan Hall or Wanling Pavilion. Thinking of the scene in Wanling Pavilion before, Chen-Li still felt that it would be better to go to Tianyan Hall. Soon, half a day passed. Compared to the previous upgrade speed of the Burning Sky Empress, the simultaneous leveling of 2 empresses was indeed slower. It took him so long to level up the Fairy Sound Empress from level 1 to the maximum level. When I left the secret realm again, dusk had already fallen. Let's go to Tianyan Hall first. He took a taxi and left, arriving at the Tianyan Hall branch half an hour later. On the way, he had already contacted Lin Yi in advance. When Lin Yi learned that he needed materials, he immediately asked someone to prepare them. When I opened the door, a rich aroma hit me again. Lin Yi was standing behind the counter, looking at the account book worriedly. Hiss. The branch's business isn't that bad, so why did it lose so much? Beside him, the secretary with black stockings and super sexy body lightly reminded him, Boss, have you forgotten what you did that day? Oh, yes, the exhibition match that day. Seeing Chenli coming in from the door, Lin Yi immediately stood up. Brother, you are finally here. I have found all the materials. He beckoned his secretary to hand over 2 boxes. 3 stalks of holy sound grass and 4 pieces of heavenly rhythm stone, all of them are top quality. Lin Yi handed the box to Chenli, and his eyes suddenly looked back and forth between the materials and Chenli. Holy sound grass is one of the materials for the advancement of auxiliary type spirit control, and Tianyun stone is one of the materials for the advancement of instrument type spirit control. This has nothing to do with the fire attributed spirit control that Chenli had before. He calculated calmly. His previous imperial spirit was clearly a fire attribute, and now he suddenly needs these 2 materials. Did he acquire a new imperial spirit? This is too outrageous. Where did he get this new imperial spirit? Did he transfer it? Or, did he get a new card draw opportunity from somewhere? How much? Chenli took the jade box and was about to take out the black card when he was stopped by Lin Yi. Lin Yi suppressed his curiosity and smiled. Talking about money is awkward. Being so formal? Your Tianyan Hall doesn't have that much money to pay me as a favor, right? Chenli was stunned for a moment. He felt uncomfortable as he always owed the other party a favor. Ha ha. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly when he saw his financial difficulties being exposed, and then suddenly changed the subject. How about this? Tianyantang doesn't have a brand spokesperson right now, how about you come? Just take a few promotional photos. Chenli raised his eyebrows. The endorsement is of no importance to him, it just affects his reputation a little bit. However, once I become stronger, there will be great scholars who will debate with me. Okay, but I don't participate in commercial activities. Make a deal. Lin Yi made the decision and smiled again. He had a premonition that the Tianyan Hall, which his father had run for so many years but had been lukewarm, was about to take off. No wonder the master told me to wear red shorts every day this year. My Lin family is going to turn things around. He was secretly excited and then looked at Chenli. In that case, go to the lounge and rest for a while. I'll arrange for someone to come over. No problem. Chenli agreed. He could take advantage of the time arranged by the other party to help the Fairy Sound Queen advance again. It's not a waste of time. Following the secretary to the lounge, Chenli watched the other party leave and then closed the door of the lounge. Let's get started. Summoning the Fairy Sound Queen, he handed her the 2 materials. The Fairy Music Empress nodded and tapped her jade fingers lightly. The Holy Sound Grass transformed into green spots of light and merged into her body, while the Heavenly Rhythm Stone transformed into sound wave-like patterns floating around her body. The clear and pleasant sound of the piano echoed in the lounge, as soft as water. Buzz. When the last bit of material was absorbed into her body, the aura of the Fairy Sound Queen suddenly rose. The waist-length black hair was stained with more jade white, and the sound waves flowing around the body became more and more condensed. The Fairy Queen successfully advanced. Current level, Level 2, Level 1. Spiritual skill, Spring has been unlocked. Intimacy +7 currently 22. Materials required for the next level, Soul Calming with 3, Heavenly Spirit Crystal 5, Tianke Spring Water 2. When intimacy reaches the initial acceptance stage, attribute sharing is unlocked 20%. After the Empress advanced, Chenli immediately opened the skill interface to check the specific effects of the new skills. Spring brings back the grass healing skill. Core effect, the Fairy Queen plays healing music, restoring all statuses of friendly units within range. Feature 1, Vitality Nourishment. Every time a friendly unit is healed, a continuous recovery buff lasting 5 seconds is applied to all friendly units. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Chenli stared at the skill panel, his heart filled with shock. It can restore status 100% regardless of numerical values in a large area, which is an extremely high-level skill no matter how you look at it. Moreover, the cooling time is not short. In other words, as long as the Fairy Sound Empress is present, the Burning Sky Empress can instantly recover to her peak every 20 minutes no matter how bad her condition is. Then, when the intimacy level reached the standard, the warmth of shared attributes surged through the whole body. Although it was not as strong as the sense of power brought by the Burning Sky Empress, it lifted his spirits and even eliminated most of his fatigue. Shenli frowned after taking a look at the materials needed to upgrade the Fairy Sound Queen to the 3rd level. Of the 3 materials that the Burning Sky Empress had mentioned before, he at least knew one. He had never heard of any of these 3 types. Based on the previous situation of Tianyan Hall, I'm afraid these materials are not available, and even if they are, there are not many. It will probably be dark by the time we finish things here. Let's go to Wanling Pavilion tomorrow. Chapter 032, Lu Yuyu's rumored boyfriend? Su Balian is anxious. There are only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Shenli got up early in the morning and came to the first floor of Wanling Pavilion to greet the first ray of sunshine. As soon as you step into the first floor lobby, you are surrounded by the fragrance. Yes. Put one here too. This thing is not only fragrant, but it can also calm the restlessness of the imperial spirit. The next moment, he saw Lu Yuyu seem to be carrying something. Before leaving, he was worried that he would be kicked out because he didn't leave the other party's contact information. Unexpectedly, he met him as soon as he entered the door. Qi Yan? Why are you here? Lu Yuyu's clear voice came. Today she was wearing a goose yellow dress with some cute patterns embroidered on the hem. The moment she saw Chanli, her eyes lit up visibly. I need to buy some materials. Chanli nodded and smiled, and Lu Yuyu came over. The next second, there were already small discussions around. Several guests and waiters were pointing at them, with gossip and curiosity in their eyes. Isn't that Pavilion Master Lu's daughter? Who is this boy? He doesn't look like a young master from any family. From what I hear, you're here to buy materials? Can the daughter of the Lu family come to greet you personally? I think he's probably the future son-in-law of Wanling Pavilion. Didn't you see the way Miss Lu looks at him? He came here once a couple of days ago, and he went upstairs with Miss Lu. TSK, he's so young, yet he dares to come to Pavilion Master Lu's door in front of him. He must be very powerful. Is this true? He looks like a high school student. Could there be a dark horse in this year's college entrance exam? The discussion was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Lu Yuyu's ears. Hearing this, Lu Yuyu's cheeks instantly flushed. She secretly glanced at Chen Li's profile and saw that he had no expression on his face. She felt relieved but also a little disappointed. Chen Li didn't care much about these discussions. He came here to get advanced materials. Qi Yan, let's go upstairs and talk. Lu Yuyu knew that the materials Chen Li needed could definitely not be found on this floor, so she took him upstairs. The two had just gone upstairs when 2 people suddenly walked in from the front door. It was Huang Mingyuan and Su Balian. Huang Mingyuan was wearing a designer brand and a limited edition Yuling bracelet on his wrist. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted, "Bring out all your best 4th level advancement materials. This young master wants to help Qian Xingha advance." Su Balian snuggled up beside him, a look of pride on her delicate makeup. She was enjoying the attention of the people around her when she suddenly heard the discussion of the guests nearby. That boy's name seems to be Qi Yan, right? They look so intimate, could it really be a relationship? I heard he single-handedly defeated a 3rd-order general-level monster. With his strength, it's a match made in heaven. Red flame? Su Balian suddenly looked up and the smile on her face froze instantly. It's Qi Yan again. She still vividly remembered the scenes at the black market last time. She thought that she would not hear about his situation during the few days he disappeared. As a result, I unexpectedly heard his name at this time. Huang Mingyuan frowned impatiently. Why are you so loud? I'm sorry, brother Mingyuan, I just heard a familiar name. Huang Mingyuan also had a certain impression of Qi Yan. When he heard Su Balian's account of what happened, his expression changed slightly. You said Qi Yan might be Chanli? I thought Huang Mingyuan would be very surprised, but he smiled disdainfully. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Even if he somehow obtained the imperial spirit, can he still raise its level in the next few days? But Su Balian was not happy. Huang Mingyuan frowned impatiently again. No buts, and even if he seems to be close to Miss Lu from Wanling Pavilion, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a relationship between them. I still don't understand how he got close to Miss Lu from Wanling Pavilion. Su Balian's voice trembled, as if she saw that Chen Li's life was not as bad as she had imagined. When she saw that Chen Li was able to get in touch with Lu Yuyu after being dumped by her, her eyes were full of jealousy and resentment. Huang Mingyuan scoffed at this and hugged Su Bailian's waist tightly. Don't worry, even if he's lucky, so what? I know that old fox Lu Tianquan best. He values equal status and is a daughter slave. How could he possibly hand his daughter over to a boy with unknown origins? He raised his hand and shouted to the clerk. What are you still standing there for? I'm a platinum member of your Wanling Pavilion. Bring out the best materials. I'm much more capable than those losers who only rely on women. Chen Li and Lu Yuyu did not notice the unusual movement here. The two went upstairs, and Lu Yuyu asked the housekeeper to arrange a small room for her and Chen Li alone. Shi Yan, what materials do you want? Lu Yuyu looked at Chen Li. Don't call me Qi Yan anymore. My name is Chen Li. Chen Li confessed his name and took out his phone. If possible, please add my contact information. He was lucky this time. If he was unlucky, he might not have met the other person. These materials are extremely rare, and without Lu Yuyu's help, he wasn't sure if he could buy them. Ah, you want my contact information? Lu Yuyu's face flushed instantly, her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, and even her voice trembled slightly when she spoke. Okay, wait a minute. She hurriedly took out her cell phone, and after entering the wrong password several times in a row, she accidentally revealed the search interface of how to naturally chat up the boy you like on the screen. Fortunately, Chen Li didn't notice it. After the two added their contact information, Chen Li replied to her previous question. I need 3 pieces of soul calming wood, 5 pieces of sky spirit crystals, and 2 portions of Tianke spring water. After Lu Yuyu added Chen Li's name to his notes, she took a deep breath. I'll go ask the housekeeper. Please wait here for a while. Without waiting for Chen Li's answer, Lu Yuyu rushed out of the room almost as if escaping. The moment she closed the door behind her, she slid down to the ground with her back against the door. She covered her face with her hands, and the part of her face that showed between her fingers was so red that it seemed as if blood was dripping out. My heart was pounding and a wonderful emotion arose. He actually asked for my contact information. Does he have feelings for me too? She rubbed her hands unconsciously, and the scenes of Chen Li talking to her just now kept replaying in her mind. She took out her cell phone, opened the chat interface, and smiled foolishly at the 2 words Chen Li. Suddenly she remembered something important and quickly got up and ran to the warehouse. As a result, he bumped into the housekeeper who was walking over. Miss, slow down. Why are you so flustered? The butler was a little surprised when he saw the young lady who was originally calm and composed. Uncle Li. How many soul calming wood, heavenly spirit crystals, and heavenly palace spring water are left? Chapter 033, Selling One's Body, Obtaining Advanced Materials. Miss, these materials are rare. What do you want them for? I bought it for a friend, Lu Yuyu emphasized. Calculate the price and deduct it from my card. The butler called Uncle Li smiled faintly when he heard this, and it was obvious that he understood something. Wait a moment, miss. I'll get it. Uncle Li went to the warehouse and came back with a few more boxes in his hands. 3 sections of soul calming wood, 5 pieces of heavenly spirit crystal, and these 2 bottles of heavenly palace spring water. Based on the market price, the total is 12 million. Miss, are you sure you want? So expensive? Lu Yuyu was stunned for a moment. After all, she grew up in Wanling Pavilion. Although she ate, dressed, and spent all her daily expenses here, she basically never spent any money, so naturally she didn't know much about the prices. Luckily, I've saved a lot of pocket money over the years. She took out a card and handed it to Uncle Li, deducted from here. Uncle Li took the card and couldn't help but joked, Miss, is this the first time you've been so generous for a guy? What if the master finds out? He is my savior. My dad said it the other day. Even if he wanted to take away all the branches of Wanling Pavilion, he would not hesitate at all. Lu Yuyu's cheeks flushed, and she turned around and ran away with the box. Uncle Li saw her leave and silently put the card away for her. When he returned to the room, Chen Li was checking the system panel by the window. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and saw Lu Yuyu coming in with a box in her arms, with a few drops of sweat on her forehead. Are all the materials ready? Yeah. They're all here. All 3. Lu Yuyu put the thing on the table and opened it to show Chen Li with a look of interest. In an instant, the spiritual light of the 3 rare materials intertwined, and the entire room was filled with faint energy fluctuations. It's worthy of being Wanling Pavilion. Looking at these materials, Chenli couldn't help but sigh. If I had known her earlier, the Burning Sky Queen might not have needed to spend so much time advancing to the 3rd level. How much? I'll transfer it to you. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Although these things are rare, he still has an approximate price in mind. The next second, Lu Yuyu suddenly grabbed his wrist. Again? Lu Yuyu looked up at him, her eyebrows trembling slightly. No need to pay, but I have a condition. You say? Chenli raised his eyebrows. Accompany me to a secret place. Lu Yuyu mustered up the courage. This is what she thought before entering the door. Given Chenli's character, if I gave him the materials directly, he might just leave. I finally get to see her again, so I have to stay a little longer no matter what. So, she came up with this idea. I just need to level up, so I can ask Chenli to accompany me. Anyway, leveling up takes a lot of time, so she can spend as much time with him as she wants. Chenli frowned slightly when he heard this and wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yuyu's expectant eyes, he hesitated for a moment. Accompanying her to the secret realm to level up will obviously take up a lot of time, but during this period the Empress's level can also be improved, but a part of it will be taken away by her. Moreover, the other party provided me with so many rare materials, which in disguise saved me a lot of time. What do you think? Just consider it as doing me a favor. Seeing that he was silent, Lu Yuyu subconsciously wanted to act coquettishly. Just think of it as a burden. She deliberately softened her tone, and there was a pleading light in her clear eyes. Chenli looked at her like this and sighed helplessly. This wasn't asking for help at all, it was clearly because he had found his weak spot where he urgently needed the materials. Deal. He finally nodded. Time is limited. Let's go now. Okay. Lu Yuyu smiled instantly. Chenli collected the 3 materials, and as they walked out of the room, they ran into Uncle Li, who was walking over. Uncle Li had obviously expected this, and his expression did not show any surprise. As a butler, he had no right to interfere in other matters, but he heard the young lady outside the door say that she was going to a secret realm, so he had to intervene in this matter no matter what. Miss, are you really going to the secret realm with this young man? Uncle Li's tone was filled with worry. Master has already said that you can't go to the secret realm in the short term. Don't worry about the college entrance examination. He has arranged some students for you and will protect you when the time comes. Uncle Li. What are you talking about? I just went out for a walk with him. Lu Yuyu's voice was intermittent, and it was obvious that she was unsure. Are you really just strolling around? Uncle Li obviously didn't believe it. Okay. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Lu Yuyu pouted. You can have the guards follow us from a distance, as long as they don't get too close and affect our leveling. Is that okay? Uncle Li's mouth twitched. It was the first time he saw a young lady trust a boy so much. And he even emphasized not getting too close? Was he worried it would affect her relationship with this boy? If the master knew about this. Alas. Uncle Li knew the young lady's character well. Although he knew that this might make the master unhappy, with the newly prepared guard team, there would surely be no more problems. Then I'll arrange it right away. Bye-bye. After getting Li Bo's answer, Lu Yuyu happily took Chun-Li's hand and ran away. Not long after, an exclusive luxury car parked outside Wanling Pavilion. Lu Yuyu put on some clothes that were convenient for movement and quickly got into the car with Chen-Li to head to the secret place outside the city. After their car left, the escort team's car, which had been repaired, started quickly and caught up with them. Is that boy the lady's savior? He looks quite ordinary. Indeed, he looks so ordinary no matter how you look at him. He can't compare to the temperament of those young masters at all. In one of the escort team's cars, several people were talking. Ordinary? Could someone who could make Miss so moved be an ordinary person? Didn't you hear that he single-handedly killed a nearly king-level hell demon in the secret realm last time? I bet 5 Disha coins that this guy is definitely my future son-in-law. Chapter 034. You actually have 2 imperial spirits? An hour later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance to a secret place outside the city. Lu Yuyu jumped out of the car, turned around and waved to Chen-Li, "Get off quickly. I feel like my imperial spirit should be able to reach the maximum level today." Chen-Li opened the door and got out of the car. Just as he followed Lu Yuyu into the entrance of the secret realm, he heard a burst of discussion around him. This kid looks like an ordinary high school student. Is he really, as the young lady said, capable of single-handedly killing a hell demon? I think it's uncertain. After all, it seems like we haven't seen it with our own eyes, right? Shoo. Don't let the young lady hear it, it will be troublesome if she is unhappy. At the end of the guard team, a spirit master suddenly frowned. You know shit. Last time in the Volcano Secret Realm, it was this guy who single-handedly defeated the near-king-level hell demon. Captain Wang and Captain Li were both there at the time, and I was there too. Are you serious? I heard that this kid's imperial spirit is only at the 2nd level. If that were true, wouldn't he have been specially recruited by Long Yu long ago? As the argument continued, Captain Wang and Captain Li, who had met Chen Li once before, got out of the car with serious expressions. That's enough. Stop talking about others behind their backs. Xiao Chen is right, this guy really has his skills. Don't let the young lady go too far, hurry up and catch up. Yes. Entering the secret realm, Chen Li paused. The scene before me was different from the forest and volcano before. There was shiny white sand under my feet, which was soft to step on. In the distance, there were all kinds of strange crystal pillars, which reflected colorful light under the sunlight. What a strange secret place. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the Crystal Secret Realm. Lu Yuyu introduced with a smile, her clear voice echoing in the secret realm, come out. Colorful jade rabbit. A pink and white light pattern was released in her palm. The next moment, a huge rabbit was summoned. The rabbit is snow white all over, but its tail and ears are glowing with colorful light. This is my imperial spirit, the colorful jade rabbit, an S-rank auxiliary type. Lu Yuyu gently caressed the jade rabbit's face, her eyes full of doting. It can sense the location of some wild materials in secret realms. After the colorful jade rabbit appeared, it seemed very curious about the aura of Chen Li. He tried to smell it, but his expression suddenly changed and he took 2 steps back nervously. What's wrong? Lu Yuyu was a little surprised when she saw this scene. Chen Li guessed what had happened. It must be the Empress's aura that scared the jade rabbit. Ever since their intimacy increased, he has always had a lingering aura of the 2 empresses. Nothing, maybe I didn't take a shower last night and it stunk. Ah. Lu Yuyu was stunned. Although she was naive, she could guess that Chen Li was teasing her. Just as I was about to say something, there was a sudden crackling sound from the crystal cluster of the Forsythia. Several crabs covered with diamond-shaped crystal armor jumped out from the cage, their eyes flashing with light and their sharp claws clicking. The guards watched from a distance. A 3rd-level crystal crab? Where's this kid's spirit? Summon it. Is the young lady going to let her auxiliary spirit attack? I just said he got the reputation for nothing. Wow. Lu Yuyu was startled by the sudden movement, her expression changed slightly and she looked at Chen Li. Chen Li also looked at her. You shouldn't mind if I share a little more of my experience, right? What? Before Lu Yuyu could react, Chen Li's fingertips moved slightly. The next moment, red flames suddenly erupted. The figure of the burning sky empress solidified in the flames. Red flames surged all around the body. The originally arrogant crystal crab felt the heat wave and its movements obviously froze. Even an instinctive fear flashed in its eyes. Red flames filled the sky. In an instant, a flame field with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly expanded, and the high temperature instantly caused whiteness to appear in the surrounding crystals. The armor that the crystal crab was proud of sizzled, and even the guards in the distance felt the high temperature. The intensity of this flame. It's at least S-level. Isn't he a 2nd-level imperial spirit? How come he's already a 3rd-level one? The range of this fire skill is too wide. Can it cover us even from such a distance? The members of the escort team were dumbfounded, and even the few people who had seen Chen Li Yuling before had a flash of shock in their eyes. Before the exclamation died down, Chen Li raised his hand again. The Fairy Queen. The clear and pleasant sound of the piano suddenly echoed around. The fairy music queen appeared to the sound of the piano, with faint piano music flowing on her white fairy skirt. The jade fingers lightly plucked, and invisible sound waves spread out. In an instant, the aura of the burning sky empress surged again, and even her attacks became more fierce. Another imperial spirit? 2? He actually has 2 imperial spirits? Dual card awakening? The probability of this is lower than winning the lottery, right? Forget about the dual card awakenings, But why do these two humanoid spirits look like they're S-rank? The guard team was in complete chaos. The few people who had previously questioned Chenli turned pale and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Such a genius-level spirit master would grow to a terrifying level in just a few years, but he was so sarcastic towards him. Captain Wang and Captain Li took a deep breath, and one of them said solemnly, "No wonder he was able to kill the hell demon alone. This kind of talent and strength is truly worthy of special recruitment." The moment the field was expanded, the health of many crystal crabs had been greatly reduced. Use the colorful jade rabbit to add a status to my imperial spirit. Chenli looked at Lu Yuyu. If you want to share experience, you must participate in the kill. Directly causing damage is one way, assisting in causing damage is another way, and even healing is one way. Oh, okay. Lu Yuyu was stunned for a moment when she saw that Chenli actually possessed two imperial spirits. If Chenli hadn't spoken, she would have almost lost her senses. She quickly instructed the Jade Rabbit, "Jade Rabbit, use your spiritual energy to bless." A glimmer flashed in the colorful Jade Rabbit's eyes, and the next moment, colorful rays of light shone all around it. The rays of light gathered into a beam of light, shining gently on the burning Sky Empress. With the assistance of the colorful Jade Rabbit, the fighting power of the burning Sky Queen was further improved. However, even if it is S-level, there is still a huge gap compared to the auxiliary effect of the Fairy Sound Queen. "Empress Burning Heaven, you can start now." "Yes, Master." The next moment, the burning Sky Empress disappeared from the spot. Then flames suddenly appeared in the air and quickly dissipated. Every time a flame appears, it is accompanied by the death of a crystal crab. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently second level 2. Rainbow Jade Rabbit's level has been upgraded. Currently second level 7. Looking at the crazy increase in experience points, Lu Yuyu stood there in a daze. This upgrade speed is too fast. Chapter 035, The Two Empresses Show Their Power. Laugh. Every attack of the burning Sky Queen landed precisely on the crystal armored crab, and the seemingly indestructible crystal armor instantly cracked under the high temperature. The Fairy Music Empress stood in place, her jade fingers lightly plucking the strings of the void harp, and the clear and pleasant harp music flowed, constantly amplifying and restoring the burning Sky Empress. This coordination is incredible. Captain Wine couldn't help but exclaim in the distance, not only is his spirit control high level and powerful, but the compatibility is also so good. One main attacker and one support. Did he open this pool himself? Draw like this? Are you trying to save your life? At this time, the members of the escort team had already put away all their contempt and looked at the battlefield ahead with wide eyes. Lu Yuyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster as she watched Chenli calmly directing the command. You know, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Even if Chenli took off his pants and pooped on the ground, she would probably think he looked handsome. The buff is over, renew the buff. Not long after I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard Chenli's urging voice. Right away. Lu Yuyu ordered Kaiyutu in a panic. After applying the buff, the experience value soared again. After killing all the monsters around, Chenli immediately took her deeper into the secret realm. Thanks to the special abilities of the Jade Rabbit, the two quickly found a hidden gap. Chenli looked at the gap and was shocked. No wonder the other party was able to find that place last time. It turned out that there was such a spirit that could explore for treasures. After entering the gap, there is a different world inside. It turned out to be a natural cave. Stalactites hang on the top of the cave, and falling water drops occasionally hit the puddle, causing ripples. The ability level here is very high. It seems there are good things hidden. In addition to some advanced materials dropped by monsters, there are also a few natural materials hidden in the secret realm. For example, the Tianke spring water is a natural material. The colorful Jade Rabbit jumped and ran to the middle of the cave, shouting excitedly at a crystal stone emitting white light. The crystal was half embedded in the ground, and special light patterns seemed to flow on its surface. There really is a treasure. Lu Yuyu clapped her hands in surprise and was about to go up to collect it when a low roar suddenly came from deep in the cave. A giant bear covered in black crystals walked out slowly, its eyes burning with dark green flames. It was the elite monster of the early 4th stage, the Black Crystal Bear. Careful! Chenli grabbed Lu Yuyu and then took the initiative to stand in front of her. The burning Sky Empress. Red flames fill the sky. The Fairy Queen. Be ready to release the control at any time. The two empresses nodded at the same time, and red lava instantly covered the entire cave, and high temperature emerged. The sound of the fairy queen's piano also became more passionate, and the invisible sound waves and flames intertwined to form a wonderful energy resonance. The black crystal bear knelt on all fours and suddenly let out a terrifying roar. This roar carried a terrifying power that instantly controlled the burning sky empress. In an instant, a triumphant smile appeared on his face, and then he exerted force with his legs and rushed towards the empress. The next moment, a sound wave surged around the burning sky empress. Before he could even take a step, the figure of the burning sky empress had already disappeared. Roar! The black crystal bear obviously did not expect this situation and was stunned on the spot for a moment. At this moment, the burning sky queen instantly seized the opportunity and slashed out with the flaming sword again. Ouch! The terrifying damage poured in, and the giant bear's breath instantly weakened. Without giving it any chance to resist, the empress slashed out with two more swords. Boom! The huge body of the black crystal bear fell to the ground with a loud bang. The black crystal broke into pieces, revealing the core of the monster inside. From the time it appeared to the time it died, less than 10 seconds passed. Even before the guards who had just followed in could see what was happening, the black crystal bear had already fallen to the ground. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 4. Intimacy +1 currently 62. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 2nd level 3. Intimacy +1 currently 24. Chenli walked forward and put away the core and other materials, then looked at Lu Yuyu. It's okay now, we can collect it. Okay. Lu Yuyu immediately stepped forward to collect materials. Chenli was not idle and took a look around. There is no problem with other places, but there is one place that seems a bit deliberate. It looked like there was a gap, but he couldn't be sure. He could only wait until Lu Yuyu had gotten the materials and then let Caillou to check it out. Lu Yuyu carefully dug out the crystal stone that was emitting white light. The moment the crystal stone left the ground, the light patterns on the surface instantly became active. This is a resonance crystal. Lu Yuyu came to Chenli holding the crystal. It's very rare, usually used to advance auxiliary spirit masters. I'm not sure if you can use it, but I'll give it to you anyway. She handed the crystal to Chenli, who put it in his bag without hesitation. Where's the colorful jade rabbit? Let it come over and take a look over here. Chenli pointed to the rock wall that he found to be a little off. Oh. Lu Yuyu nodded and immediately brought the colorful jade rabbit over. After sniffing for a while, the colorful jade rabbit seemed to have noticed something and excitedly walked forward to observe carefully. It wasn't long before I discovered that the texture of the rock wall was somewhat strange. Is there something in here? Lu Yuyu approached curiously. The colorful jade rabbit immediately used its claws to scratch the rock wall, and actually revealed a tiny crack. The two passed through the narrow gap and walked about 100 meters before they finally saw the light. A place that looked like a crystal palace appeared before my eyes. On the crystal platform in the center, several strange scales were suspended, and the entire palace was surprisingly quiet. Any unexpected gains? Lu Yuyu was happy in her heart, but she had learned her lesson after Chenli's reminder. It is impossible to leave the treasure there for free. Generally speaking, there will be various powerful monsters around. Sure enough, not long after the two of them stood still, a deafening hissing sound came from the other side. Suddenly, a giant crystal python with a body length of more than 20 meters slowly rose up. Its entire body is covered with colorful crystal scales, each scale emits a terrifying light, and its vertical pupils flash with cold murderous intent. It is the extremely rare 4th order king-level monster, the 7-colored crystal python. Chapter 036 Battle King Level. It's actually a 4th order king-level monster. Miss, please retreat. This is not something you can handle. At this moment, the guards who had just arrived were in a commotion when they saw the appearance of the colorful crystal python. Captain Wang, do you want to provide support? That's right, Captain Wang and Captain Li. This is simply not something a 3rd-level spirit control master can handle. Hiss. The colorful crystal python raised its crystal-covered head, murderous intent surging in its vertical pupils, and its tongue carried a highly poisonous aura, filling the air with a faint fishy smell. The pressure from the king-level monster. Miss is in trouble. Captain Wang's face was solemn as he immediately commanded his troops to charge forward. Don't wait for Chenli to take action. This is no longer something a 3rd-level spirit control master like him can handle. Captain Wang acknowledged Chen Li's strength, but this was a 4th-order king-level monster, comparable to a 5th-order existence. Even a 4th-order spirit master like him had a very low chance of winning against such a being. You guys, quickly disperse. Coordinate as you've rehearsed. Yes. Several teammates responded instantly. Captain Li then approached Chen Li and Lu Yuyu and said, "We'll cover the rear. Ladies, please retreat. We can't handle it." Hiss. The colorful crystal python seemed to understand their words. Without waiting for the guard team to completely disperse and without waiting for Lu Yuyu to make any move, it suddenly swung its body and rushed towards several guard team members in an instant. Thunder Eagle. Cut with wind blades. Captain Wang gave an urgent order. The 4th-level Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and flew high. In an instant, several wind blades slashed towards the colorful crystal python. Green Ape. Throw attack. Mysterious Ice Bear. Mysterious Ice Wall. All teammates reacted instantly, and before many of them had time to use their spirit controlling skills, the colorful crystal python had already rushed to their front. The thick ice wall had just risen from the ground when it was instantly smashed into pieces by the crystal python. Ice crystals flew everywhere and many team members fell into panic. One of the team members was unable to dodge and was entangled by the crystal python's tail, which suddenly swung out. The tail covered with crystals became tighter and tighter, and the blood color on his face suddenly disappeared. Xiao Zhang. Captain Wang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rescue him but was unable to get close because of the poisonous mist of the crystal python. Just as the teammate was about to die in the snake's mouth, a red flame suddenly flashed. 9 Heaven Sword Technique. At the top of the crystal palace, countless flames gathered together and instantly formed a terrifying giant flaming sword. The flaming sword carried the might of the burning sky empress, and a sword chant resounded, instantly making the crystal in the palace crackle. Cut. The flaming sword came down with the power of annihilation, accurately hitting the 7-inch point of the colorful crystal python. The scales that were comparable to the best defensive spirit weapons instantly cracked under the terrifying high temperature, and red flames rushed into the wound along the cracks. The crystal python let out a sharp hissing sound, and the force of its entanglement suddenly loosened. Immediately afterwards, the fairy music queen took action and played a piano to support her guard teammate who was about to fall from a high altitude. A 3rd-level imperial spirit severely injured a 4th-level king-level monster with one strike. How is that possible? When the others saw this scene, they opened their mouths in surprise but were speechless. Their imperial spirits, because of the pressure from the crystal python, had become frightened and hid in the corner, not even having the courage to face the crystal python. The colorful crystal python was in pain and furious. Its huge body suddenly turned around, and its vertical pupil stared at the burning sky empress in mid-air. The next moment, a terrifying purple poisonous mist spewed out of his mouth. The poisonous fog instantly swept across the entire crystal palace. Oh no! The extent of this poisonous fog. Cover your mouth quickly. The leaders, Captain Wang and Captain Li, reacted immediately by covering their mouths, but the other teammates did not react so quickly. After inhaling a mouthful of poisonous mist, his expression instantly became painful. Immortal music and divine charm. The clear and pleasant sound of the fairy queen's piano sounded in time, and invisible sound waves spread out. In an instant, healing sound waves reached everyone's ears. The next moment, they felt the burning sensation in their throats disappear, and their limbs, which had been a little stiff, regained consciousness in an instant. Even the fatigue from a whole day's work disappears at this moment. This is a mass purification skill? Isn't this a skill that only a 6th-level spirit master can possess? Captain Li looked at the fairy sound queen in the air in surprise. He originally thought that among Chen Li's 2 imperial spirits, the most powerful one was the burning sky queen. Now it seems that not only the burning sky empress, but also the fairy sound empress is so terrifying. The most important thing is the flaming sword that suddenly condensed on the top of the palace. That horrifying scene seemed to still be before my eyes. Seeing that the poisonous mist was ineffective, the colorful crystal python swung its body in anger and hit the palace wall. However, because he moved his body, he was damaged by the flames left behind by the Joxiao sword technique. Hiss! It let out a painful roar and moved faster. In an instant, countless crystal fragments fell like a rainstorm, and the entire palace was shaking violently. It suddenly raised its head, and its vertical pupils locked onto the burning sky empress again. Suddenly, its huge body suddenly soared into the air and pounced towards the empress with the force of a terrifying landslide. Burning Heaven Prison. Chen Li's order was conveyed instantly, and several red flame chains shot out like living things, accurately wrapping around the body of the crystal python and forcibly controlling it in mid-air. The cage took shape, and the energy in the crystal python's body was instantly blocked, and even the huge open snake mouth stopped in place. Attack its eyes! Chen Li shouted to the guards. Captain Wang woke up as if from a dream and immediately ordered the Thunder Eagle to dive. Thunder Eagle! Lightning Pierce! A bolt of lightning gathered in the Thunder Eagle's mouth and shot accurately towards the crystal python's eyeball. Although it did not cause fatal damage, it was enough to cause it extreme pain. It's struggling like this cage won't hold up for much longer. Someone spoke urgently. Before he finished speaking, cracks appeared in the cage. Spring has come. However, all of this was within Chen Li's expectations. Give the Burning Sky Empress a full boost. In an instant, the clear and pleasant sound of the piano became passionate, and the state of the Burning Sky Empress in the cage returned to its peak again. Go around and attack its weak spot from behind. The red eyes of the Burning Sky Empress lit up, and she took advantage of the gap in the Thunder Eagle's attack to come behind the crystal python. The flaming sword condensed and its power surged. The next moment, it hit the crystal python's vital point with the force of burning the sky. The cracks in the scales that had been broken before were completely shattered, and even the body of the crystal python was cut into pieces by this sword. The red flames rushed into the wound frantically, raging inside its body. The crystal python was unable to defend itself against the flames because its energy flow was restricted by the cage. Soon, it let out a final, shrill wail. The huge body twitched violently in the cage, and countless scales kept falling off. With a loud bang, the cage collapsed and its body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the guards were stunned again. This, dead? Chapter 037. Why does it feel like Our Lady is marrying above her station? The Crystal Palace was in a mess. The huge body of the colorful crystal python collapsed to the ground, its scales lost their luster, and gradually turned into energy and dissipated. The members of the guard team looked at the crystal fragments all over the ground and were stunned for a long time. A third-rank Imperial spirit, killing a fourth-rank king in 5 minutes? If word gets out, the entire Dragon Nation will be in uproar. Captain Wang swallowed and looked at Chen Li with awe. He had previously thought that Chen Li could not deal with this monster, and even led his team to rush forward. Fortunately, he did not cause any more trouble. Now it seems that my vision was too narrow. Youth is really a terrible thing. Captain Li stepped forward and bowed solemnly to Chen Li. Brother Chen. This time, thanks to you. Otherwise, our guard team and the young lady would have died here today. On the side, the team member who was previously called Xiao Zhang also came forward. He was unable to speak because of his injury, but he also bowed to Chen Li and expressed his gratitude. Chen Li, you are so amazing. Lu Yuyu ran to Chen Li with her eyes shining. For a moment, she thought she was in trouble again and was going to die here. You can even defeat king-level monsters. I'm sure you'll shine in this college entrance exam. Chen Li smiled faintly, without any arrogance, and changed the subject. Gather the materials it dropped and go out to do the real work. He meant upgrading the Jade Rabbit. That is the goal of this trip. The colorful crystal python was just an accident. There should be some monsters out there. It'll take you a while to level them up. Oh. Lu Yuyu nodded. She knew that was Chen Li's personality and didn't think too much about it. After some time, everyone finally left the cave. After seeing the sun outside, all the guards felt relieved. Captain Wang and Captain Li also thanked Chen Li again at this time. Chen Li waved his hand and quickly walked in another direction with Lu Yuyu. Captain Wang, are we still following? Watching the two people leave, someone suddenly asked. Follow? Why should we follow? Just watch you ling cowardly in the corner? Someone laughed at himself. No, just wait at the entrance. With Chen Li here, Miss will be fine. As the sky grew darker, the Jade Rabbit's level finally reached the maximum. Rainbow Jade Rabbit's level has been upgraded. Currently level 2 max. The prompt sounded, and Lu Yuyu looked at the level on the panel and jumped up excitedly. Finally reached the maximum level. Thank you, Chen Li. Chen Li glanced at the sky and said, it's getting late, let's go out. Ah? So fast? Lu Yuyu's smile instantly fell when she heard that. She originally wanted to invite Chen Li to dinner. The college entrance examination is approaching, and time is running out. Shenli waved his hand and turned to leave without caring whether she followed him or not. If there is anything, let's talk about it after the college entrance examination. Although Lu Yuyu was reluctant, she knew very well how important the college entrance examination was to ordinary people, so she nodded. Then you have to keep up the good work. I look forward to your wonderful performance in front of the people of the whole country. Yes. Shenli brought Lu Yuyu to the exit of the secret realm. After sending Lu Yuyu to the car, he left alone. The members of the escort team watched him leave, and there was a lot of discussion. Compared to the distrust before entering the secret realm, their topic this time was exactly the opposite. I used to think he and the young lady were not a good match, but now it seems like our young lady is marrying above her station. Yes. He's only 18. With his terrifying talent, it would be easy for him to reach the level of a special grade spirit master in his lifetime, right? Captain Wang, do you want to tell the boss about what happened today? Captain Wang shook his head. Although this is a bit unfair to Brother Chen, if we tell the boss, given his temper, he'll probably fire us immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the other team members nodded. It was already late when I got home. Shenli ate something simple and immediately climbed into bed. Before going to bed, he called up the system panel and checked the progress of today's upgrade. The level of the Burning Sky Empress remains at level 3, while the Fairy Sound Empress is at level 2, level 7. He planned to advance the Fairy Sound Queen to the 3rd level tomorrow. Although it is impossible to upgrade the spirit to the 4th level in the remaining time, the attribute gap between the 3rd level 1 and the 3rd level 9 is also very large. So he still plans to continue upgrading for the rest of the time. First, upgrade the Fairy Queen to the highest level. The next day, he came to the Yuling Center and rented the access rights to the intermediate secret realm again. Take the 2 empresses and start leveling up again. With previous experience, the leveling efficiency this time is obviously higher. As the level of the Fairy Sound Queen increases, her auxiliary ability becomes stronger and stronger. The increase in the power of the Burning Sky Empress became more and more terrifying. After struggling for another half a day, the system voice finally sounded. The Burning Sky Empress's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 5. Intimacy +1 currently 67. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently level 2 max. Intimacy +1 currently 37. He looked around the secret bamboo forest. The monsters around had been cleared out, making it a perfect place for advancement. Advance here. Shenli spoke softly and took out the advanced materials he had prepared long ago from his backpack. The soul calming wood exudes a warm breath, the sky spirit crystal reflects colorful rays of light, and the Tianke spring water ripples gently in the bottle. Driven by the Fairy Sound Queen, the 3 materials floated into the air and turned into streams of light the next moment. The power of the soul calming wood makes her piano music more profound, the radiance of the heavenly spirit crystal amplifies the range of her piano music, and the Tianke spring water enhances her healing ability. The 3 abilities continued to intertwine and flow, and her aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! The clear and pleasant sound of the piano echoed, and the white fairy skirt swayed without wind. As time passed, the aura of the fairy music queen became stronger and stronger, and the music around her suddenly began to tremble, emitting a pleasant resonant sound. The bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest swayed gently with the music of the piano, apparently resonating with it. As the last bit of energy was integrated, a dazzling white light burst out from the body of the Fairy Sound Queen. In the white light, her appearance also changed slightly. The plain white fairy skirt was once again decorated with a few patterns, and the black hair was dyed with more jade white. The Fairy Queen successfully advanced. Current level, level 3, level 1. Spiritual skill, resonance of all sounds has been unlocked. Intimacy +5 currently 42. Materials required for the next stage, White Star Jade 6, Life Flower 4, Resonance Crystal 2. When intimacy reaches the gradual response stage, attribute sharing is unlocked 40%. Gain passive effect, plant affinity. The spirit master's affinity for plants increases, reducing damage from plants. A gentle power surged out from the body of the Fairy Sound Queen. When he entered Shenli's body, he suddenly felt refreshed, and it seemed as if the clear and pleasant sound of a piano rang in his mind, sweeping away all the previous fatigue. Thank you, Master. The Fairy Sound Empress bowed towards Shenli with respect on her face. You're welcome. Shenli waved his hand and summoned the system panel. New skill. Universal Resonance? What type will it be? Chapter 038, Leveling Up All Night Before the College Entrance Examination. Resonance of all sounds assistive skill. Core effect: the cooldown time of all skills of the Fairy Sound Empress will be affected by her own level. The higher the level, the shorter the cooldown time. Cooling time: no cooling passive. What a short skill! Shenli was slightly stunned when he saw the skill description. But as the saying goes, the fewer words, the bigger the matter. The shortened skill cooldown means that you can use Fairy Sound's control-free and Spring's healing abilities more frequently. In actual combat, a slight cooldown reduction is enough to change the course of the battle. He looked at the materials needed to advance to the 4th level. Materials required for the next stage: White Star Jade 6, Life Flower 4, Resonance Crystal 2. Like the Burning Sky Empress, these materials are extremely rare, and the grade of the materials has been raised by 1 level, making them even more difficult to obtain. Even for a large chamber of commerce like Wanling Pavilion, it is not possible to gather all their branches in the Fog City. We can only talk about advancement after the college entrance examination. Let's focus on the college entrance examination first. He looked up at the Fairy Sound Queen. There's still more than a day left before the college entrance exam. Although advancing is impossible, maxing out your levels will significantly improve your attributes. Let's level up to the maximum tonight. He took the 2 empresses and quickly ran towards a deeper area. Since I decided to upgrade all night, I naturally have to find the area with the highest concentration of monsters. As we go deeper into the secret realm, the energy fluctuations in the air become increasingly intense. Several sturdy 3rd-level demon bears were tearing apart the corpse of a white deer, and a fishy smell wafted towards them. Red flames filled the sky. Shenli's eyes focused, and the red flames around the Burning Sky Empress instantly erupted. Immortal music and divine charm. The sound of the Fairy Queen's piano rang out, granting the Burning Sky Queen an immunity from control, allowing her to move freely among the monsters. Roar! The demon bear was enveloped in the red flame field. Just as it was about to roar in resistance, the Burning Sky Queen's flaming sword pierced its throat accurately. The scorching flames rushed into the body through the wound, and the next second, the huge body instantly turned into charcoal and fell down. The Fairy Queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 2. Intimacy +1 currently 44. Shenli was leaning against a giant bamboo when his phone suddenly vibrated. He clicked it and saw that it was a message reminder from the class group. Huang Mingyuan at Shenli, why haven't you been active these past few days? Didn't Chi Nemo transfer him back to the elite class? Why didn't he show up for the final exam? Are you afraid we'll find out you're cheating? Su Balian, brother Mingyuan, don't say that. Maybe Shenli is secretly working hard, although it's useless. Zheng Hao, brother Huang, the truth has been revealed. Shenli has never appeared in school since the evaluation that day. I guess he is worried that his cheating will be exposed if he competes with us? The ridicule in the group was as sharp as a needle, but Shenli just glanced at it indifferently and turned his phone to silent mode. When they came to their senses, the 2 empresses had dealt with a few more monsters. I should have brought Lu Yuyu here earlier. Her colorful jade rabbit can find the hidden entrance. The experience gained by those king-level monsters is enough to defeat 100 ordinary monsters. Shenli suddenly remembered something and felt a little regretful for a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the Burning Sky Empress suddenly turned around, her red eyes locked on the dense forest on the left. Master, there is movement. Shenli immediately looked in the direction and saw a pair of scarlet eyes the size of lanterns slowly opening in the depths of the bamboo forest. Along with the sound of heavy footsteps, the entire ground began to tremble slightly. This aura? Shenli frowned. It's a king-level monster. He could clearly feel the pressure that far exceeded that of a 3rd-level general, but it was a pity that it was only a 3rd-level monster, and was still a bit inferior to the 4th-level 7-colored crystal python, which was also a king-level. But despite this, Shenli still did not relax too much. Prepare for battle. He knew that anyone who could be called a king was no simple creature. Before he finished speaking, a giant bear slowly walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Its body is as big as a hill, and the hair on its back glows silver in the moonlight. The most amazing thing is that this hair can actually absorb light actively. If it does not appear on its own, ordinary spirit masters will not be able to detect its existence at all. Once you mistakenly enter it, you will likely be killed instantly. Silverback Bear King. Be careful, it might gather its strength and attack suddenly. Shenli warned in a deep voice, then stepped back a few steps. Empress burning heaven, unleash your flames with all your might to dispel its disguise. Empress fairy sound, be ready to release it at any time. As you command, master. The two empresses answered in unison. The red flames spread out instantly, forming a domain that encompassed the entire bamboo forest. The high temperature caused the air to distort instantly, and the silver-white hair of the silverback bear king sizzled in the reflection of the flames. It was enraged by the high temperature, and a deafening roar came from its throat, and its bare paws slammed into the ground. Boom! In an instant, countless sharp bamboo thorns sprang out from the soil and pierced the two empresses with their sharp edges. These bamboo thorns glowed purple in the moonlight, obviously containing a strong poison. The divine charm of immortal music. Shanli made a prompt decision. The clear and pleasant sound of the piano suddenly rose, and countless sound waves bounced to the side of the burning sky empress to form a barrier, making her immune to all the toxins sprayed out from the bamboo thorns. With the blessing of the control-free buff, the combat effectiveness of the burning sky queen has been further improved. Burning heaven prison. Several red flame chains shot out like living things, precisely wrapping around the silverback bear king's limbs. The hell of fire cage suddenly took shape, locking the king-level monster tightly inside. The bear king struggled furiously, and his huge body kept hitting the cage. But he is still a third-level monster, one level lower than the seven-colored crystal python. Therefore, there was no scene where the cage showed cracks and was almost broken. 9 Heaven Sword Technique. The red flames condensed into a giant flaming sword in mid-air, and the sword's chanting echoed throughout the bamboo forest. As the empress waved her hand, the flaming sword came down with the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. The blow hit the bear king's head. The silver-white hair instantly turned black, and scorching flames surged into the body. Roar! The bear king howled and his huge body twitched continuously. It tried to break free with its last bit of strength, but it was too late. It's over, Shanli said softly. The red eyes of the burning sky empress lit up, and the flaming swords gathered again, piercing the bear king's heart in an instant. With the last wailing sound, the third-order king-level monster finally stopped moving. The burning sky empress's level has been upgraded. Currently rank 3, level 7. Intimacy +1 currently 69. The fairy queen's level has been upgraded. Currently 3rd level 4. Intimacy +1 currently 45. The system prompts sounded one after another. Shenli looked at the almost full progress bar and raised a smile. As expected of a king-level monster, the experience dropped far exceeded expectations. He leaned over to pick up the materials dropped by the bear king and quickly continued leveling. Chapter 039, College Entrance Examination, the principal is present. By the time we left the secret realm, it was already the next night. Although the treatment from the fairy sound queen relieved his pain, the more than 30 hours of non-stop work still made him mentally and physically exhausted. Fortunately, all this time was not wasted. He upgraded both the Burning Sky Empress and the Fairy Sound Empress to the maximum level 3. Go back and get some sleep. You must be in the best condition for the college entrance examination tomorrow. I took a taxi back to the rental house and fell asleep on the bed without even taking off my clothes. When I woke up again, the alarm had already rung 6 or 7 times. Shenli sat up suddenly, without even bothering to wash or eat. He grabbed his cell phone and rushed out of the house. 3 unread messages from Chin Mo were displayed on the mobile phone screen. The latest one was 5 minutes ago. If you don't come now, you'll be really late. At this moment, the school gate was already crowded with people. Many parents who sent their children to take the exam held flags with the words victory, and several young women in Cheongsam stood out in the crowd. Inside the school, Huang Mingyuan was hugging Su Balian, surrounded by a few followers, bragging about his imperial spirit with saliva flying everywhere. Last night I hired a team to upgrade my 1000-star crane to the maximum level of rank 4. He proudly summoned the 1000-star crane, not hiding his confidence. This time, I can even make it into the top 100 with my eyes closed. Su Balian smiled sweetly and hugged his arm, her voice deliberately muffled and sweet to the point of being sickening. Brother Mingyuan is the best, unlike some people who don't even dare to enter the school gate. Who is it? Could it be Chenli? A follower said. I heard he cheated in the ratings, otherwise why wouldn't he dare show up until now? Humph. Trash is trash. Huang Mingyuan sneered, his eyes sweeping towards the door. An S-level imperial spirit is wasted on him. He should be thanking me for transferring his imperial spirit. Otherwise, it would be buried. The followers around burst into laughter, and Su Balian was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. However, the corner of her eye always unconsciously glanced towards the door, and she felt vaguely uneasy. Ever since she heard Qi Yan's name in Wanling Pavilion last time, she always felt that Qianli and Qi Yan had an inexplicable connection.
Brother Huang, I think he really isn't coming. The school gate is about to close. A follower came up.
Huang Mingyuan was about to respond when he saw a commotion coming from the direction of the school gate. The head teacher Qi Nemo walked quickly towards the school gate with an obvious look of joy on his face.
Here it comes. It's really here.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qianli wearing slightly wrinkled clothes and with messy hair, looking almost exactly the same as he did the day after being dumped by Su Balian.
He really dares to come?
Huang Mingyuan's smile froze for a moment, and his tone was filled with disdain. It seems that he still wants to save face.
However, if he really comes, it will only make him lose face even more, right? Ha ha. Su Balian looked at Qianli's figure.
Others might not have noticed the difference in Qianli. But after all, she has been with Qianli for so long, and she always feels that Qianli today is a little different from before.
Although they were dressed similarly, they both exuded an indescribable aura.
Qianli ignored these glances and walked straight to Qi Nemo. Teacher Qin, I'm sorry for being late.
Good to be here. Go line up in class.
The principal will be here soon.
Qi Nemo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qianli appear.
Have your admission ticket, go quickly. Qianli took the admission ticket and was about to walk through the crowd when Huang Mingyuan suddenly stretched out his leg, trying to trip him. Qianli had noticed it long ago and dodged it lightly, while pressing Huang Mingyuan's knee with his backhand. Crack! There was a slight sound, and Huang Mingyuan's eyes were bloodshot with pain. You are looking for death.
Huang Mingyuan's face showed a ferocious look, and he suddenly swung his fist towards Qianli's face.
His fist was accompanied by a strong wind, and it was obvious that he was really angry. The students around screamed in shock, and Su Balian was so scared that she covered her mouth. Qianli's eyes turned cold. Without dodging or evading, he raised his hand and accurately grabbed Huang Mingyuan's fist. As he exerted a little force, Huang Mingyuan's fist made a cracking sound instantly.
Let go! Let go!
Huang Mingyuan screamed in pain with a distorted expression. He tried to break free, but found that his fist was like being clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all.
At the college entrance examination site? Do you want to cause trouble?
Qianli's voice was cold, and he applied more force to his fingertips.
Huang Mingyuan's knees went weak in pain and he almost fell to the ground.
There was disbelief in his eyes. How can you have such great power?
Did you contract the spirit of the weapon spirit card pool?
He believed in his guess without a doubt. Even a high-level spirit master's body was not much different from that of an ordinary person. Unless one possesses a spirit-controlling weapon that is specifically designed to strengthen the body, it is impossible to possess this kind of power. Qianli was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he let go of his hand and turned away. Huang Mingyuan staggered back, covering his red palms and staring at Qianli with resentment. Just wait. You'll be in trouble during the college entrance examination. Just then, there was a commotion in the center of the playground. Several deans shouted with loudspeakers. All students, be quiet. Listen to the principal. The students quickly lined up. Huang Mingyuan was helped by Su Balian to retreat to the edge of the team, still cursing under his breath. Qianli found his seat and stood there, looking calmly at the platform above. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and with bright eyes walked onto the stage accompanied by several school leaders. He is the principal of Nanyun No. 1 High School, Zhou Minghua, a special spirit master who owns a 6th-level spirit. He swept his eyes across the room, his tone filled with unquestionable authority.
Classmates! Today is a crucial day that will determine your future.
The rules for the Yuling College entrance examination have changed this year and it will be divided into 2 rounds. In the first round of the team points competition, you will be teleported to several small islands on the edge of the college entrance examination's secret realm.
Kill monsters to earn points. Round 2, Central Island Killing Battle.
Once it begins, the islands on the edge of the secret realm will gradually sink. You must reach the central island of the secret realm as soon as possible. By eliminating your opponents, you will earn more points and determine the final ranking of this year's college entrance examination. Because the entire process uses holographic real-world projection technology, students don't have to worry too much, and there's no need to worry about casualties. The principal paused and said solemnly, I hope you will go all out and work hard for all the years of your youth.
Chapter 040 Dad. All in is an art. At the same time, in the VIP box of one of the black markets in Fog City, Lin Yi excitedly pointed at the live broadcast of the National College Entrance Examination on the big screen in front of him, and said to his father beside him excitedly, "Dad, do you know why you've only made tens of millions in your life?" Father Lin could vaguely guess that his son would say something incomprehensible, but he still cooperated and asked, "Why?" "Because you don't know the art of stud." Lin Yi slammed the table and pointed at the betting odds screen set up specifically for the black market. "Look, Dad. The odds on this year's college entrance exam are so high. Chen Li's odds of getting into the top 10 are a full 1:100. This is practically giving away money." Zhao Cohen, who had just walked into the box to deliver wine, twitched his mouth when he heard the two people talking. Giving money? If they really did, their black market would have collapsed long ago. Father Lin frowned, looking at Chen Li's name and the glaring odds behind it, with suspicion in his eyes. "You kid, your father has saved up this much money for so many years, you could never spend it all even if you just lay down for the rest of your life, and yet you actually want to go all in?" As he spoke, his father sighed. "Do you know what rich people fear most? They fear that their offspring will suddenly have an idea and start a business." "Dad, you don't understand. Chen Li is really different." Lin Yi stamped his feet anxiously. "I checked, his imperial spirit is at least SS level." His father suddenly put down the teacup, his eyes full of doubt. "You little brat, this little bit of capital is what your mother and I have saved up over the years. You can't just gamble it away." Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly took out his phone and opened a video. "Dad, take a look at this first. This is a video of Chen Li's previous battles. See for yourself how strong he is." The video showed Chen Li's previous exhibition match in the black market. Looking at the scene where the burning Sky Queen unleashed the crimson flames that spread across the sky in the arena, Father Lin's brows relaxed slightly, but he still refused. "Look at the intensity of this flame, the range of this skill." Lin Yi said excitedly, "If only the phone couldn't record that kind of pressure and aura." "Dad, you're definitely more anxious than I am right now." Despite his excitement, Lin's father remained silent, looking at him and shaking his head. "I know he's very capable, but no matter how talented he is, the college entrance examination is too unpredictable. Year after year, there are so many dark horses. I can't spend all these years of our family savings to accompany you to go crazy." "Dad, don't refuse yet. Let me tell you." Lin Yi suddenly whispered in his father's ear, pretending to be mysterious. "I suspect he has two imperial spirits, and the second one is also SS level. Two SS class players, are you crazy or am I? Do you know what this means?" "I know. That's why we're going all in." Lin Ye's eyes lit up. "Once he scores brilliantly in the college entrance exam, our Tianyan Hall will rely on this wave of investment and the status he gives us as our spokesperson to directly join the top chambers of commerce. By then, your son will be the youngest billionaire in Dragon Country." Zhao Cohen was shocked as he listened to this. This father and son, one dared to say it and the other dared to believe it. Father Lin was silent. He wanted to refuse, but seeing the enthusiasm in his son's eyes and thinking about his wife who had passed away young, he finally sighed. "If your mother knew I was doing this, she would definitely skin me alive when I get down." He pulled out a card from his pocket and pushed it over. 5 million. "If you lose it all, consider it a lesson learned." "Only 5 million? Lin Yi yelled dissatisfiedly. "Dad, you are too narrow-minded. At most 8 million. Lin's father suddenly frowned. "If you say anything else, I won't give you a penny. Make a deal." Lin Yi handed the money to Zhao Cohen. At this moment, the picture on the big screen next to him suddenly changed. The host of Longwa Central TV was standing in the studio, and the large screen behind him was divided into multiple pictures, which were the real-time pictures of the secret realm of the college entrance examination that was about to begin. Dear viewers, welcome to the Dragon Kingdom's annual special live broadcast of the Imperial Spirit College Entrance Examination. I'm the host, Meng Yao, and it's 8 a.m. sharp. This year's Yuling College Entrance Examination adopts new rules and will also use new holographic projection technology to ensure safety and no casualties. The first round of the team points competition is about to begin. 10 million candidates from across the country will compete for points on 10,000 islands. The screen scenes switch, showing various strange islands. Some islands are covered with green trees and are filled with first-level monsters. Some islands are blazing with flames, and the monsters are relatively higher level. Some islands may seem quiet, but they actually hold hidden mysteries.
This year's college entrance exam Secret Realm will utilize a tiered island landing system for the first time, host Manga said. Based on the students' previous ratings, they will be assigned to corresponding islands. During this period, candidates can choose to form a team and split the points earned from killing monsters. Monster points vary from island to island, so all candidates please do your best. The team points competition will last half a day. During this time, the island will continue to sink, and all candidates must continue to move closer to the giant island in the center. The island's sinking mechanism will greatly test the candidate's ability to respond on the spot. Half a day later, 10,000 small islands will sink, and the second round of the Central Island killing competition will begin seamlessly. The killing contest will allow candidates to plunder each other's points. The final score will be the final result of this Imperial Spirit College entrance examination. On the screen, the picture suddenly moved rapidly. After passing through countless small islands, it finally stopped on a giant island in the center of the Secret Realm. 1,000-meter-high peaks reach the sky, with snow and lava blending together. There are countless monsters living in the primeval forest outside. Occasionally, huge flying monsters several meters long fly by among the towering ancient trees. The fantastic scenes amazed many viewers. The monster ecosystem on the central island is extremely complex, and candidates will inevitably encounter monster attacks during the killing competition. This uncertainty also adds to the excitement of the Yuling College entrance examination, and once again tests the candidate's ability to cope with the situation. There are only 10 minutes left before the college entrance exam officially begins. Now let's turn the camera to the various test centers to see how they're preparing. The live screen switches, and the screen in each region is different. In the picture that Lin Yu was watching, the scenes of dozens of schools in the foggy city gradually switched, and soon switched to the playground of Nanyun No. 1 High School. The students stood in neat rows, and the invigilators were checking the candidates' information one by one. The air was filled with tension and excitement. The camera swept across the crowd. Huang Mingyuan's pain disappeared, and he was proudly showing off his 4th-level 1,000-star crane. Su Balian stood beside him, but seemed a little absent-minded. Off to the side, Shenli stood in the crowd, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The aura of the burning Sky Queen was stirring in the Yuling space, and it was obvious that she was full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Master, I'm ready. Chapter 041, The College Entrance Examination Begins, Su Balian's Suspicion. Please prepare yourselves, candidates. The College Entrance Examination's Secret Realm transmission is about to begin. The invigilator's majestic voice came from the radio, and the playground of Nanyun No. 1 High School instantly became quiet. More than 500 candidates lined up neatly, each with a look of nervousness and anticipation on their face. It's finally about to begin. Shenli took a deep breath and looked calmly at the huge temporary teleportation array in the center of the playground. Huang Mingyuan stood not far away, holding Su Balian in his arms, cursing, "Wait until we get into the secret realm, and see how I'll deal with you." Su Balian looked at Shenli at this moment, and the uneasiness in her heart became more and more obvious. Transmission begins. Following the invigilator's command, the teleportation array shone brightly. Countless white beams of light shot up into the sky, accurately covering every candidate. Shenli only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and his body seemed to be wrapped by a gentle force, and the next moment his consciousness seemed to leave the original place. Just before the transmission, Su Balian looked at Shenli's back, which looked more and more like the Qiyan in the black market arena. Impossible. She shook her head desperately. Shenli had clearly been tricked out of his S-rank Imperial Spirit, so how could he possibly possess that subhuman Imperial Spirit, and even become a formidable figure capable of easily defeating a 3rd-rank Imperial Spirit Master? And he even had a relationship with the daughter of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. If it was just one of these points, it would be fine, but with so many doubts, Shenli could definitely not be Qiyan. It must be a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. A white light flashed, and Shenli suddenly felt the biting sea breeze. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a silent island. Black reefs surround the coast, and there are sparse woods on the island. The cold wind blows, making bursts of noise. So quiet? Shenli frowned and glanced around, not noticing any other human energy fluctuations. Because we were teleported based on our ratings, there's no one else here? He looked up and suddenly saw a message appear above. Current area, Inner Circle Islands Level 3 High Risk Area. After learning about the college entrance examination rules, he roughly understood what this meant. Let's explore first. At the same time, the National College Entrance Examination live broadcast room was flooded with comments from countless viewers. Because you can freely choose the pictures of each island, many people are keen to find those candidates who have been teleported to the highest level island.
Here it comes. The real-time feed is finally coming. First, let's take a look at the SSS-rated islands. They say 3 of them got the SSS rating this year. Oh my god. Isn't this the first one, the genius Lin Xiao from Jing City? His grandfather is a law master. It seems like he has already been booked for admission to Longyu University? Is he here to experience life?
In the picture, the blue-haired boy summoned a giant ice crystal dragon and froze the entire lake with a wave of his hand.
The barrage of comments boiled over in an instant. This is even more terrifying.
He's the son of the top group in Shanghai. It's said that he has 4 4th-level imperial spirits. In another picture, the young man in brocade clothes commanded the twin lions to clear out the monsters, and the points jumped at an astonishing speed.
That's just the beginning. This one is truly formidable.
He's from the western frontier and has reportedly been dealing with demons since childhood. His combat skills are truly terrifying. The third scene shows a young man in a desert island holding a bone blade.
He kills the sand scorpion in front of him with one blow. Wait a minute? Why is there an SSS-rated island here?
In the live broadcast screen, there are 4 windows marked with SSS level. At first, the audience only noticed 3 of them. After seeing the first 3 clearly, they finally saw the situation on Chen Li's side.
Who is this guy? Foggy Nanyun number 1 high school? I've never heard of him. Is the SSS rating so casual? Don't be so mean. Anyone who gets an SSS rating is a monster, not a simple one. Stop talking. I'm back after checking the files. His name is Chen Li. He's SSS level in the Forbidden Trial.
He single-handedly killed 3 3rd-level general-level monsters in 3 minutes.
Single-handedly killed 3 general-level monsters in 3 minutes? Could it be that his spirit control is also level 4? But that's not right. Why doesn't he summon the Imperial Spirit? Is there some special method?
As a person in the game, Chen Li knew nothing about the situation outside. He was exploring quickly along the coastline.
As the cold wind blew, shining eyes could occasionally be seen in the cracks of the reefs, indicating that there were demons lurking there. But Chen Li was not interested in them. Because their energy fluctuations are too low.
The points gained from killing such monsters are too few. With this time, he can go find stronger monsters. After all, this entire island belongs to him alone. While other candidates were already rapidly gaining points, Chen Li spent his time going deep into the heart of the island. As the sparse woods gradually became dense, a dull sound suddenly came from the ground. Chen Li paused, feeling the approaching energy fluctuations, and raised the corner of his mouth.
It's finally here.
In the woods ahead, a vine-armored bear slowly walked out, with a cold light flashing in its huge eyes. It was a 3rd-level general-level monster. Chen Li no longer hesitated and moved his fingertips.
Empress Burning Heaven. Master. I'm here. The light beneath his feet became brighter, like flowing lava outlining a complex summoning pattern.
The red flame suddenly erupted, and the figure of the Burning Sky Empress gradually solidified in the flames. The fiery red hair moved without wind, and red flames surged around his body. The pressure that was unique to an SSS-level spirit master swept across, and even the vine-armored bear not far away stopped. Holy crap! What kind of royal spirit is this? Is it a new card from the demi-human pool? This aura. It actually scared a 3rd-level general-level monster? Wait, why does this Yuling look familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? In the woods, the vine armor bear was intimidated by the pressure from the burning Sky Queen. It let out a low roar from its throat, kicked the ground with its hind legs, and propped up its entire body, as if demonstrating. Empress, it's solved. Chen Li gave the order calmly. Yes. Master. The Burning Sky Empress moved without even using any skills. She simply tapped the ground with her toes and turned into a stream of red light and rushed out in an instant. She was as fast as lightning. As soon as the vine armor bear made a move, the Empress was already close. The next second, red flames condensed in his palm and accurately attacked the weak spot in the chest. Laugh. The high temperature penetrated instantly, and terrifying red flames surged out. These flames seemed to see a delicacy, greedily devouring the armor that the vine armor bear was proud of. As the red flames continued to penetrate into the body, the breath of the vine armor bear became increasingly weak.
Before he could even make a move, the light in his eyes had already faded. In just 10 seconds, this third-level general level monster fell to the ground with a thud. Kill the third-level general monster Vine Armor Bear and gain 180 points. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked and speechless. A third-level general is killed in 10 seconds? He didn't even use his skills? Could this subhuman spirit of his BS rank? I now believe he can kill 3 general-level monsters in just 3 minutes. That's terrifying efficiency. No wonder he didn't choose to attack at first. It turns out he wanted to deal with the elite monster directly. Chapter 042 attracted a large number of viewers. Chen Li's strength is obvious to all. Real-time images of the secret realm of the college entrance examination were pushed simultaneously on live broadcast platforms across the country, and the battle scenes on thousands of islands were seen by people across the country. In the 4 live broadcast rooms marked with SSS-level, the island where Chen Li is located is attracting attention at an astonishing rate. This efficiency is ridiculous. The other candidates have just killed their first monster, while the slower ones are still adapting to the environment, but he has already started clearing out general-level monsters. It's indeed a cleanup. This efficiency can't even be considered a battle. It feels like the Vine Armor Bear was gone as soon as this subhuman spirit took action. When did such a ruthless person appear in Fog City? I've never heard of him before. In addition to the attention of residents, various corporate forces also focused their attention on the live broadcast screen. These represent the emerging forces of the Dragon Kingdom in the future, so they naturally need to win them over in advance. Lu Tianquan, the head of Wanling Pavilion, sat in a special room, his eyes moving back and forth between the live broadcasts of his daughter and Chen Li. When he saw Chen Li kill the Vine Armor Bear instantly, his hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. SSS rating? And possessing such strength? I'm really surprised. The butler, Li Bo, was also watching and whispered, "Master, Chen Li's imperial spirit is indeed rare. It should be a new imperial spirit in the demi-human card pool. Generally speaking, the potential of such new imperial spirits is not too low." Lu Tianquan chuckled and took a sip of tea. No matter how high his potential is, he's still an ordinary student. Look at him walking into the woods, even walking in front of Yu Ling. He has no ability to sense danger. Being young and energetic is a good thing, but that's not a reason for him to do this. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the picture of his daughter Lu Yuyu on the other side. Seeing that his daughter was safely protected by several students he had arranged, he felt a little relieved. On the other side, in the black market box, Lin Yu was dancing in front of the screen. "Dad, look. I was right. He killed a third-level general in seconds. And look, he is one of the 4 SSS-level ratings." Father Lin looked at Chen Li in the picture, with a look of surprise on his face, and then his brows relaxed. "He is indeed capable. You have good taste, kid." On the island, every time Chen Li killed a monster, it would cause a surprise among the audience. Kill the third-level elite monster Black Wolf and gain 60 points. Kill the third-level elite monster Flame Fox and gain 60 points. Kill the third-level general monster Rock Monkey and gain 180 points. This killing speed is too terrifying. Others spend half a day to accumulate 100 points, but he gets 100 points easily. No wonder these SSS-rated guys don't need to form teams. One person is a team. Seeing how easily he dealt with a level 3 monster, I feel incredibly powerful now. Because of the aura of the Burning Sky Queen, some ordinary monsters around did not dare to get close to Chen Li. Therefore, the monsters Chen Li encounters are generally elite or general-level monsters. Roar! I thought these were the only monsters on the island, but after taking a few steps, a low roar suddenly came from the front. The fallen leaves on the ground moved without wind, and a green figure flashed in the woods. The figure's eyes emitted a faint green light, and its forelimbs were as sharp as blades. 3 pairs of transparent wings were shining with green light. It was a third-level king-level monster. Green-winged mantis. The monster was 2 meters tall, and its sickle-shaped forelimbs flashed a terrifying cold light as they opened and closed. Its compound eyes turned and locked onto Chen Li's position on the spot. The next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, which was more than 10 times more terrifying than the general-level monsters he had encountered before. A king-level monster. Chen Li's eyes flashed with surprise but also anticipation. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were instantly furious after noticing the blue-winged mantis. It's the green-winged mantis. This thing is ridiculously fast. And the damage is terrifying. Unless you can catch it, it will kite you to death.
This. Chenli just killed a general level and then encountered a king level.
He should be able to handle it, right? Don't forget, he hasn't used his skills yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen what skills his spirit master possesses yet. As the audience was talking, the blue-winged mantis flapped its wings and disappeared instantly.
Then, he appeared in front of Chenli in an instant.
Snap.
If Chenli had not reacted quickly enough, this knife might have taken his life. Faced with this terrifying speed, Chenli did not get nervous.
Instead, he calmly took 2 steps back and immediately gave the order. Burning Sky Empress, Burning Sky Prison.
In an instant, several chains of fire shot out and accurately wrapped around the forelimbs of the green-winged mantis. The next moment, the Burning Sky Empress flashed, and the flame prison cage suddenly took shape, instantly trapping her and the green-winged mantis inside.
Oh my god! What kind of skill is this? It can actually forcibly trap monsters? He's a natural nemesis of the mantis. He's truly found his true love. I thought he'd be able to endure a bit of hardship when encountering a king level, but he was trapped so easily.
The green-winged mantis was trapped in the prison of fire cage and became furious.
It swung its sickle like forelimbs wildly, chopping at the cage continuously.
Each chop was accompanied by a harsh friction sound.
Crack, crack, crack.
Dense sounds echoed, and the red flame chains on the cage trembled violently, but unfortunately no cracks appeared. In other words, although the green-winged mantis's attack seemed effective, it actually did not cause any damage to the cage at all.
Oh my god!
This green-winged mantis's attack power is one of the highest among its peers.
And it's even at the king level. And it still can't break the cage of this subhuman Yuling? This skill is too terrifying. He can withstand the crazy output of the king level. What's the name of his imperial spirit? When he summoned her before, she seemed to be talking about the Burning Sky Empress? Is this the affectionate nickname he gave Yuling? Or is it really Yuling's real name? What a strange name.
Chenli stood outside the cage, his eyes always focused on the movements of the green-winged mantis. The speed and power of this green-winged mantis are truly terrifying. Its Burning Heaven prison has a weakening effect, but even if its movements are slowed down, it can still swing several swords in an instant.
Empress, please solve it. After a brief sigh, Chenli gave another order. Understood, Master.
The red flames around the Burning Sky Empress surged, and in an instant the terrifying flames enveloped the entire cage. The high temperature distorted the cage, and the painful cry of the green-winged mantis was heard. Kill the 3rd level king level monster green-winged mantis and gain 720 points.
Chapter 043, Top 10 in the scoreboard. Terrifying speed of climbing the rankings. 720 points. A 3rd level king level monster actually gave so many points. This wave is a huge profit. Oh my god, look at Chenli's score, he's almost in the top 30. But the strength of a single person is still a little lacking.
It can't compare to the team strengths above. The top 5 teams on the list are terrifying. 5 people form a team, 1 searches for monsters, 1 leads the team to move, and the other 3 focus on killing them. Yes, although Chenli and the other 3 SSS-rated candidates have a high killing efficiency, most of their time is wasted on searching for monsters. If we want to surpass them, we can only wait for the subsequent Central Island Massacre battle. The body of the green-winged mantis turned into a point of light and dissipated, and reminders of points earned sounded one after another. The red flames around the Burning Sky Empress became increasingly fierce, and a fighting spirit flashed in her red eyes, clearly showing that she was not very satisfied with the current battle. Master, there's still the presence of a king-level monster ahead. As if influenced by her, Chenli was also eager to take on the challenge. Following her gaze, she could vaguely see a powerful vortex of energy gathering in the center of the island. Let's go. Chenli didn't hesitate at all and walked quickly towards the source of energy with the Burning Sky Queen. After passing through a section of woods, there was a clear lake in the center of the island. The water was shining, and a huge reef stood in the center. The energy fluctuations came from there. The lake was calm, yet exuded a strange sense of oppression. Just as Chenli approached the lake, the water suddenly exploded with a loud splash and a huge monster broke out of the water. It was a giant white crocodile nearly 15 meters in size, covered with ice crystal scales all over its body, shining in the sun. It's actually a 3rd level king level monster. The ice crystal white crocodile. I remember this thing has water attributes. It's a natural counter to Chenli's imperial spirit.
This restraint is too terrible. After the white crocodile appeared, it suddenly slapped the lake's surface with its huge tail, instantly raising several meter-high waves that rushed towards Chenli. Red flames filled the sky. Chenli looked at the incoming waves without any panic. In an instant, red flames burst out from the body of the burning sky empress, and an area with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly expanded. The sudden high temperature evaporated most of the incoming waves, and the unevaporated waves also had their power weakened. Before they reached Chenli, they turned into fine water droplets and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the ice crystal white crocodile tilted its huge head slightly, obviously feeling confused. It didn't expect that its attack could be countered by the flames. The next moment, it suddenly moved and accelerated on the spot, like a white warship breaking through the water. The huge mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs, and bit towards the burning sky empress with a terrifying coldness. Wait until its attack is over before using the burning sky prison, Chenli ordered. The burning sky empress nodded, and her red eyes lit up immediately. She retreated violently, and the next moment the white crocodile's bloody mouth suddenly closed. Bang! The sound of the fangs closing actually created a strong sound wave, which caused ripples in the nearby lake. If you get bitten like that, I'm afraid there will be bruises all over the place. Chenli's expression changed slightly. Afterwards, the burning sky empress cast the burning sky prison, and chains of fire surged out instantly. The next moment, the cage took shape and locked the huge monster in an instant. The white crocodile struggled violently like the other monsters that were trapped before it, and the cage kept making dull sounds. This restriction skill is too extreme. Such a large monster has nowhere to escape. The white crocodile was originally very maneuverable in the water, but after this level, it's been weakened by a level. It seems that Chenli will easily get 720 points again. The audience in the live broadcast room was amazed. As expected, it didn't take long before the white crocodile was easily dealt with by the burning sky queen. Kill the third-level king monster ice crystal white crocodile and gain 720 points. Burning sky empress intimacy +1 currently 73. Current total points, 3,180, current total points ranking 26. Another king-level player was killed in 1 second. This is too outrageous. Attribute suppression is simply a joke in the face of absolute strength suppression. I'm a little skeptical now whether his spirit control potential is high enough to reach SS level, otherwise he wouldn't have such a method. SS level is unlikely. After all, there are only 3 or 5 SS level people in the entire Dragon Country each year. This year's college entrance exam is a bit scary. These 4 SSS level ratings are more extreme than the last. In Wanling Pavilion, Lu Tianquan put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the scene on the screen where Chenli killed the white crocodile with a serious look. This Yuling's ability is stronger than I imagined. Is it really possible to reach SS level potential? If that's the case, it's not impossible for him to spend some time with Lu Yuyu. As soon as this thought came to Lu Tianquan's mind, he immediately shook his head. Forget it, let's wait until the college entrance exam is over and see what his overall ranking is and his specific family background. He has raised his daughter for so many years, and he doesn't want her to be abducted away so easily by that yellow-haired guy Chenli. Inside the black market box, Lin Yi excitedly slammed the table. Look, Dad. We killed another king level 1. We're really going to make a killing this time. Father Lin looked at the name that jumped to 26th place on the standings, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Your vision is really good, you are worthy of being my son. At this time, on the SSS level island, Chenli was staring in a certain direction. The burning sky empress came to his side and said, Master, the energy fluctuations in this direction are very strong. Chenli nodded, and his brows suddenly frowned. That energy fluctuation contained not only the breath of monsters, but also seemed to contain the energy fluctuations of human spirit masters. Were there others also transported to this island? Or did they come here on their own? Chenli and the burning sky queen looked at each other and immediately moved towards that direction. After passing through a forest, we soon arrived at the other side of the island. 5 figures had just landed on the ground riding on imperial spirits. The purple-haired young man in the lead smiled as he looked at the island information that appeared above his head. Captain, do we really have to come to this island to compete for points with these SSS-rated players? The purple-haired young man scoffed at this. So what if he's an SSS rating? He's only 1 S higher than me. You 4 are S level, and I'm only SS level. Aren't we better than him when combined? Behind him, a team member immediately echoed, exactly. All the high-level monsters on our island have been cleared out. If we don't come and snatch his monster points, are we just going to sit there and wait for ages? Taking his points is giving him face. If he comes without knowing what's good for him, we won't be afraid.
Besides, there's no rule against fighting in the team competition. It's just that you can't gain points from the other candidate after killing them. Listening to their words, Chen Li's eyes grew colder, and the burning Sky Empress's body was engulfed in crimson flames as she looked at him.
Master, do you need to clean up these debris? Chapter 044, Stealing My Points?
Who gave you the courage?
Alright, he's just an SSS-rated candidate. With the 5 of us working together, we can easily kill even a 4th-level monster. Why are you afraid of him?
Hurry up and use your spirit to find the monster. The purple-haired young man waved his hand impatiently, and the spirit master beside him quickly summoned the silver-nosed hound. The hound's nose moved slightly, and it barked twice towards the center of the island, with a faint energy fluctuation appearing on its nose.
Found it. There's a strong aura of a king-level monster not far ahead. Superior.
The 5-member team set off immediately.
The purple-haired young man, the Thunder Lion King, led the way, and a blue bird carried the 5 people forward quickly. Why are the top 10 teams on the leaderboard on Chinli Island? His own island has been cleared of monsters? This speed is too terrifying. However, this is too unethical of them. They actually try to steal other examinees' monster points. Where's Chen Li? I haven't seen him since we entered the woods. He doesn't seem like someone who would just sit there and take it easy. Are we going to start a fight right now?
The 5 people walked through the woods and suddenly saw a giant lizard lurking in the forest. There is flame burning on the tail. It is the 3rd-level king-level monster, the flame-tailed lizard king.
That's it.
The purple-haired young man's eyes flashed with excitement.
Control with thorn vines. Weaken the black bird. Lion King. Prepare for a thunder strike.
The 5 of them worked together smoothly. The thorn vines instantly controlled the flame-tailed lizard king, the black bird released skills to weaken its defense, and the lion king condensed a ball of thunderlight that continued to expand above his head. Just as he was about to launch a fatal attack, a red flame appeared from not far away without warning. Red flames filled the sky. An area with a diameter of 100 meters instantly covered the entire surroundings.
The high temperature sizzled and even broke the control of the thorn vines. Who?
The purple-haired young man looked up angrily, only to see Chen Li taking a step and slowly walking out of the flames. Behind him, the several-meter-tall burning Sky Empress was staring coldly at them with her crimson eyes.
We want your prey.
The purple-haired young man suppressed the shock he felt when the burning Sky Empress appeared, and said with a hint of hostility, "Get out of here if you know what's good for you.
You can't defeat the 5 of us alone."
Chen Li was too lazy to talk nonsense and raised his fingertips. "Empress, solve it." The burning Sky Empress moved as fast as lightning and instantly rushed to the side of the flame prison lizard king. A terrifying force erupted, instantly killing the Thunder Lion King before his attack could be fully condensed.
Kill the 3rd-level king-level monster, the Flame Hell Lizard King, and gain 720 points. Current total points, 3,900, current total points ranking 25th. Steal the kill? The purple-haired young man was immediately furious.
Looking at Chen Li's soaring points on the leaderboard, he was immediately enraged.
You brat! You don't know what's good for you. Thunder Lion King. Destroy him and his imperial spirit.
The next moment, the ball of lightning condensed by the Thunder Lion King instantly changed its target.
Thunder poured down, bombarding Chen Li with a terrifying aura.
A fierce look flashed in the purple-haired young man's eyes, and this attack condensed all the power of the Thunder Lion King.
His Lightning Lion King is an S-level imperial spirit.
And he has already reached the 4th level. Although Chen Li's spirit control has a strong pressure, it is only at the 3rd level. He was sure that Chen Li would not be able to handle this move.
Steal my kill? Get eliminated early.
However, within the red flame burning sky area, terrifying flames suddenly emerged, forming an impenetrable flame barrier. The thunder struck the barrier with a bang, but it did not cause any damage to the barrier at all.
How is that possible?
The young man's pupils suddenly shrank. The attack that he was so proud of was actually resolved so easily? This was a skill he unlocked after raising the Thunder Lion King to level 4. How could this be possible? Chen Li's eyes were cold, knowing that he was the captain of the 5-man team. He then looked at the burning Sky Empress.
Burning heaven prison, lock him down.
The burning Sky Queen immediately understood what he meant and immediately used the flame chain to lock the young man. The next moment, the flame chain was retracted, and the young man instantly came in front of Chenli and was trapped in the cage that was formed in an instant. Black bird. Break out of the cage. Silver nose hound. You go too. Thorn vines. Poisonous fog. Seeing this, the other team members immediately ordered Juling to go forward and prepare to break the cage. This cage has already been tested by many monsters. How could a few of them destroy it so easily? The wind blades of the blackbird, the sharp claws of the silver-nosed hound, and the poisonous mist of the thorn vines attacked the prison cage of the flames one after another, but only caused ripples of flames. The high temperature caused the wind blade to dissipate instantly as soon as it arrived, and the sharp claws didn't even have time to leave a trace. The poisonous fog was directly ignited and turned into sparks in the sky. Inside the cage, the purple-haired young man looked at his teammates who were helpless against the cage, and his face suddenly turned pale.
I'm telling you.
My dad is the boss of a listed company in Beijing.
If you eliminate me here, you go to Beijing. You'll be in big trouble. A listed company? Chenli immediately thought of Huang Mingyuan when he heard this.
His father seemed to be a senior executive of a listed company as well. Anger flashed across his eyes, and he said nothing more, just silently looking at the burning Sky Empress.
Understood, Master.
The next moment, the burning Sky Empress transformed into a flaming sword and slowly walked in front of the purple-haired young man.
What are you going to do?
The red sword light penetrated the cage and accurately cut the young man. The young man could never have imagined that Chenli actually dared to attack him. Because it was a surreal simulation, there was no blood splattering, and at that moment the young man turned into stars and disappeared.
Zhao Hao, a high school student in Beijing, was eliminated early.
The cold voice echoed over the island, and the remaining 4 team members froze in place, fear instantly appearing on their faces.
Brother Zhao was eliminated? Is he crazy? How dare he eliminate Brother Zhao? No matter if he's crazy or not, we have to run now.
Seeing this, the 4 of them no longer dared to offend Chenli, and jumped onto the back of the blackbird to escape.
However, Chenli had no intention of letting them go.
The burning Sky Empress understood what she meant and instantly transformed into a stream of light and came behind them. The terrifying high temperature swept through, and several people's faces turned pale. The screams were endless, and in just a moment, 3 of them turned into starlight and disappeared.
Beijing candidate Wang Hao was eliminated early.
Beijing candidate Li Ting was eliminated early.
Beijing city candidates.
As the prompt sounds rang out one after another, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly went wild.
Oh my God! How dare he do that? That's Xiao Hao. His father is the chairman of the Jingying group. These are not important. What's important is how did Chenli do it? Isn't his spirit control only at the 3rd level? How could he withstand the attack of a 4th level Lightning Lion King without any harm? Could it be that his imperial spirit is really SS level? Chapter 045, starting to dominate the leaderboard. Could his imperial spirit be SS level?
Chenli's gaze fell on the candidate he left behind. The other party was trembling with fear at his fierce moves, and the silver-nosed hound also huddled up with its tail between its legs because of the pressure from the burning Sky Queen. If you don't want to be eliminated early, let your hound lead the way and help me find high-level monsters. Chenli's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone.
Yes, yes. I'll look for it right away.
The other party dared not resist and could only nod repeatedly. If you agree to it, at least you can survive to the next round, which is better than being eliminated now. He commanded the silver-nosed hound, and a silver light flashed at the tip of the hound's nose, and it immediately barked twice in one direction. There is the aura of a king-level monster. Chenli looked slightly surprised when he heard his words. With his own perception, he couldn't detect that there was anything there.
No wonder these people are so efficient.
With the hounds leading the way, Chenli's efficiency in obtaining points increased exponentially. Kill the 3rd level elite monster Iron Wolf and gain 60 points. Kill the 3rd level general level monster, the poisonous swamp crocodile, and gain 180 points. Kill the 3rd level king monster Thunder Winged Eagle and gain 720 points. On the points list, Chenli's name soared all the way, surpassing all the way from 25th place and quickly breaking into the top 10. Inside the black market box, Linyi stared at the screen intently, his face flushed with excitement.
Look, Dad. 6,000 points. Already ranked 10th. This speed is simply too outrageous. Father Lin's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of shock. Dad, don't get too excited. This kid likes to hide his tricks when he's in the ring. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. Inside the Wanling pavilion, Lu Tianxuan's expression changed slightly, and his face became completely gloomy. On the one hand, it was because the combat power of the Burning Sky Queen, who could easily kill a third-order king-level monster, far exceeded his expectations. On the other hand, it was because the process of his beloved daughter obtaining points was not smooth. In the principal's office of Nanyun No. 1 High School, Qin Mo and Principal Zhou Minghua stared at the live broadcast screen with varying degrees of anticipation on their faces. Principal Zhou, 6,840 points. 7th place. Qin Mo looked at the leaderboard, his voice trembling. I knew he wasn't that simple. When he said he had dual card awakenings, I was skeptical. Dual cards, after one was stolen, the other one turned out to be S-level. Zhou Minghua pointed at the screen and suddenly shook his head. No, the strength of this imperial spirit is probably not just S-level. As he spoke, Zhou Minghua suddenly looked at his phone, which had just been turned off. Just now, Long Yuda sent a message, asking about Chen Li's personal situation. Inside the admissions office of Longbang Yuling University, several professors gathered around a screen for a heated discussion. This Chen Li is a promising talent. A professor slammed the table. His demi-human spirit can easily kill a king-level monster. His potential is definitely SS level. It's a pity that his family is poor. It took him several months to train this SS-level imperial spirit to the 3rd level. If he had reached the 4th level, he would probably have achieved a higher ranking in this college entrance examination. Another professor nodded in agreement. Yes, I just asked the student he belongs to. He's an orphan. It's quite impressive that he's made it this far. The leading professor waved his hand, looking relieved. It's okay. Wait until we at Longyu University come. We will make an exception and open up platinum-level resources for him. At this time on the secret island, Chen Li had already arrived at another area of the island. The silver-nosed hound suddenly started barking wildly at a cave, with its hair standing on end. What's inside? Chen Li asked. What a terrifying aura. At least 2 king-level monsters. Hearing the other party's answer, Chen Li raised the corner of his mouth, and a fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. That's great, let's solve it together. He motioned for the other party to stay where they were, and raised his hand and shouted softly, Burning Sky Empress, red flame fills the sky. The Empress's figure was as fast as lightning, flashing back and forth in the cave. Wherever she passed, high temperature spread and wailing was everywhere. In just a moment, the 2 king-level monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang. Kill the 3rd-level king monster, the 2-headed giant bear, and gain 720 points. Kill the 3rd-level king-level monster Shadow Lion King and gain 720 points. Current total points, 8280. On the national live broadcast screen, the top 3 names in the standings quietly changed. Lin Xiao, 8,460 points, 1st place. Qin Meng, 8,300 points, 2nd. Chen Li, 8,280 points, 3rd. Sissa, 8,160 points, 4th. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap! This year's new rules are way too much. For SSS-level players have completely taken up the top 4 spots. Weren't these 4 ranked in the 20s or 30s before? The team below was actually surpassed by them? One person can rival the whole team? These 4 people are in perfect sync. Realizing they were wasting time searching for monsters, they each found a candidate who could search for monsters, and their ranking shot up in an instant. These 4 SSS-rated fighters each have their own strengths. Lin Zhao's Ice Crystal Dragon has unrivaled control, Qin Meng's Twin Lions have explosive damage output, Zeiss's Boneblade Spirit has ruthless combat, and Chen Li's Burning Sky Empress is decisive and sure to kill instantly. From the commentary booth during the national broadcast, host Meng Yao's voice surged with emotion. Attention, everyone! The team competition is almost halfway through. 30% of the 10,000 islands in the secret realm have already sunk into the sea, and the remaining islands will sink within half an hour. The images on the big screen behind her kept switching. On one side was a group of islands that were constantly sinking, and the image of the seawater swallowing the islands was extremely visually impactful. On the other side, the camera is fixed on the top 4 teams in the standings. This year's test takers are simply outmatched.
Lin Zhao's Ice Crystal Dragon still leads with 8,460 points, but Chen Li's speed of catching up is simply terrifying. He went from 25th to 3rd in less than half an hour. The camera turned to Chen Li at the exit of the cave, and the figure of the burning sky empress surrounded by red flames was particularly eye-catching. Meng Yao exclaimed in amazement, "It's rumored that his imperial spirit is a new imperial spirit from the demi-human card pool. Its potential level hasn't been determined yet, but judging by the current situation, it's definitely no lower than SS level. The Central Island killing competition is about to begin. I wonder if Chen Li, with his speed, can successfully reach the top of the leaderboard in the final half hour and replace Lin Xiao at the top? Let us wait and see." Chapter 046, First on the leaderboard. Heading to the Central Island. The killing battle begins. The monsters on the island have been almost cleared out. As the island gradually sinks, there are fewer monsters to be found. Even with the help of the hounds, it still takes some time to find new monsters. Chen Li brought the candidate to the highlands of the island. At this time, the silver-nosed hound suddenly stopped, whimpered in fear from its throat, and its limbs suddenly collapsed to the ground. "What's wrong, Xiaoyin?" The examinee nervously tugged at the hound's collar, only to find it trembling all over, its gaze avoiding a giant nest not far ahead. "What's there? What's there?" Chen Li also followed the other person's gaze and found the entrance to the nest. Thick black fog lingered at the entrance, and several pairs of scarlet animal eyes could be vaguely seen flashing in the darkness. Three king-level beasts? The candidate was so frightened after hearing the message from the imperial spirit that he turned around, picked up the hound and ran away. "There's no way we can beat them." Watching him escape, Chen Li did not chase him. There are only 10 minutes left before the island sinks completely and the Central Island killing competition begins, and he no longer needs the opponent. Turning to look at the entrance of the nest, 3 shadow leopard kings, each over 5 meters tall, rushed out through the black fog, and every step made the ground tremble violently. His eyes flashed with excitement, just in time. Red flames filled the sky. The red field suddenly expanded, and the high temperature instantly evaporated the surrounding black fog. The 3 shadow leopard kings were suppressed by the domain and their movements were obviously slower. The leopard king in the middle roared and pounced, its sharp claws bringing with them a strong wind that tore through the air. The burning sky empress's figure was as fast as lightning, and the next moment a chain of flames appeared. Burning heaven prison. Several flame chains instantly enveloped it, Chen Li and the empress. The terrifying oppression in the cage became apparent, and the originally domineering leopard king's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to launch an attack, but found that the energy in his body was suppressed to a great extent. Even the claws that were swung out were extremely slow. Seeing this, the other 2 leopard kings attacked the cage at the same time. Chen Li calmly commanded, "Let's focus on this one first." The empress understood what he meant, and she took out a flaming sword and launched several attacks. The leopard king in the cage died before he could react. Kill the 3rd level king-level monster Shadow Leopard King and gain 720 points. The remaining 2 leopard kings became even more violent when they saw their fellow leopards die. In an instant, black mist surged around him, and violent attacks continued to hit the cage. Attack together. As soon as Chen Li finished speaking, the cages disappeared instantly. The burning Sky Queen took the opportunity to swing her flaming sword and hit their weak point several times in a row. Each sword hit the weak point accurately. In less than a minute, all 3 leopard kings were dead. Kill the 3rd level king-level monster Shadow Leopard King and gain 720 points. Kill the 3rd level king-level monster Shadow Leopard King and gain 720 points. The standings are updated in real time, Chen Li's ranking is changed again, and the name at the top of the list is suddenly refreshed. Chen Li, 10,440 points, 1st place. The host Meng Yao's voice broke with excitement. Historic moment. Chen Li topped the standings with 10,440 points. He became the first student to score over 10,000 points since the college entrance examination reform this year. Before today, Chen Li, a completely unknown student, had already become the biggest dark horse in this year's college entrance examination. Next, the Central Island Killing Tournament is about to begin. As the number 1 in the standings, I wonder if he can maintain his top spot. After dealing with the 3 leopard kings, Chen Li looked up at the sudden announcement reminder. The current island will sink completely in 5 minutes. Central Island killing battle is about to begin. Defeat your opponent to take all the points. The burning Sky Queen is your favorite kind of killing in fighting. Chen Li's eyes changed. The burning Sky Empress behind him gradually appeared, with an extremely excited light flashing in her red eyes. Let's go. When he reached the highest point of the island and stepped onto the teleportation array to the central island, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several familiar figures. In the distance, Huang Mingyuan and Su Balian had arrived at the central island before him and seemed to have noticed his presence. It's really him. He is Qi Yan. Su Balian looked at the burning sky empress beside Chenli, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Since entering the secret realm of the college entrance examination, she comforted herself, but the speculations in her heart became more and more. How did Chenli get the SSS grade during the rating process? Where did Chenli's powerful physical strength come from before? All these doubts were verified at this moment. Chenli is Qi Yan. No wonder. No wonder he's not interested in me at all, and even keeps me at a distance. He. On the other side, Lu Yuyu and a few other candidates hid timidly in a corner, protected by several imperial spirits around her. She looked around, as if searching for something. When she saw Chenli's figure, her eyes lit up instantly, and even became faintly misty. Not long after, lights appeared around them one after another, and countless candidates were teleported over. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, filled with shock, greed, and even undisguised hostility. Are you Chenli? Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise. The blue youth Lin Xiao came from the sky riding a giant ice crystal dragon. The dragon's cold air caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The giant ice crystal dragon behind him spread its wings, and its ice crystal scales emitted a cold light. In an instant, the terrifying pressure unique to a 4th-level SS-level Imperial spirit spread out. Many candidates stepped back subconsciously, horror flashing in their eyes. Is this the pressure of an SS-level Imperial spirit? How terrifying! Could he be the genius Lin Xiao from Beijing? Did he come here because someone took away the top spot on the list? Well done! Only when those at the front of the line start fighting in this bloody battle can we have a chance to take advantage of the situation. As the discussion began, ice crystals suddenly condensed on Lin Xiao's fingertips. I just got lucky and picked up a few king-level monsters. Do you really think you can secure the top spot? Looking at how poor you are, you'd better quit as soon as possible. Not far away, Huang Mingyuan looked at Lin Xiao. He obviously recognized the other person and immediately stepped forward, deliberately raising his voice. Young Master Lin is right. Some people dare to be arrogant just because they won a few games by luck. Do they really think no one can deal with them? He summoned the 4th Order 1000-star crane, and its starlight wings spread out behind him. The same terrifying pressure swept over. Young Master Lin, if you want to take action, I, Huang Mingyuan, will support you unconditionally. Another S rank? How many people has Chenli offended? Listening to the discussions of people around her, Su Balian's eyes changed again when she looked at Chenli. What is lost is lost. She will never regret it, and she will never let her mood be affected by a man. She comforted herself again. Chenli was just lucky enough to get a new imperial spirit. Although the Burning Sky Empress is very powerful, she is only at the 3rd level, which is a world of difference from Huang Mingyuan, who has several imperial spirits. Moreover, Chenli is just an ordinary person. He is not like Huang Mingyuan, the son of a senior executive of the group. In terms of resources, the two also have a world of difference. Choosing Huang Mingyuan is definitely the best choice. Thinking of this, she looked at Chenli and murmured in her heart. Chenli, Mingyuan's background is not something an ordinary person like you can compare to. Chapter 047, Targeting Me? Have you asked my Burning Sky Empress? The air on the central island froze instantly. Lin Zhao's ice crystal dragon soared high into the sky, and the cold air spread like a tide, causing layers of frost to condense on the ground. Huang Mingyuan's 1000-star crane spread its starry wings, and the brilliant galaxy flowed around him. Hiss! The candidates around him gasped and their faces turned pale instantly. Under the pressure of the 4th-level SS-level and S-level spirit masters, even many 3rd-level spirit masters couldn't help but tremble and subconsciously took a few steps back. Chenli is in trouble this time. The person he provoked is not a simple one. That's good too. If they fight up front, it will be of great benefit to us. Amidst the discussions, many figures took the initiative to approach Lin Xiao and Huang Mingyuan. They were all candidates ranked in the middle of the standings, with greed glittering in their eyes. Young Master Lin, Young Master Huang, I've been annoyed with this brat for a long time. We're willing to help. If we eliminate him, our ranking will move up. In an instant, a situation of everyone pushing down the wall was formed.
With Huang Mingyuan's instigation, Chen Li instantly became the target of public criticism. Huang Mingyuan looked at Chen Li and sneered, "Chen Li, I told you, you'll be in trouble today." Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but the ice crystal dragon had already raised its head and spread its wings, obviously ready for battle. Chen Li stood where he was, looking calmly at the burning sky empress beside him. Her fiery red hair moved without wind, and her red eyes sparkled with immense excitement. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +3 currently 76. Before the battle even started, the Burning Sky Queen had already increased her intimacy by several points in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Chen Li was unconsciously influenced by her and felt much more excited. "Master, I can't wait any longer. Let's get started." The Burning Sky Empress voice was filled with anticipation, and before she even finished speaking, the flames around her were already eager to try. "You don't know how to live or die." Before Chen Li could say anything, Huang Mingyuan took the initiative to attack, waving his hands and shouting, "Qiang Xingui!" The thousand-star crane flapped its wings, and the sky full of stars shot towards Chen Li like a rainstorm, accompanied by a hissing sound that tore through the air. Lin Xiao followed closely behind. The giant ice crystal dragon opened its huge mouth and spewed out a terrifying icy breath, ice for thousands of miles. The cold air surged out instantly, and sharp ice spikes condensed on the ground along the direction of the cold air, trying to control Chen Li. Seeing this, the candidates around him also summoned their spirits to take action. The vines are entangled. Poisonous fog is everywhere. Rock wall blockade. Thousand wind blades. Various skills intertwined to form a dragnet that attacked Chen Li's location. In their opinion, facing such a large number of skill attacks, no matter how powerful Chen Li's spirit control was, he would definitely be overwhelmed. It's over. How did Chen Li suddenly offend so many people? Is his top spot on the list about to end? What a shame, the dark horse is going to be eliminated like this. Everyone in the live broadcast room sighed, and at this moment, a light shout was heard. Red flames filled the sky. A terrifying torrent of red flames erupted from the body of the Burning Sky Empress. A flame field of hundreds of meters suddenly expanded. In an instant, the vines were burned to ashes, the poisonous fog was detonated on the spot, the rock wall turned into charred ashes, and the wind blade dissipated on the spot. Even the thousand stars gathered by the thousand-star crane that Chen Li once possessed were instantly ignited by the flames and disappeared before reaching him. The frost spewed out by the ice crystal dragon turned directly into water vapor, blocking everything else out. This domain? Lin Xiao frowned slightly, obviously not expecting that Chen Li's spirit control would have domain-related skills. Because he knew that domain skills were generally only possessed by 5th level or even 6th level spirit masters. Huang Mingyuan took a half step back upon seeing this, his eyes filled with surprise. A 3rd level spirit master can cast a domain? No wonder you're so confident. Compared to their expressions, the other candidates were very shocked. Many people have never even seen the domain skills with their own eyes. Just by staying in the domain for a moment, they feel difficulty breathing and their whole body feels as if it is being burned. This fire is so scary. No, we can't beat him. Let young Master Huang and young Master Lin come. Let's retreat quickly. Yeah, I don't want to be eliminated here. Everyone, don't worry. He's only a 3rd level spirit. A 3rd level spirit's domain definitely won't last long. As the other candidates were about to leave, Huang Mingyuan looked at the domain that was obviously weakening, and his face quickly regained its arrogance. Everyone, don't panic. His domain will probably only last for a few dozen seconds. Attack again. His words were like a shot of adrenaline to the candidates around him. Those who had been a little hesitant immediately reacted and their eyes lit up again. Mr. Huang is right. The domain of a 3rd level imperial spirit won't last long. Keep attacking. Drain his energy. Lin Xiao also spoke in a cold voice, a 3rd level imperial spirit, after exerting such a large range, I'm afraid there is not much energy left. I want to see how long you can keep it up. Ice crystal dragon breath. Keep suppressing. Meteoric wings. Earth thrust. Strangle the wind. 100,000 volts. For a moment, all kinds of skills flooded towards Chen Li like a tide. Chen Li easily resolved the problem again. But this time, the crowd was not too shocked. Instead, they looked at the obviously weakened flames in the area and shouted excitedly. Look! The domain has indeed weakened. It looks like it's about to disintegrate. Without his domain, he has nothing. Brothers, come on!
The huge noise attracted the attention of Lu Yuyu's team in the distance. At this moment, Lu Yuyu was being protected by a team of candidates that Lu Tianquan had paid to arrange. Hearing a loud noise in the distance, she subconsciously looked up. When she saw the familiar flame field and the figure in the middle, her heart suddenly tightened.
It's Chanli.
Lu Yuyu's face turned pale instantly, and she was about to rush out. He's being besieged. The examinee beside her quickly stood in front of her and said, Ms. Lu, don't go there.
It's too dangerous.
The pavilion master arranged for us to protect you so that you won't go to a dangerous place.
Yes, Miss Lu, it's safest to follow us. But he can't hold on any longer.
Lu Yuyu looked at the flames in the area that were obviously dimming, and she became anxious instantly.
Don't stop me. I can help him.
She tried to break through the obstruction of several people, and the colorful jade rabbit and several other imperial spirits were also anxious. But several team members refused to let her get close.
Ms. Lu, this is a bloody battle. If you interfere in this level of battle, you will be eliminated. The master is watching the screen now. If he knew you were messing around like this. I don't care.
Lu Yuyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. I can't just watch him being besieged. Before he finished speaking, a shrill wail instantly pierced the sky.
Lu Yuyu and his teammates were instantly attracted by the scene.
In the center of the battlefield, the moment before the domain disappeared, the burning sky empress disappeared instantly. Before everyone could react, a candidate standing in the front was dealt with in an instant.
Candidate Zhao Peng was eliminated.
When Huang Mingyuan saw this, he thought Chenli was making a last-ditch effort.
As a result, the next second, a jaw-dropping scene happened.
The flame field, which was originally dimmed to the point of being almost transparent, suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. The crimson flame seemed to be injected with infinite energy, not only recovering to its previous range and intensity, but even becoming more intense than when it first unfolded.
Characteristics: War-loving Emperor Flame. Field time refresh. Chapter 048, Join forces to attack? Are you sure you want to challenge the world boss? How is this possible? Huang Mingyuan was so shocked that he took a few steps back. The arrogance on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by disbelief. Killing someone, and the domain is restored?
Lin Xiao, who was riding on the giant ice crystal dragon, suddenly trembled when he saw this scene.
He noticed more details than Huang Mingyuan.
He found that after Chenli eliminated a candidate, not only did his domain return to its peak, but even his spirit also recovered to its full state. He didn't expect that the spirit control that Chenli possessed had such a method. In an instant, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Such a person will definitely become a stumbling block to him in the future, and he must completely suppress the other party today. The candidates around were so frightened by this scene that they froze in place.
Their excitement turned into fear. This is crazy. How can we fight him?
The more we hit him, the stronger he gets.
Run away. In an instant, dozens of candidates collapsed and fled.
Seeing this scene, Lu Yuyu, who was originally nervous in the distance, felt relieved and her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground.
I'm so glad he's okay.
At the same time, the audience on the other side of the live broadcast was also shocked.
Among them, Lin Ye's reaction was the biggest. Holy crap! Awesome!
I knew this guy was hiding something.
Dad, I just don't understand. Why can't I make a contract?
If I could be standing there with Chenli today.
This bitch is so cool. I'm so envious.
On the side, Lin's father smiled bitterly.
He had no idea about this. On the other side, Wanling Pavilion.
When Lu Tianquan saw his daughter so worried about Chenli, his heart suddenly tightened. When he saw Chenli in crisis, he felt inexplicably happy. If Chenli was eliminated, perhaps his daughter would no longer like him so much. As a result, the next second, he saw Chenli's amazing methods. The ability to kill a field that refreshes its duration. He repeated in a low voice, his fingertips tapping the table unconsciously, this is not a characteristic that an SS-level Imperial spirit can possess. Uncle Li, the key figure standing by, was stunned. It took him a while to recover.
Master, do you think his Imperial spirit is SSS-level? SSS-level? Lu Tianquan turned his head.
He has been engaged in the materials business for decades and has met at least 800 talented spirit masters. Even so, there are only a handful of spirit masters who have SSS-level spirits.
All of these people later became very powerful spirit masters in the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that it is indeed possible. Lu Tianquan suddenly developed a strong interest in Chen Li. He looked at Uncle Li and said, "Check. Check all of Chen Li's information immediately. The more detailed the better." "Yes, sir." Uncle Li quickly agreed and left the room. Lu Tianquan turned his gaze back to the screen, and the situation on the battlefield had reversed. Looking at the candidates fleeing everywhere, Huang Mingyuan was about to dissuade them but was stopped by Lin Xiao, who raised his hand lightly. "Young Master Huang, without them, our chances of winning are much greater." Lin Xiao looked at Chen Li, and although there was a hint of fear in his eyes, the confidence on his face remained unchanged. Since Chen Li's imperial spirit relies on the kill to refresh the time, it is enough to just send the strongest imperial spirit. As long as Chen Li cannot deal with any of the imperial spirits within 1 minute, the situation will be reversed again. Lin Xiao's voice was cold and calm. When it reached Huang Mingyuan's ears, Huang Mingyuan's emotions instantly calmed down a little. Looking at the fleeing candidates, Huang Mingyuan smiled again. "Mr. Lin is right. We have so many imperial spirits, any one of them is enough to give Chen Li a hard time. These rubbish are better off without them." Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiao had already controlled the ice crystal dragon to soar dozens of meters into the air. The wings flapped slowly in the sky, and the coldness around him became increasingly intense, as if even the sky was frozen. For a moment, ice chips fell from the sky. Lin Xiao sat on the dragon's back, looking at the flame field below, with a sneer on his face. "Chen Li, let me show you the large-scale burst skill that the 4th-level dragon has just awakened." He moved his fingertips slightly, and the dragon let out a roar that shook the sky. This roar could be felt throughout the entire central island. Many candidate spirits were so frightened by this sound that they shrank in place and dared not move. But at the same time, this voice also attracted the remaining 2 SSS-rated candidates on the scoreboard. 1,000 miles of ice meteorite. Lin Zhao's voice was filled with pride. This kind of large-scale burst skill is a rare skill among the Yuling skills, because most skills with a range do not have high damage, and most skills with high damage only target a single target. The next moment, the dragon's wings flapped at an accelerated speed. In an instant, countless ice crystal fragments condensed around the dragon's wings, transforming into dense ice cones. Each icicle flashed with a biting cold light and hung high in the sky. He waved his hand violently. "Fall." The ice cones in the sky poured down like a swarm of bees receiving orders, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. As the ice cones passed through the air, they condensed into white mist, forming a dense ice rain that blocked out the sky and slammed down towards the flame field. Wherever it passed, the temperature dropped sharply. As expected of an SS-level imperial spirit. Huang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with greed when he saw this scene. The next moment, he immediately ordered Qian Xinghe to follow. Star breath. The 1,000-star crane raised its head and cried, and starlight emerged from its neck, forming a bright starlight. The next moment, it spurted out of his mouth like a laser. Double attack. Let's see what you can do. Seeing the 2 attacks coming, Chen Li did not react immediately. This scene made many people's hearts jump to their throats. Is this still a showdown between high school students? This is too terrifying. 1,000-mile ice meteorite seems to be Lin Zhao's famous skill? If this move is used, I'm afraid Chen Li will be dead. Inside the black market box, Lin Yi was unusually calm, while his father was extremely anxious. "Son, why are you so calm? Chen Li is about to be eliminated. Dad, please sit down for a while. Don't worry, this kid still has something hidden. He hasn't even used that restrictive skill yet." Inside the Wanling Pavilion, Lu Tianquan put down his teacup, a flicker of anticipation flashing across his face. SSS-level Imperial Spirit, how is he going to break through? Just when everyone was extremely nervous, Chen Li suddenly spoke. Burning Sky Empress, Burning Sky Prison. Chapter 049, 9 Heaven's Sword Strike. Cut. Before Chen Li finished speaking, red flame chains suddenly shot out from the body of the Burning Sky Empress and accurately wrapped around the wings of the 1,000-star crane. Under Huang Mingyuan's astonished gaze, the flame chain suddenly tightened, dragging the 4th-level Imperial Spirit in front of the Burning Sky Empress. The flaming chain instantly wrapped around Qian Xinghe, Chen Li, and the Burning Sky Empress. Almost at the moment the cage was formed, Lin Zhao's 1,000-mile ice meteorite and Huang Mingyuan's own star breath arrived at the same time. Boom! The ice cones and starlight slammed into the fire prison cage, and in just a moment, cracks appeared in the cage.
Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the cage was broken, but because Qianxing was dragged into it, all the remaining attacks were actually smashed onto the unfortunate imperial spirit. The charred marks left by the starlight penetrating the wings were instantly covered with frost the next moment.
My 1,000-star crane. Huang Mingyuan's eyes were bloodshot.
He never thought that Qianli would use this method to resolve the attack, and even did not hesitate to let the imperial spirit he once owned suffer damage. Inside the cage, the 1,000-star crane cried out in pain, and its wings formed by starlight dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The Burning Sky Empress took advantage of the suppressing effect of the cage and instantly condensed a flaming sword, stabbing at Qianxing's weakness. Stop!
Huang Mingyuan rushed forward like a madman, but was completely unable to stop it. Qianli watched Qianxing gradually turn into a shadow and disappear, a complex look flashed in his eyes. But soon, his mood returned to normal. Lin Xiao sat on the back of the giant dragon with a serious look on his face.
He didn't expect that Qianli's fighting skills would be so terrifying.
He actually thought of using a restrictive method to resist the attack, and even ended up being unharmed.
Not far away, Su Balian froze in place, shaking uncontrollably.
She looked at the body of the Burning Sky Empress, which was surrounded by red flames, and at Qianxing, who was defeated in an instant. Her heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand. She tried to speak, but no words came out. The S-level imperial spirit that she had taken great pains to trick away from Qianli and then contracted to Huang Mingyuan, the trump card that Huang Mingyuan had flaunted countless times, was so vulnerable in front of Qianli's new imperial spirit. She suddenly remembered the hesitation in Qianli's eyes and his compromise with her when she had acted coquettishly to him and wanted to transfer the contract to control the spirit. She remembered that when she got into Huang Mingyuan's luxury car, she saw Qianli kneeling on the ground in a mess through the rearview mirror. Thinking back to that day at the entrance to the secret realm, the ratings given by Huang Mingyuan and Chen Liping were very different. Looking at the difference in Qianli at this moment, a feeling of regret crawled along his spine throughout his body.
What on earth did I miss? SSS-level imperial spirit.
Su Balian's face was as pale as paper, and her nails dug deep into her palms. She finally saw clearly that what she had lost was not just a young boy's innocent heart, but an opportunity that could completely change her and even allow her to reach the top. Regret overwhelmed her like a tide, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. She wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked, and she could only stare at the dazzling flaming figure in the center of the battlefield. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were already stunned.
How is this possible? A third-level imperial spirit took on two fourth-level imperial spirits head-on. He even used his opponent's imperial spirit to block the remaining attacks. And he remained completely unscathed. How terrifying. If Qianli survives, he will definitely be snapped up by all those universities. Although Lin Yi already knew about the black market, he still couldn't help but get excited when he saw this scene. Inside the Wanling Pavilion, surprise flashed in Lu Tianxuan's eyes. He didn't expect that Qianli would use this method to resolve the situation. However, he immediately thought of other aspects. Since Qianli used other skills to forcibly resolve the attack, does it mean that Qianli has no other skills and means? Although this time it was successful, Lin Xiao still did not suffer any losses, except that his skills were put into cooldown. As he was watching, two figures stepped into the edge of the battlefield in the picture. On one side is Qin Meng dressed in brocade clothes, with twin lions roaring on both sides of him. On the other side was Zysa, who was wearing animal skins, with the monster's blood dripping on the bone blade of the weapon. These two candidates, who were also SSS level rated, were finally attracted by the commotion here. Lin Xiao, do you need help? Qin Meng's voice rang out, and it was obvious that the two had known each other for a long time. Zysa didn't say anything, his eyes stayed on Qianli and the Burning Sky Queen, as if he was assessing their strength. Lin Xiao looked at the gradually disappearing Qian Xinghe, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Join forces to eliminate him. This kid's spirit control is a bit weird. If he stays until the end, he will become a big trouble. Qin Meng nodded and looked at Zysa beside him. Brother, what about you? Eliminate him first? We can talk about our business later. Zysa didn't say anything and silently took a half step back. Seeing this, Qin Meng didn't ask any more questions. He sneered and ordered, Golden Lion. Break the armor and charge. Silver Lion. Shadow Strangle. The twin lions rushed out instantly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately ordered the dragon to attack again. Huang Mingyuan, who was standing by, saw this and his expression changed. He summoned another 4th Order a level Imperial Spirit Iron-Armed Mantis. Kill Chanli for me. Shenli, if you have other means, use them. If not, then eliminate him.
A fierce look flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes again. At this time, Shenli looked at them calmly.
You think, this is all I have?
Before she finished speaking, an unprecedented fiery red light suddenly burst out from the body of the burning Sky Empress. The originally dim red flames instantly boiled over, and even a huge phoenix phantom condensed behind her.
What is this?
Lin Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank, and a feeling of unease surged in his heart. Xin Meng, who had just arrived, was a little surprised when he saw the scene and frowned suddenly.
The burning Sky Empress. 9 Heaven Sword Technique.
The flames gathered wildly, and the sky of the entire central island was dyed a terrifying red. The next moment, a flaming sword pierced through the sky, and the sound of the sword chanting resounded throughout the heavens and earth.
Feeling this terrifying aura, even the ice crystal dragon couldn't help but let out an uneasy growl.
Some low-level spirit masters of the surrounding candidates lost control and fled. The expressions of Lin Xiao, Xin Meng, Huang Mingyuan, and even everyone in the live broadcast room including Lin Yi, Lu Tianquan and others froze on their faces in an instant. Only then did they realize that Chen Li had only used 2 skills from beginning to end.
And this third skill that has never been revealed is the true combat power of this SSS-level Imperial Spirit.
The red flames surged, and the phoenix shadow behind the burning Sky Empress suddenly spread its wings. The energy that covered the sky and the sun continued to gather, shaking the heaven and earth with its terrifying power of destruction. Chen Li's voice was calm, yet it carried the unique majesty of the burning Sky Empress, and it was clearly heard throughout the battlefield.
Cut. Chapter 050, A Dirty Trick? Who told you I only have one Imperial Spirit?
The flaming sword, trailing a dazzling tail of flame, cut through the sky. Space was almost distorted wherever it passed, and the ice crystals in the sky were instantly vaporized. Even the spirit masters watching nearby were instantly blown away by this terrifying heat wave. Before the sword arrived, the ground was already stained with deep scorch marks, and red flames were running through the cracks.
Hide! Lin Xiao roared and controlled the ice crystal dragon to condense several layers of ice shields to escape.
At the same time, he also used his trump card spirit weapon to protect his spirit master body from being killed instantly.
As someone who also possesses a large-scale killing skill, he is well aware of the terrifying power of Chen Li's move. If he is directly attacked, his ice crystal dragon will definitely be killed instantly.
Xin Meng also commanded the twin lions to adopt a defensive posture and summoned his trump card spirit.
Huang Mingyuan also had a trump card spirit weapon.
He rolled and crawled to the back of the rock and instantly summoned a shield-type spirit weapon to perform defensive skills, protecting himself while improving the spirit master's own attributes.
Even though they did enough, they still couldn't stop Chen Li's move.
The moment the flaming sword fell, only a blinding red light remained between heaven and earth. The ice crystal dragon's shield was as brittle as thin paper, the twin lion's defense was instantly destroyed, and the iron wall mantis's shell was instantly melted.
Boom!
The loud noise was deafening, and the shockwave raised a sky full of heat waves and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, a gully spanning 100 meters suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield.
The hot flames were clearly visible in the ravine.
Half of Lin Zhao's ice crystal dragon's body was burned black, and Xin Meng's twin lions fell to the ground dying.
Huang Mingyuan's shield was damaged and he was almost eliminated.
The imperial spirits that everyone present was proud of had completely lost their combat effectiveness at this moment. The whole audience was dead silent.
The candidates watching from a distance opened their mouths wide and even forgot to breathe.
The live broadcast room's barrage paused for a few seconds, and then was flooded with dense exclamations.
This thing is fucking level 3? I was thinking it was SS level before. Now it looks like it's SSS level for sure. He almost killed a 4th level dragon with one sword? This is an SS level ice crystal dragon. Long Yu, wake up. The aces you sent are about to be killed. So terrifying. This kid is so terrifying.
In the black market box, Lin Yi suddenly jumped up half a meter high.
I knew it. I knew he had a killer move hidden. This move is called showing off.
Inside the Wanling Pavilion, Lu Tianquan suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with excitement. This power, SSS level potential is definitely possible. He suddenly looked towards the edge of the screen where his daughter was. I was worried about my daughter's eyesight before, but now it seems that her eyesight is indeed good. It's because I, as a father, am too deliberate. In the center of the battlefield, Chenli was breathing heavily, and the figure of the burning Sky Queen seemed a little illusory. This sword almost exhausted all her energy, and even her red hair dimmed a lot. But this sword released all her emotions. Burning Sky Empress Intimacy +7 currently 83. Intimacy reaches the deep resonance stage, unlocking attribute sharing 80%. In the distance, Lin Xiao covered his injured arm. The spirit of his protective weapon turned into a point of light and dissipated. Pain flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. But it's a pity that you didn't eliminate me completely. You probably didn't expect that Qin Meng, Huang Mingyuan, and I all possess protective spirit weapons. The next moment, a smile flashed across Lin Xiao's face again. He forced himself to summon his last spirit, an S-level giant ice dragon. A giant green dragon broke through the waves, and its icy breath instantly caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, even covering the remaining embers of the Jiuxiao sword technique. Qin Meng glanced at Zaisa beside him, gritted his teeth and released the remaining 2 4th-level Imperial Spirits. Originally, I wanted to use these Imperial Spirits on you. 2 different Imperial Spirits suddenly appeared in front of him. One was a giant bear covered in black iron armor, and the other was a pitch-black spider with its compound eyes flashing with faint light and silk threads quietly spreading in the darkness. In addition to the body-protecting spirit and the twin lions before, his remaining 2 spirits are also 4th level. As soon as the Shadow Spider King appeared, he merged into the shadows. His spider legs silently crossed the ground, and countless silk threads shot silently towards Chenli and the burning Sky Empress like sharp swords. Chenli's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. The opponent's transparent spider silk had tightly entangled him and the burning Sky Queen. His pupils changed slightly. This control was so hidden. Not far away, Huang Mingyuan summoned the last 3rd-level Imperial Spirit and laughed at Chenli. Chenli, I have to admit that you are very lucky. After losing the S-rank 1000 Star Crane, I was able to obtain a new Imperial Spirit, and it's an SSS rank 1 at that. It's a pity that you are just an ordinary person after all, and you can only train her to the 3rd level. If she follows you, you will bury her. As he spoke, Huang Mingyuan looked towards the burning Sky Empress. Your name is Burning Sky Empress, right? Come and follow me? My father is a senior executive of the Huang Yun Group. If you follow me, I can give you any resources you want. Whatever you want can be gathered at the first opportunity. My Huang Yun Group will also do its utmost to train you. We will train you to become a terrifying force at the forefront of Dragon Country. Level 6. Level 7. Even level 8. As long as you want. I can give you anything. Huang Mingyuan's voice echoed over the battlefield. There was a greedy glint in his eyes, as if he had already seen the scene of the burning Sky Empress transferring to his side. However, what responded to him were the cold red eyes of the burning Sky Empress and Chenli's disdainful sneer. Do you think she would choose a clown like you? Chenli's voice remained calm, as if he was the one in control of the situation. You should worry about yourself first. Worried about myself? Huang Mingyuan seemed to have heard a huge joke. You are currently controlled by the Shadow Spider Emperor. Even the burning Sky Queen has exhausted all her energy. So what if you are SSS rank? You will still be eliminated. This is the gap between you and our wealthy family. The Imperial Spirit you spent so much effort to cultivate. In the end, it was just a wedding dress for me. At this moment, several Imperial Spirits of Huang Mingyuan, Lin Xiao and others attacked at the same time. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all angrily cursed the people and called them inhuman. Even Lu Tianquan from Wanling Pavilion frowned when he saw the scene, and was obviously unhappy. At this critical moment, Chenli looked at them and suddenly smiled. That smile was particularly dazzling under the light of the burning Sky Empress's fire, causing Huang Mingyuan and the other 2 to feel inexplicably palpitated. Who said I only have one Imperial Spirit? Chapter 051. Sorry. My Fairy Queen is also SSS level. As Chenli finished speaking, a clear and pleasant piano sound rang out without warning, like a clear spring breaking through the ice, and instantly spread to every corner of the central island. The white sound waves spread out with Chenli as the center. Wherever they passed, the shadow spider silk broke into pieces like melting ice and snow, and the cold air of the giant ice dragon was also shaken away. Intimacy with the Fairy Queen +4 currently 51. Skill, Fairy Sound Charm has been triggered. A flash of light passed by, and a white figure slowly appeared to the sound of the piano. The fairy music empress sat upright on the void piano platform, her white fairy skirt fluttering in the wind, and her jade fingers lightly plucked the void piano strings. Every note of the piano carried the power to purify all things. A faint sound of the piano lingered around her, forming a sharp contrast with the red flames of the burning sky empress, yet blending together miraculously. A second imperial spirit? Huang Mingyuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and the confidence on his face collapsed in an instant. This is impossible. It's only been 7 days. How could you have a second imperial spirit? And it has also reached the 3rd level? Qin Meng cried out in shock, a supporting demi-human spirit? She broke my Spider Emperor's control so easily? Could her aura also be SSS level? The smug look on Lin Zhao's face froze. He stared at the suddenly appearing fairy sound empress as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Only one SSS level spirit appears every few years. How can you have 2 SSS level spirit masters? The live broadcast room's barrage of comments instantly exploded, and the screen was once again filled with exclamations. Holy crap! 2 SSS level imperial spirits? This imperial spirit is too terrifying. It instantly released control. And it looks like it's an area of effect type? One is responsible for damage output, the other is responsible for support. How can we lose? While they were discussing, the fairy music queen lightly plucked the strings with her jade fingers suspended in the air. Before the lingering sound of the strings' vibrations faded, the second skill's brilliance had already lit up. Spring is here. A soft light spread across the battlefield, falling on Chen Li and the burning sky empress like spring rain. The illusory figure of the burning sky empress solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, her dull red hair reignited with flames, and even her aura instantly returned to its peak state. Chen Li's condition also recovered, and all the fatigue in his body was gone. What kind of healing skill is this? Instantly restore to full health? Lin Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and the giant ice dragon showed a hint of timidity. They really are 2 SSS level spirit masters? Qin Meng screamed in shock. The Shadow Spider King in front of him was about to spin silk again, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the piano. The giant black iron bear felt the oppression of the fairy sound queen and his face suddenly changed. The greed on Huang Mingyuan's face turned into fear. He looked at the same pressure from the fairy sound empress and the burning sky empress, and instantly realized that Chen Li's second empress was also SSS level. Impossible. The higher the potential of the spirit, the higher the mental power required. With our current mental power, contracting 4 is already the limit. How can you contract 2 SSS level spirits by yourself? Before she finished speaking, the red flames around the burning sky empress suddenly surged. After returning to her peak state, she became even angrier, her red hair dyed red, and a terrifying high temperature instantly spread out from her. Red flames filled the sky. The fairy music empress's jade fingers lightly hovered in the air, and the strings of the zither moved with the rhythm of the flames. The passive ability of resonance of all sounds quietly takes effect, and the cooldown time of spring meets spring in fairy sound charm is rapidly reduced. Empress burning heaven. Chen Li gave the order to kill them all without holding back. Understood. Master. The terrifying flame field unfolded again, and the high temperature instantly distorted the air. Qin Meng commanded the giant bear to stand in front of him, but the giant bear was shocked by the terrifying high temperature and retreated again and again. He pushed it forward forcefully, and the next moment the giant bear's heavy armor began to turn red and soften. The Shadow Spider King beside him had just spit out spider silk when it was ignited by the flames and turned into sparks that scattered in the air. Run! Lin Xiao also held on to the dragon's back tightly. After the spirit of the protective device dissipated, he felt a stinging sensation on his skin if he stayed in the area for one more second. The giant ice dragon tried its best to spit out icy breath to resist the heat wave, but it could only open a fleeting path in the flames, and retreated in a panic. Huang Mingyuan knelt and crawled again, not even bothering to recall the last imperial spirit, and ran towards the direction away from Chen Li. When passing by Su Balian, he even felt that she was blocking the way and pushed her away. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Su Balian staggered to her feet, looked at Huang Mingyuan's fleeing figure in a panic, then looked at Chen Li who was approaching step by step, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She rushed forward and tried to grab Chen Li's sleeve, her voice choked with sobs. Chen Li, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can we go back to the way we were before? I know you treat me well. I know. Can you give me another chance? I can do anything.
I'll give you my first time. Okay. I'll agree to whatever you want to do. I'm willing to do anything.
Shenli continued to chase, his eyes as cold as ice. He looked at the face in front of him that had once made him desperate, and felt it was extremely ironic. Su Bailian's hand only touched his sleeve for a few seconds, and he felt very dirty.
Bang!
Shenli suddenly raised his hand, and his fist, carrying a scorching hot wind that was friendly to fire, hit Su Bailian's face accurately.
Roll!
Su Bailian's words were stuck in her throat before she could finish them. She flew backwards, and the next moment the white light that was forced to withdraw instantly enveloped her. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips moving slightly as if she were saying something, but in the end, they turned into specks of starlight and dissipated into the air. After dealing with Su Bailian, Shenli looked up at Huang Mingyuan, who was fleeing. At this moment, Huang Mingyuan had already rushed out very far and was about to escape from the range of the Empress's red flames.
A smile of ecstasy appeared on his face.
Shenli snorted lightly. The burning Sky Queen understood what she meant, and instantly swung out the flaming chain, accurately wrapping around Huang Mingyuan's ankle and pulling him back to her side. A terrified scream resounded through the heavens and earth.
Shenli!
My uncle is the chairman of the Huang Yun Group. My father is a senior executive of the Huang Yun Group.
You dare to eliminate me? I will not let you go.
Huang Mingyuan struggled in the flames, making incoherent threats.
Huang Yun Group? Shenli frowned, thinking of those men in black.
Looking at Huang Mingyuan, he said calmly, I've offended many groups like this, and you're not the only one I've offended. The next moment, the burning Sky Empress's flaming sword fell, and the red flames instantly engulfed Huang Mingyuan's figure.
Huang Mingyuan's scream stopped abruptly and eventually turned into a point of light and dissipated.
At this time, Lin Xiao and Qin Meng had already escaped from the area and were looking back in shock. Seeing Huang Mingyuan being eliminated, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran away again. For a moment, the battlefield finally fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of the burning red flames and the clear and pleasant sound of the piano flowing from the fingertips of the Fairy Queen. The flames in the area slowly subsided, and the burning Sky Empress swept her red eyes over the trembling candidates in the distance. The invisible pressure made them retreat one after another. At this moment, the elimination information of Su Bailian and Huang Mingyuan appeared.
Candidate Su Bailian was eliminated. Candidate Huang Mingyuan was eliminated. Candidate Shenli's points plus 5,960. Total points 17040. Current ranking, first place. Chapter 052 secures victory. Dark Horse Shenli shocks the nation.
The red flames were burning fiercely. Lin Xiao and the others had just escaped from the area when they suddenly felt a terrifying high temperature coming from behind them. He suddenly turned around and saw the burning Sky Empress chasing him on red flames.
Qin Meng! Do it!
Lin Xiao knew he couldn't escape, so he roared and controlled the giant dragon to spit out icy breath, trying to stop the Empress's pursuit. Qin Meng gritted his teeth and summoned the already seriously injured Black Iron Giant Bear and Shadow Spider King again. Unfortunately, at this moment the outcome was already decided. The red flames suddenly surged out and instantly engulfed the two of them.
Candidate Qin Meng was eliminated. Candidate Lin Xiao was eliminated. Candidate Shenli's points plus 19,560. Total points 36,600. Current ranking, first place. The numbers on the standings exploded like thunder. Shenli's name topped the list with an absolute advantage, leading the second place Zysa by more than 20,000 points. The killing battle is not over yet, but the top spot is no longer in doubt.
For Shenli, the college entrance examination has lost its challenge. However, for the organizers of the college entrance examination, various universities, and various news media, the challenge has just begun. In the commentary booth for the national live broadcast, host Meng Yao's voice trembled with disbelief.
Dear audience, we've witnessed a historic moment.
Shenli, a student from Fog City Nanyun No. 1 High School. With a terrifying lineup of 2 SSS-level Imperial Spirits, he eliminated several seeded players at the top of the standings. His score has surpassed 35,000 points. This will probably be a peak that future college entrance exam candidates will find difficult to surpass. On the big screen behind her, Shenli's battle replay was playing in a loop. From instantly killing the Vine Armor Bear to confronting 3 Shadow Leopard Kings, from the shocking blow of the 9 Heavens Sword to the instant comeback of the Fairy Sound Queen, every frame makes the audience's blood boil. Dark Horse. Definitely the scariest Dark Horse this year.
He was completely unknown before the exam, yet he made it all the way. He used his third-level Imperial Spirit to take on the fourth-level Imperial Spirits of several top-seeded contestants and held his own. Watching the live broadcast, countless viewers were talking one after another. Both of them are SSS-level Imperial Spirits? This is simply unsolvable. When did such a genius emerge from the Fog City? The school is really keeping this secret. At the same time, the editorial departments of major news media across the country were in a frenzy. The editors-in-chief from all walks of life slammed their tables and demanded that all the information about Chenli be summarized as soon as possible. Some reporters have already rushed out of the office, preparing to go to Nanyun No. 1 High School in the Foggy City in person. Nanyun No. 1 High School was in an uproar over this. The phone in the principal's office was bombarded with calls. As soon as one call was hung up, the next one came through, and the receiver was filled with the urgent voices of admissions officers from major universities. Top Yuling universities such as Longbang Yuling University, Beijing Yuling College, and Shanghai Yuling College are among them. Principal Zhou, we urgently need Chenli's file. Old Zhou, we are old comrades. Please do me a favor and let Chenli answer the phone. The resources we provide will definitely not be less than Long Yuda. Principal Zhou, as long as you can get Chenli to come to our school, I will arrange the educational funding for Nanyun No. 1 High School this year. Zhou Minghua covered his buzzing ears, but couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He has been working in the education industry for decades and has never seen such a grand occasion. But it makes sense, after all, these are two SSS-level Imperial Spirits. Elder Qin, do you think we should hold a celebration banquet for Chenli? Zhou Minghua looked at Qin Mo, his eyes full of relief. Qin Mo nodded repeatedly, so excited that he was speechless. Allowing Chenli to continue taking the college entrance examination was the best decision he had ever made in his teaching career. Inside the black market box, Linyi looked at the trending news on his phone and excitedly picked up his father and spun him around several times. Dad! What did I say? This all-in move will go down in history. Our Tianyan Hall is about to take off. Father Lin looked at the cooperation intentions that kept popping up on his mobile phone, with a look of joy on his face. I didn't expect that my son is really something. Asking Chenli to be the spokesperson was the greatest move he had ever seen in his career. Inside Wanling Pavilion, Lu Tianquan looked at Chenli on the screen with complicated eyes. At this moment, my daughter was running over excitedly, and I knew what was going on without having to think about it. He shook his head helplessly and silently turned off the screen. He didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing for him. In the past, when orders worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan were placed, he could decide the price with just a glance. He can make his opponents make concessions with just a few words at the negotiation table. In the 30 years since he founded Wanling Pavilion, he has handled countless businesses and has long been able to do so without any panic or trembling. But facing his daughter's current situation, he was a little clueless. Master, the situation on Chenli's side has been investigated. Do you want to take a look now? Lu Tianquan nodded, then took the file and began to look through it. Orphan? He whispered two words and frowned. The information shows that Chenli grew up in an orphanage and completed elementary and junior high school with the help of scholarships. In the file, Uncle Li also thoughtfully included a few photos of Chenli in the orphanage when he was a child. Looking at the photo, Lu Tianquan's eyes changed slightly. He had seen too many disciples from wealthy families who relied on resources to build up their spirits and thus get into good universities. But this is the first time that someone like Chenli, who has no one to rely on, has such talent. Continuing to scroll down, his eyes fell on the column of emotional experience. The information roughly records Chenli's pursuit of Su Balian in recent years. He delivered breakfast every day, stayed up late to clear dungeons to earn commissions, was on call at any time, and so on, until he was finally betrayed by Zhuanqi Yuling before the college entrance examination. Are you still a lovesick guy? Lu Tianquan's eyes were calm, but his heart was actually very complicated. If this kind of persistence could be applied to Yu, it would be. Uncle Li added softly, it is said that Chenli gave all the remaining resources of the elite class to Su Balian, except for the resources he needed for himself. Everyone laughed at him and called him the king of bootlickers. Until the day Yuling was deceived, he seemed like a different person. Lu Tianquan nodded slightly and remained silent for a while as if thinking about something. Then he suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. You mean, he was tricked out of his imperial spirit a few days ago? Then where did these two come from? That's something we can't find out, Li Bo added.
However, someone from the guard team saw Chen Li's 2 imperial spirits a couple of days ago. At that time, his imperial spirits didn't seem as powerful as they are now. Hearing this, Lu Tianquan was stunned. A very terrifying idea came into my mind. Specifically, how many days ago was the imperial spirit deceived and taken away? 7 days ago. 7 days? Lu Tianquan turned around suddenly. That is to say, in these 7 days, Chen Li obtained 2 SSS-level imperial spirits, and trained them all to the 3rd level. Even he was a little afraid to think about it. He didn't know what this boy had experienced, but he knew that this boy definitely had amazing perseverance and terrifying fighting skills. 7 days, 2 3rd-level SSS-level imperial spirits. Chapter 053, Colleges and universities are scrambling for platinum-level resources. As the sun sets, the white light of the college entrance examination secret realm dissipates, and Chen Li's figure appears on the playground of Nanyun No. 1 High School. The auras of the Burning Sky Empress and the Fairy Sound Empress had not yet completely subsided. Faint red flames and fluctuations of the piano music lingered around him, forming an invisible barrier. It's Chen Li. He's out. Over 40,000 points. Oh my god, is this a score a human can achieve? 2 SSS-level imperial spirits are outrageous. How come our school didn't hear anything about it before? I remember the dog-licking king in our school was also called Chen Li, right? Could they be the same person? Why can't I draw SSS rank? Is it because my girlfriend hasn't cheated on me? Discussions broke out all around immediately, and students who had just finished the college entrance examination gathered around, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. A few brave female classmates squeezed to the front row with red faces, holding mobile phones in their hands with their contact information on them. Student Chen Li. I like you. Can I add your contact information? Brother Chen Li. Add me. I can do anything. Brother Chen Li, we met before at the black market. Do you remember? Passionate confessions came one after another, and Chen Li was surrounded in the middle and felt a little at a loss. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but was blocked by the surging waves of the female classmates behind him. At this time, a few sarcastic complaints came from the back of the crowd. Tisk, isn't it just luck that I got SSS rank? There's nothing to be so proud of. Indeed. Even though he's so powerful, why doesn't he have to secretly memorize the names of his skills at night? Yeah. Look at how violent he was when he was beating people up during the college entrance exam. How dare you like him? Aren't you afraid he'll commit domestic violence in the future? As soon as the words fell, a girl with a high ponytail blared back, "What's wrong with hitting me? He dared to hit me today. He dared to hit Xiaori tomorrow. I'm happy to follow him." This sentence instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the girls, and they all echoed. That's right. The man who can protect us is the most handsome. It's much better than those cowards who can only hide in the back. Brother Chen Li, you beat me well. Those people deserved a beating. How dare they look down on me, Brother Chen Li? Many people were left speechless and had to shut up in disappointment. At this moment, Qin Mo pushed through the crowd and rescued Chen Li from the waves. Chen Li, come with me to the principal's office. The principal is waiting for you. Chen Li broke free from the girls' encirclement and followed Qin Mo through several buildings to the principal's office. When I opened the door, I saw the principal Zhou Minghua talking on the phone with an unprecedented warm smile on his face. Yes, it's Chen Li from our school. That's right, he has 2 SSS-level imperial spirits. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade him. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Minghua breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Li. This expression is as if looking at a rare treasure. Sit down quickly. As soon as Chen Li nodded and sat down, Zhou Minghua couldn't wait to ask, Chen Li, have you decided which school you want to go to? Many schools are vying for you. The preferential conditions they offer are very attractive. The Imperial Spirit Academy in Beijing has promised to promote you to a special grade Imperial Spirit Master within 4 years of college, and the one in Shanghai has promised to give you information about resources in secret realms across the country as soon as possible. The most important thing is Longyu University. They said on the phone that if you're willing to go, they'll give you platinum-level resource access. This is a level of resources that many Longyu University graduates can't even enjoy. After saying this, Zhou Minghua and Qin Mo looked at Chen Li. I thought Chen Li would think for a long time, but I didn't expect Chen Li to give his answer immediately. I choose Longyu Da. Zhou Minghua was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Because Longyu University is relatively close to Wudu, and the advanced materials I need, Longyu University is a university that can connect with the military, so the school's treasure trove of resources must be more complete. Chenli explained part of the reason. What he didn't say was that he had heard Lu Yuyu say before that she wanted to choose Longyuda. After all, I am still alone now. If the school lacks resources, I will definitely need the resource support of a more professional materials company like Wanling Pavilion. It will be more convenient to train an empress in the future. Good vision. Zhou Minghua nodded in sudden realization. Longyu University's imperial spiritual resources are indeed the most comprehensive among all universities. Their resource levels range from bronze to star glory, and the monthly resources available to each level vary greatly. You're starting at platinum level, and the free resources you can receive each month are worth millions. Chenli nodded. He naturally understood the reason behind this. But at this moment, he was more concerned about another thing. Principal, I want to trouble you with something. You say? Zhou Minghua smiled broadly. As long as the school can do it, I won't refuse. Chenli said calmly, I hope the principal can help me contact Longyu University and arrange for me to enroll tomorrow. Going tomorrow? Zhou Minghua was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, are you anxious to get their platinum level resources? Yeah. Chenli nodded in agreement. There was nothing to hide. His Burning Sky Empress has now reached the upper limit of her level, and all she needs to advance to the 4th level is materials. As one of the top universities in the country, Longyu University's treasure trove of resources should have what he needs. Qin Mo, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and nodded. Principal, Chenli is right. His spiritual control is growing much faster than that of ordinary people. Ordinary training cannot keep up with him. Entering school early can help him avoid many detours. Zhou Minghua lowered his head in thought for a moment, then immediately called Long Yuda. The call was quickly connected. After he explained the situation in concise language, the other party's surprised voice came over the phone. He chose our Longyu University? Entering school early? Of course, not a problem. That's what we were planning. Let's arrange it right now. Have Chenli come over tomorrow. By the way, do you need a special car to pick you up? Or do we have to take the subway? Our school can cover all the expenses. Zhou Minghua covered the microphone and looked at Chenli. Chenli immediately waved his hand and said, Don't bother. I can take a bus there myself tomorrow. Zhou Minghua nodded and replied immediately. The person on the other end of the phone didn't say much and agreed repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Minghua handed Chenli a plain business card. This is the contact information for Director Wang of the Academic Affairs Office of Longyu University. Just look for him when you arrive tomorrow. Thank you, Principal. Chenli took the business card with both hands. Why are you being so polite to me? Zhou Minghua patted Chenli's shoulder. You are the pride of our Nanyun No. 1 high school. Work hard at Longyu University. Don't forget to come back to visit your alma mater when you become a special grade spirit master or even higher. Hearing this, Chenli was stunned, but then nodded. Must. Chapter 054, Embarrassed Su Balian, Fearful Huang Mingyuan. When Chenli walked out of the principal's office, the noisy sounds of the end of the college entrance examination could still be heard outside. Just as he turned the corner and went downstairs, he saw two disheveled figures suddenly blocking his way. Su Balian's messy hair stuck to her cheeks, her eyes were red and swollen, and there were bruises at the corners of her mouth. It was obvious that she had been hit by something before. She stumbled forward and grabbed Chenli's trouser leg. She raised her head and looked at Chenli with pitiful eyes, her voice full of tears and pleading. Chenli, I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I can help you take care of your life. I will listen to you in everything. Huang Mingyuan behind her was holding his chest, his face as pale as paper. The original arrogance was gone, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chenli was full of resentment, but also a hint of fear that was difficult to conceal. The excruciating pain of being burned by the Burning Sky Empress in the college entrance examination secret realm is still vivid in my mind. Get out of here. Chenli's voice was colder than the winter wind. He kicked with his thigh and immediately broke free from Su Balian's entanglement. Su Balian lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Tears mixed with dust left two messy marks on her face. She raised her head and looked at Chenli's indifferent figure again, shouting desperately, I know the secrets of Huang Yun Group.
I know a lot about them. As long as you are willing to give me another chance, I can tell you everything.
As she spoke, she lifted her body and tried to pounce on him again. Upon seeing this, the students watching around were instantly in an uproar. Several female classmates who had been ridiculed by Sue Balian before immediately stepped forward and stood between Chenli and her, forming a human wall.
Sue Balian. How dare you pester me? It was you who wanted to leave with Huang Mingyuan in the first place. Now you come back to act pitiful? Do you have any shame?
A girl with twin ponytails put her hands on her hips, her tone full of undisguised contempt.
That's right. Brother Chenli is now a double SSS-level spirit master.
You, a woman who cheated on the spirit master, are not worthy of being near him.
Get out of here right now. Don't let your crocodile tears dirty brother Chenli's path. Sue Balian's face turned red and white.
She wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason. She wanted to pester him but was blocked. In the end, she could only bite her lips and watch Chenli's back gradually go away.
Huang Mingyuan watched this scene, gritted his teeth but ultimately couldn't bring himself to say a single harsh word.
Because he was afraid that if he really said something harsh, Chenli would punch him to death. Chenli ignored the further farce and walked straight out of the school and back to the rental house. In this house of less than 10 square meters, there are still the words of encouragement he wrote to himself when he was just pursuing Sue Balian. On the desk there are even the notes on spirit control knowledge that he had compiled for Sue Balian. He casually swept these things into the trash can, packed a few changes of clothes, and put all the materials into his backpack. At this moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the Burning Sky Empress in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for completely breaking away from your former self. The voice of the Burning Sky Empress carried a hint of majesty, yet was a little softer than before. He was a little surprised to hear this voice, but then he smiled faintly, with a curve at the corner of his mouth. People always have to look forward.
Master, can Xianin and I come out for some fresh air?
Suddenly, the Burning Sky Empress spoke again.
Chenli quickly agreed.
The next moment, the figures of the Burning Sky Empress and the Fairy Sound Empress slowly solidified.
Master.
The college entrance examination came to an end. Chenli sat on the sofa and watched the two empresses fall into a brief contemplation.
The next moment, he called up the system interface. Host, Chenli. Age, 18. Spirit Master level, not yet certified. Spirit Master skills, Fire Affinity Passive, Plant Affinity Passive. Current card pool mission, successfully upgrade 2 empresses to level 4. Reward, +1 card draw chance. Contracted Imperial Spirit cannot be transferred, belongs to the host alone. Imperial Spirit Fantian Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS level. Spirit Type, Killing Type. Spirit Level, Level 3 Maximum. Materials required for advancement, Chaos Spark 3, Flame Soul Jade 2, Scarlet Sky True Iron 5. Spirit Control Skills, Crimson Flame, Burning Heaven Prison, 9 Heavens Sword Technique, Sword Sweeping Mountains and Rivers to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Burning Heaven Sword unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 83 Deep Resonance. Imperial Spirit Fairy Sound Empress. Spirit Control Potential, SSS level. Spirit Type, Support Control Type. Spirit Level, Level 3 Maximum. Materials required for advancement, White Star Jade 6, Life Flower 4, Resonance Crystal 2. Spirit Control Skills, Fairy Sound Charm, Spring brings back the grass, Resonance of all sounds, Breaking Delusion sound waves to be unlocked. Special Weapon for Imperial Spirits, Fairy Harp unlocked at Tier 5. Intimacy, 51 Gradual Response. The intimacy with the Burning Sky Empress has reached the stage of deep resonance. Chenli looked at the system interface, his eyes slightly changed. After it was upgraded to level 80, he vaguely felt that the Burning Sky Queen had undergone some changes. I seem to be able to vaguely glimpse some of the other person's past that is buried deep in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the Burning Sky Empress. The red flames around her quietly subsided, revealing her original appearance when she was summoned. Long fiery red hair. Her tall and plump figure, but not bloated, was wrapped in a red imperial robe. He clearly had the awe-inspiring look of an emperor, but now there was a hint of gentleness. The host is curious about the empress's past. The host's current level is insufficient. Once the host becomes a spirit master of laws, they will be able to learn more about the empress's past. Chenli was slightly stunned when he saw the system reminder that suddenly popped up.
He quickly came to his senses and looked at the burning sky Empress. Empress Burning Sky, your level is now full. You must find a way to advance to the 4th level as soon as possible. The red eyes of the Burning Sky Empress lit up slightly, and she suddenly regained her former majesty. Everything is subject to the master's orders. As he was speaking, the screen of the mobile phone on the sofa suddenly lit up. It was a message from Lu Yuyu. Chen-Li, thank you for helping me suppress so many monsters in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get so many points. By the way, have you decided which school to go to? Don't worry, I've already chosen it, and I definitely don't want to choose the same school as you. Following the message, there is a slightly abstract cat meme. Chen-Li picked up his phone and replied simply, "You're welcome. I'm already planning to go to Longyu University." Lu Yuyu replied almost instantly, her message filled with obvious joy, "Wow. We are so destined. I also chose Longyu University. So when are you going to school? We're on the same way, why don't we go together?" Chen-Li saw the expectation hidden in the other party's text and replied, "Don't bother, I'll leave tomorrow." Are you going tomorrow? Then be careful on your journey. Lu Yuyu sent another message, along with an emoticon package wishing you a safe journey. After finishing the conversation, Chen-Li took a quick shower and fell asleep quickly. Chapter 055, Two Empresses Accompanying Students to School? Is he the legendary Chen-Li? The next morning, Chen-Li walked out of the rental house with a backpack. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but many spirit masters were already hurrying along the streets of the foggy city. He followed the navigation to the Wudu South Railway Station. As soon as he entered, he saw the train information scrolling on the electronic screen. One of the red warnings was particularly eye-catching. Recently, there have been frequent movements of monsters in the wild. Some roads may experience delays or even accidents. Passengers are advised to pay attention to safety reminders and minimize going out. Another accident? I heard the tracks west of the city were attacked by monsters yesterday. If there hadn't been a 4th level spirit master on board, many people would have died. That's right. Now the situation outside the city is becoming more and more unstable, and those secret realms are becoming more and more strange. Underground lines are meant to be safe, but now they are no longer safe. While waiting for the bus, I could hear the discussions of the passengers around me. Chen-Li frowned slightly without thinking too much. Then the train arrived at the station, and by the time he got on, there were already quite a few people on the train. He found his seat, sat down, and just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, the uncle sitting next to him suddenly spoke to him. "Young man, you look a bit like that Chen-Li? Have you ever considered live streaming? High-quality imitation live streaming is very popular recently." Chen-Li did not answer. Unexpectedly, the other party continued to speak tirelessly. "Don't you know Chen-Li? He's the dark horse in this year's college entrance examination. He's a genius spirit master with 2 SSS-level spirits. With a little makeup, you can almost look like him." "No need." Chen-Li responded with a faint smile. The uncle was completely oblivious, sighing to himself, "That's double SSS level. We haven't seen such a genius in Dragon Country for many years. If my kid had this ability, I would jump up and kick his mother off the bed in my dreams." There was no conversation along the way. After several hours of driving, Chen-Li finally arrived at his destination, Zhongyuan Province. Longbang Yuling University is located in a suburban plain in the southern part of Zhongyuan Province. Zhongyuan Province is roughly located in the northeast of Wudu and south of Beijing, right in the heart of Longhua. There is only one school, Longyu University, around, but there are quite a few buildings, which are obviously built based on Longyu University. Just as he walked not far from the school gate, Chen-Li saw a sparse number of students entering and leaving the school. He wasn't very surprised by this. After entering Yuling University, the school schedule is no longer fixed. There are no winter or summer vacations, no weekends, and not even many classes. Apart from a few fixed courses, Longyu University students have almost free time. You can explore the secret realm freely, or you can choose to lie down. There are basically no other requirements. The only requirement is to provide your own spirit growth report every once in a while. As soon as I reached the school gate, an old man in a gray Zhongshan suit came to greet me. "You must be Chen-Li. I'm Director Wang." "Hello, Director Wang." Chen-Li nodded and greeted. Director Wang smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. The principal has been a bit busy recently, so he specifically asked me to receive you well." "But Director Wang suddenly changed the subject. Your imperial spirit has long been known throughout the school.
Could you please let me open my eyes?
After all, having two SSS-level imperial spirits is a legendary existence. Students and passers-by who were passing by heard the conversation and stopped to look at it curiously.
Why is Director Wang here? Is that person sitting across from him a freshman? Double SSS level? He is Chen Li? Holy crap! It seems to be true. Do you want to go up and get an autograph? Chen Li thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay.
As he finished speaking, he gathered energy at his fingertips. A red flame formation formed under his feet, and the figure of the burning sky empress slowly solidified in the flames.
Hiss! Such pressure! It's indeed a demi-human imperial spirit.
Such terrifying fire energy.
Is this an SSS-level imperial spirit?
You really can't feel this kind of aura unless you see it with your own eyes. Exclamations rang out one after another, and students passing by took a step back, their eyes filled with awe.
Director Wang's pupils shrank, his face filled with excitement. It really lives up to its reputation.
This must be the Burning Sky Empress.
I never thought a spirit of this caliber would appear in the demi-human card pool.
Before he finished speaking, Shenli raised his hand again. The clear and pleasant sound of the piano rang out, white sound waves spread out, and the fairy music queen appeared following the sound of the piano. The white fairy skirt fluttered, and the sound of the piano flowing around her body made the grass and trees full of vitality.
It's him! The second SSS level 1.
No wonder he was able to defeat other students so easily in the college entrance examination.
His strength is terrifying.
At this moment, the crowd was completely boiling. The two empresses stood on either side of Chenli, with flames and piano sounds intertwined.
Although their attributes were extremely different, they could coexist harmoniously.
Director Wang recovered from his shock and, noticing the surrounding gazes, quickly waved his hand. That's enough.
If you keep showing off, the school gate will be blocked by onlookers.
He obviously underestimated the appeal of SSS-level imperial spirits to others.
Shenli called back the Empress, and the surrounding energy field dissipated instantly.
Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and led him into the campus. Come with me.
We'll handle the admission procedures later. First, I'll take you to select materials from the resource library.
The principal specifically instructed that any materials needed by the two imperial spirits to advance to the 4th level, as long as they are available at the school, will be freely available for you to choose from.
Following the director through the path, students were talking non-stop. It's really Chen Li.
This year's freshman. He's still a freshman, but his strength is probably even more terrifying than those sophomores or even juniors. I heard he'll get platinum-level resources as soon as he arrives.
That's unparalleled treatment.
Yeah, I'm already a junior, and I'm still at the silver level. The building where the resource library is located is gray all over. There are several stone tablets at the entrance, engraved with the names of alumni who have donated rare materials over the generations. As soon as I reached the door of the resource library, an old man in washed-out clothes came to greet me.
Lao Wang? Is this the doll you were talking about?
Old Zhang, this is Chen Li, Director Wang introduced with a smile.
Take him in and have a look.
The old man called Lao Zhang walked around Chen Li, his face full of admiration. Follow me. Lao Zhang summoned the imperial spirit and pushed open the heavy door of the resource library.
The school's resource library is divided into areas by attribute.
The flame-type ones are third from the left, and the auxiliary sonic-type ones are in the deepest area on the right, old Zhang explained as they walked. The rarest materials are marked red, but the principal has given special permission. Take whatever you like. Shenli looked in the direction he pointed and saw a partition where various flame materials were stored. He walked forward and glanced around, seeing the two materials he needed at first glance. Chaos Spark.
Flame Soul Jade. Chapter 056, Choose from the Academy's treasure house, gather all the materials for advancement.
The Burning Sky Empress advances again. Shenli walked quickly to the third area on the left, and his fingertips touched the light shield covered with special energy. Several dark red chaos fire seeds lay quietly on the velvet cloth, and the flames dancing inside were like living things. In the light shield next to it, two flame soul gems the size of pigeon eggs emitted warm light. 3 chaos fire seeds, 2 flame soul jades. Shenli confirmed them one by one, and continued to scan other areas, and scarlet sky true iron. After searching for a while, he soon found the Chisha true iron in the deeper light shield. Old Zhang, who was standing by, started to eyelash when he saw the three materials he had chosen. Any one of these materials is sold for tens of millions of yuan outside and is extremely scarce in the market. One is that it can only be collected deep in the secret realm of the volcano. The other two can only be dropped by killing special king-level monsters. Although it was a special approval from the principal, it really hurt him to see it. After selecting these three materials, Chenli turned to the area of auxiliary materials needed by the Fairy Sound Queen. After getting the 6 white star jades, the remaining life flowers and resonance crystals could not be found. After hearing Chenli's request, Old Zhang checked the inventory records and shook his head helplessly. These two materials were just exchanged by students from other graduating classes last week. It will be difficult to get them again in the short term. Chenli was not surprised to hear this. Compared to the third level, the acquisition of fourth level materials is a step up. It is very lucky to be able to collect the three materials of the Burning Sky Empress at one time. That's all. He laid out the 4 ingredients for Lao Zhang to see. Old Zhang has now recovered from the pain in his heart. Okay, just register. At the door, Director Wang, who had been waiting for a long time, saw him come out and immediately asked, "Do you plan to go back to the dormitory first, or advance to the Imperial Spirit?" Long Yuda has a special spirit advancement room, which can increase the speed of spirit advancement and cover up energy fluctuations to a certain extent. Go up first. Chenli replied. Soon, he was taken to a special advanced room by Director Wang. After closing the door, Chenli immediately summoned the Burning Sky Empress. Master. The Burning Sky Empress unconsciously moved closer to Chenli. Ever since the intimacy reached a deep resonance, she felt a vague desire to get closer to the other person. This feeling was a bit strange, but she seemed to like it. Are you ready? Chenli asked. Anytime, Master. The Burning Sky Empress's red eyes lit up. Chenli took out the three materials and handed them to the Burning Sky Queen. As the Empress flicked her jade finger, the chaos fire exploded first and turned into 3 fire dragons that drilled into the Empress's body. The next moment, a strong energy shock was triggered. The Qishao True Iron melted into liquid metal and condensed into red armor patterns on the Empress's body surface. The last of the Flame Soul Gem shattered and turned into 2 balls of crimson light that merged into her brow. The Phoenix Shadow appeared behind her again, emitting a deafening cry. In an instant, the entire advancement room was filled with red flames, and the energy shield flashed wildly with energy, barely suppressing the overflowing flame power of the Empress. Chenli stood at the edge, feeling the aura of the Burning Sky Queen rising wildly. The Burning Sky Empress successfully advanced. Current level, Level 4, Level 1. Spirit Control Skill, Sword Sweeping Mountains and Rivers has been unlocked. Intimacy +3 currently 86. Materials required for the next stage, Phoenix Fire Crystal 4, Phoenix Feather 2, Battle Spirit Core 1. As the flames gradually subsided, the figure of the Burning Sky Empress became more solid. There were many mysterious flame patterns on the red imperial robe, and the shadow of the flaming sword on the finger was gradually approaching the appearance of a 5th-level special weapon. She nodded slightly at Chenli. Chenli called up the system panel and checked the specific effects of the new skills. Swordsmanship Killing Skills. Core Effect: the Burning Sky Empress condenses her flame energy into a sword-shaped fingertip, locking onto a single target and unleashing multiple increased in level continuous flaming slashes. Feature 1: a Flame Mark Overlay. Each slash leaves a flame mark on the target, and each layer will significantly increase the damage the opponent receives. Cooling time, 15 minutes. Single Target Continuous Output Skill. Chenli was shocked. The skills gained after this advancement are similar to the Zhou sword technique, both of which are killing skills, which is also in line with the killing type positioning of the Burning Sky Empress. Although it is not as amazing as the previous 3 skills, having one more skill is enough to make up for the gap after releasing some skills. Moreover, when dealing with some tough guys, especially those king-level monsters, the effective Zhou sword technique is obviously not as good as Dangjian Shanhe. After understanding the skills, he looked at the advanced materials needed for the 5th level. If he had at least heard of the previous advanced materials, then he had never heard of these 3 types. Thinking of this, he immediately went back to check Long Yuda's resource library. As expected, none of these 3 resources are available. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and contacted Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu replied again at an astonishing speed. I haven't heard much about these 3 materials. Wait a minute, I'll ask my dad. Soon, several messages came. There aren't many Phoenix Fire crystals, but they're of good quality. They're available at the Central Plains branch of the Wanling Pavilion. The other two types are in the branch in Haicheng. Transportation there is convenient, and a lot of materials are stored there. If you want to transfer them here, it may take a few days. By the way, I heard that there are fewer and fewer secret realms in Dragon Country recently, and the prices of many materials have doubled. I'll make a call and ask them to transfer them to you as soon as possible. Also, I'll be at the Wanling Pavilion branch near Longyu University soon. Do you want to come out for dinner? Chen Li's heart moved slightly, and he slowly replied, then I'll meet you at Wanling Pavilion. Haicheng. From Lu Yuyu's words, we can learn that many materials are stored in Haicheng, which has convenient transportation. If we're short of materials in the future, maybe we can go over there and have a look. He put away his phone, turned around and found Director Wang, saying that he needed to go out. Leaving school? Now. Director Wang was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. No problem, once you get your school badge you can come and go freely. Thank you. Chen Li took the school badge and turned to leave the school. He took a taxi, crossed several streets and soon arrived at the Wanling Pavilion branch in Zhongyuan province. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a black car that looked familiar driving towards me. He felt strangely familiar. The next moment, the car door was opened, and a lovely figure appeared with hurried footsteps. Then, he heard Lu Yuyu calling him, Chen Li.